DreamHack Atlanta Snapdragon Pro Series here on day 2 of our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship competition. It is a beautiful day to get a top 4 and eliminate some more teams. I cannot wait to get into all of the action. If you missed everything from yesterday, make sure you go back and check the VOD because so much happened on our first day of competition that you're really gonna need to catch up before we dive back into it today. Hello everyone. Hi, my name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be with you all weekend long as your host. Today, kicking off the day, we've got Shift and Proper on the desk. Are you excited to get into day 2 after what we saw yesterday?
What would you say if I told you I'm not excited?
I would not believe that.
That's right, because I'm very excited. No, it's really, really awesome. I mean, hey, first time we've seen a Swiss format come to play. It gave teams extra chances to really square up against other opponents. So we really got to actually this year figure out, was the West actually better than the East, or was Vague just spewing some nonsense when he was on main stage last year? I don't know.
It's all about just making sure that the tweets actually have some backing behind it. The gameplay is going to be speaking for itself. I'm excited to be here again, as I was already stating yesterday. Got to be side by side with you last year to be able to see we crowned a champion. I'm ready to see more logos get spray painted off the wall, I'll tell you that much.
That is one of the best parts, and this is what I'm saying. You got to go back and check the broadcast from yesterday because there's so many like small things that happened that are really, really cool, but we keep talking about yesterday. We'll give you a little bit of a recap. Make your research easy. Here are the Spark Notes. This was our Swiss bracket after the end of everything. Yeah,
everything was set up in a way to where we had kind of a natural seeding based on placements from last year to start. So the best team from NA, which won the championship, played up against the 3rd seed from LATAM as an example. But as we started to get through the day, we had lots of surprises early. I think in particular that double chevron yellow logo of Volt, they really impressed, starting us off with a 2-0 start. But I called it yesterday on the desk. Someone who started 2-0 was going to find themselves in a 2-2 game and fall short. Unfortunately for Volt, they didn't make it through. But we did see a couple of our favorites actually rise to the occasion and get through with some cleanliness as a 3-0 squad. Wolves and LG in particular were the two to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say some cleanliness indeed. I mean, LG definitely got tested. Some might say that they kind of threw away a lot of rounds when they were facing Inco in that opening match as far as slumps. But semantics aside, yes, Wolves, LG, #1 teams in their respective regions, given a few different outcomes, will be here as far as top 8 are concerned. A lot of interesting outcomes, all things considered, the way that Swiss does pan out. Yeah. A lot of different teams playing up against each other. Latin America coming up short, Europe coming up short as well. We've got ourselves an Indian team here in top 8.
That's huge. First time that India's ever been represented at any sort of a championship. And I thought it was actually just interesting to see that India did well. All 3 Chinese teams made it through. Yeah. Both Garena teams made it through. And then at the end of the day, we had team killing going on inter-region with 2 NA teams fighting up for elimination and 2 EU teams fighting each other off of elimination. So yeah, really curious day in terms of how things went. I think mostly comparing region to region. So yeah, that's really where all the excitement really stemmed from in my mind.
Which is one of the most important points because heading into yesterday, I think we did a very big storyline push on NA, right? Yeah, so we're focusing on those previous champions. Were they going to come in with the type of level of competition we were expecting out of them? And I'm not saying they didn't, okay? They're still here. They're in day 2 with that competition. But the regional divide is a very real thing when I'm talking about halves of the globe.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, LATAM has no representation.
Right.
After last year, Inco finished 3rd. They actually didn't win a series. Again, they had some issues when it came down to getting visas approved, so their roster changed a lot before they got here. But also surprisingly, another Brazilian team from last year almost made it to the top 8, and we have no Latin American representation at all here in this top 8 bracket.
Europe coming up short once again. As we take a look at the top 8 bracket, these are your 8 teams that we will see combating it throughout the entirety of today. And we will, of course, be down to our top 4 for tomorrow. But again, I mean, no one surprised. Luminosity at the top. Got Wolves down low. Potential Grand Finals matchup. The ever so wanted rematch as far as brands are concerned between Tribe and Wolves as well. I mean, pick your poison. It's going to be a great day.
Got to be a little bit NA biased. There is still a chance for LG and Tribe to play each other in the Grand Finals.
Yes,
again.
there is.
Just got to throw that out there.
Yep.
Right,
the chance is there, but don't forget that now that we've moved into the bracket phase, it's single elimination. So there's a lot. It's not yesterday. You don't get multiple chances. We play today, you win or you lose.
Yep.
Done. That's what it is. So remember that while you're watching these matches at home or here in the audience with us, it is do or die for these squads today. So today is a very, very important one. But we keep talking about this regional divide, the teams that have qualified through to day 2. We've got a visual representation here too, so you can see just how East heavy this top 8 really is. It's literally only Tribe and LG that have made it through.
Yeah, and again, I think just the big point to hammer home, all 3 Chinese teams, both Garena teams. That is super, super impressive. And for a moment there, it was really close to having Volt. So like we almost had all Eastern teams except for maybe one squad. So really impressive stuff out of the East. I think CDFI really got all these teams that you see ready to go except for Godlike, who wasn't there. So it's really, I think, kind of goes to show that the elongated formats that they play out East very well could have helped them here playing in a, again, Swiss-style format where there were more games than usual.
Yeah, a lot of teams, especially from the East, have an abundance of practice against one another, specifically on land from CDFI. And I think that North America going to be sitting there probably watching a lot of that VOD last night. We know that Hippo loves to make sure that LG are more than prepared. So I think that North America definitely going to have their work cut out for them, to say the least, but don't sleep on any of those Eastern teams. They are definitely going to bring the heat today.
I mean, well, we keep talking about the fact that there were expectations on both sides of the coin, whether that is specifically for the previous champions on the NA side of things or what a lot of these other squads can bring to the table when it comes to the East. Well, we got a chance to talk to all of our players before this weekend, kind of see what their expectations were for that region and what they can bring to the table.
The last 2 years, North America have been really strong, but it's an even playing field across all regions now. So I do think there will be quite a few upsets. Quote me if I'm wrong.
Last year, when West was doing good, East teams were, I think, surprised from their performance. But I really feel that East teams are very smart. They've learned from the mistakes, and you guys will know when the match starts.
For West, they are more strategic in terms of their gameplay, and for East, we are more focused on our gunfights. That's the difference, and let's see who will be the best this year.
Always nice to be able to hear from the players there. And one of the important things is that I think a lot of them are just taking it as it comes. They're waiting for each match, making sure they're prepared for each individual confrontation, if you will, and it served them well moving throughout the entire Swiss bracket. Now moving into today, obviously we're top 8, we were top 16. A little bit harder. Now you're even more with the best of the best. So hopefully they were able to do, like you're saying, go home, do a little bit of VOD review and take home a little extra tidbits and move on forward. And we keep talking about East versus West. Well, this was the only East versus West matchup that we had up here on the main stage. You talked about Volt and how they had such a fast trajectory and then weren't able to close it out.
They were in it every single stretch of the imagination. From their 2-0 run, even when they were down to 2-1, 2-2, every single series they played was uber competitive. And the fact that they came out and surprised LG, that felt like the first moment where Luminosity kind of got shaken awake a little bit. Like, I think both you and I were talking through it, kind of just felt like they were just biding their time through a lot of their opening matches, kind of maybe a false expectation of, we're gonna clean our way through this Swiss, no problem. And all of a sudden you get Volt, who's just like, we don't expect you to do that, and now all of a sudden you got to wake up and play good Call of Duty, which they of course did.
I know it's been an entire calendar year since we were in Raleigh for Worlds 22, but if people slept on Scars then,
True.
There's no way that you can ever sleep from a Japanese team coming to play some COD Mobile as well. I'm very unfortunate to say that Volt won't be here for our top 8 competition, but as you already pointed out, Lauren, this is going to be shark-infested waters all the way through. You make one mistake, you lose one best of 5 today, you are done, you are out of the competition.
Was that you, like, getting electrocuted by the Volt? Was that, like, what that was?
Bad wordplay to start today, Lauren, move on.
I'm just wondering. It was animated. All right, we keep talking about all these players. It's not always so serious. We did some fun stuff with them on Media Day as well, and we asked them a very important question, arguably one of the most important questions, and it was, what would you do with the money if you won?
If I win the trophy, if I win the prize money, if I win it all, I'll call my mom first. She has been my biggest supporter since day one. She helped me convince my dad, my family, that I can go and play this and I can, pursue my passion.
假设我们夺得了世锦赛冠军的话，我会直接提一辆梅赛德斯奔驰。
I'll buy a car, I'm not gonna lie. That's probably the first thing I want to do. I've been in the middle of going for certain cars. I have a few people on my team, especially Washi, who's super into cars. And I was gonna get a 370Z, a Corvette 2014 Stingray, or some other car.
I would definitely call my wife and tell her that I win.
So we got the flip side of the very wholesome family-related answers or the cars. Why is it the car? I saw your face on some of the car choices too. What were your thoughts?
As a car fan, I think that if I ended up winning the entirety of this competition with that amount of money, there's a certain series of cars that I'd probably get over a handful of the others that were already said.
I like my Mazda. I'm happy.
Good gas
Simple,
mileage,
man.
yeah.
Great gas
Simple,
mileage.
man.
40 to the gallon, bro. It's nuts.
It's all about the mileage. But those types of content pieces are always some of my favorite because it gives us an opportunity to see the personalities outside of the game. We have so many amazing players that are here competing, and I might be biased, but they're my favorite.
You are biased.
Yeah.
Your biased explosion today.
You like the wholesome stuff.
No,
yesterday, too.
I was about to agree with you. Don't single me out.
Okay,
We were about to cry on this desk yesterday during some wholesome content. I'm not gonna lie that if you tell me that if you won this competition, you'd be like, I'm gonna call my wife, tell her that we won, and we can go on vacation. I'd probably break down right here and now.
You don't have a wife?
No. I'm saying that if somebody won. No. I don't have one. You'll notice how there's one specific finger that doesn't have a ring on it. No.
Okay, well, while you all emotionally collect yourselves, we've been laying the land for what to expect for today. Match number 1 is about ready to get underway. We're kicking things off with LG versus Kagendra. You know we had to do it big, so it's time for us to send it on over to Tom at the main stage to get it going.
Groups are done. The bracket is set. It's time to play Call of Duty Mobile. Our first matchup, as the desk just said, is Luminosity versus Kagendra. So, introducing the #1 team out of North America, the winners of Stage 4, dressed in blue and white. Say hello to Luminosity Gaming! Band, Washi, Envy, Vague, and Tectonic, repping the colors, LG. Boys, take your stations. And their opposition, hailing from Indonesia, the second in their region, looking to continue the clutch from day one. Put your hands together for Kagendra! Fran, Zen, Clove, Reef, and Me6. On the left-hand side of your spectator UI, one more time, Kagendra! Men, take your seats. Fans, take your seats. Let's ball.
All right, we mentioned East versus West, kicking things off with an East versus West battle. We'll start by talking about LG. They led off the show on day 1, the lead day 2, because it's hard to not talk about them given past events.
Look, yes, they're a super team. Okay, everyone who was on the grand final stage last year is now on this squad. And I think some would argue the best players that were on the grand final stage last year on either side are now on one team. But, and it is a big but and I cannot lie, I was not convinced by LG fully yesterday. They were throwing away a lot of hard points that were really, really tight. This looked like they kind of lost composure when the game was on the line. Yeah. Their search looked particularly good, and their control was really flashy on Crossroads, but I expected more out of what they were going to bring to the hard point, especially early on. Only going 1 and 2 in hard point feels a bit odd for LG.
I will say this much, as far as the differential, as we take a look at the roster, there is one specific thing that is sticking out, and that is the roster swap. You know, getting Tech in, moving Marshy away. You even heard Tech talk about yesterday to Dot that this is probably the best 5-player roster that they're going to have available. It does change their pace differential. You can clearly see it in their hard point. A lot of different executions are coming up a little bit flat. If there's one game mode that you feel like that they might have been lacking in yesterday, as you already pointed out, it is definitely that hard point, but the 2, 3, and 5 is still very strong.
And that was the reason that Tech voluntarily benched himself going into Seattle, as he felt that LG was missing out on tempo tempo, pace, and slaying presence. So is that maybe the reason that they only went 1-2 yesterday, or were they just a little bit too casual about how they approached hardpoint? That's going to be, I think, a major focus on this particular matchup.
Yeah, I like that call out as well. Excited to see what they bring to the table here today with their performance. But we did get a chance to catch up with the entire squad of Luminosity before this weekend kicked off and see what their expectations were, not only for themselves, but for the other teams.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is MV.
What's up, everybody? I'm Tectonic.
So my IGN is Veg.
My name is Washi. Hi, my name is Band, and I'm a player for Team Luminosity Gaming.
I'd say the one way we try to be ahead by one step compared to all the other teams is definitely because of the help from our coaches and analysts. Doing all the extra stuff where, you know, it takes too much time when we have other things to do, that's when they come in and they basically do it for us.
Practice, a lot of hard work. Being able to watch their gameplay and pretty much counter strategy their gameplay, and then just being more successful than them.
I'd say the team that we're mostly looking forward to playing is definitely Woes.
They've been talking trash, they've been saying their words.
I'd say the Woes players are kind of overrated. They have like 1 or 2 main players that are really good, and if you shut them down, the rest of them kind of fall apart. So hopefully they have enough to come back and try to win the game against us.
We have a lot of pressure on our shoulders, but we don't really let it get into our heads. At the end of the day, we're pro players. We're paid to play this game.
We created a superstar team towards the start of this year. We're all well-rounded players. All 6 of us are amazing.
I feel like we're winning. Anything less than that, it kind of it's a bad feeling.
We've been running these plays, and I'm sticking to the plan.
I mean, they know it. You can tell that they know they are the superstar team. They have very high expectations for themselves. It's gonna be all down to, do they meet those expectations?
I mean, it's the old adage of, you know, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard.
Sure.
And I think that is going to be kind of the pinnacle of today. And the assumption is that this team is going to come in prepped. They always have been. Hippo, like you had already kind of mentioned proper, he's super diligent about doing all the research needed, not only for their own team to improve, but also to kind of figure out what the strengths and weaknesses are of the people across the stage. So they have to kind of see that adage not go against them here today.
I mean, yeah, you're talking about the people across the stage. Let's break them down a little bit. Tell me about Kagendra.
Look, Kagendra, I mean, as far as the roster is concerned, you got to feel like that when you're looking at the global stage for Garena, a lot of people were starting to sleep on them. But through a lot of their matches yesterday and watching a lot of the VOD, it was quite eye-opening. Can they slay with some of the best? Sure. Absolutely. Do they have the fundamentals to be able to lock down a lot of the objectives? Totally. And I feel like a lot of that was opened when you go back and you watch them all through CDFI. This is a roster, as far as what is concerned, that can slay with the best and can absolutely hang with the rest. I think this is going to be a really good test for Clove, Fran, V6, Zen, and Reef to be able to see how they do stack up against, well, quite frankly, the global #1.
Yeah, I thought their respawn looked particularly polished yesterday.
Yeah.
They did really nice jobs in hardpoint. They played a lot of wide open big maps that forced them to kind of not only have to be able to keep up in the kill potential, but also smartly and diligently rotate. So those are really good key factors for Kagendra. The problem was when they played up against great search and destroy teams, they got absolutely obliterated. So that has to be, I think, the focus for me looking at this Kagendra squad is, are they better in search and destroy?
Well, they had at least a night to try and figure out whatever they needed to work on moving into today. But like LG, we got a chance to catch up with Kagendra before the event as well and see what their expectations and goals were for this weekend and where they thought they'd finish.
Untuk main di panggung besar kayak gini, saya sudah pernah merasakan sebelumnya, karena sebelumnya ada turnamen dari third party lain. Di situ saya sudah merasakan panggung yang lumayan besar juga dengan yang sekarang. Jadi dari situ saya tidak merasa nervous, saya merasa baik saja dan saya merasa tenang sih.
Mungkin mereka harus lebih bersiap-siap sama kita karena kita juga nggak boleh dipandang remeh sama mereka. Ya banyak kelebihan kita juga di sini di tim saya sendiri.
Kayaknya nggak ada. Mungkin semuanya asik sih orangnya. Kayak berteman.
Saya rasa tim dari Asia ini bisa menang. Saya nggak tahu faktornya kan, tetapi ini hanya feeling saya saja. Asia bisa menang.
I believe this is the year of the foreign team to be defeat North America. And this is the year of foreign team also in this World Championship because we are qualified from Indonesia, and I'm confident enough to get a champion here.
I mean, we mentioned that quote from Hippo about LG having a target on their back, but after listening to that interview with Kagendra, it sounds like all of NA, they don't want it to be NA, they want it to be anybody but.
There is like a joint coalition going on right now, right? I think it's one of those things that, and to be fair, we also have kind of leaned into the storyline of like North America is expected to be the best region. We said it all through stage 4, and it's just kind of quietly, everyone out east was like, you know what, fine. We'll do CDFI, we'll bring Japan over, we'll have all of our Korean teams, all of our Chinese teams, we'll figure it out and take it to you. So far, so good.
It almost feels like that was the hyperbolic time chamber almost over there on the east, in between all of their different lands that they had going on for themselves, as we've had the map pick bans and vetoes coming through. Very interesting decisions being made as far as the best of 5 is concerned.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, I was really interested to see if Kagendra was going to try to square up an ego chell LG on a couple of maps. In particular, Tunisia, which they played really well yesterday and had done in their history, and Apocalypse is actually the other map that I was curious to see if they were going to veto it, which is by far been LG's one of their best hardpoint maps, or were they going to step up and try to ego chell? So they do veto out the Apocalypse, but they keep the Tunisia in for map 5. I think this is a fair draft overall, but I still think, kind of looking at it, I favor LG on takeoff. I favor LG heavily on Crossroads. So the first 3 maps look really good for LG. I think the only opportunity here for Kagendra is to steal one of the first 2, and then find a way to win the 4 and the 5. That's kind of where I have this series.
It has to go 5 if Kagendra want to be able to take this series. The only way that you're able to get that done is by playing upset to the Express Search and Destroy, which you feel like with Tectonic in the lobby is not going to be an easy feat, and especially for the Crossroads control. A lot to be had here if you are Kagendra, and a lot of questions need to be answered.
All right, well, chat, let us know your thoughts as well. Who is taking home match number 1 of the day? Will LG make their way through in this bracket, or will it be Kagendra taking out an NA powerhouse? We are moments away from finding out, because match number 1 is ready to go. I cannot wait to kick things off. Let's see how this goes.
It's gonna be a fun one. Against single elimination, there is no forgiveness whatsoever here in this day. You played 1 match, that's all you got. So you better come in prepped, you better be ready to go. And so far, LG off to the races. First handful of kills all going their way.
I mean, that is a convincing kill feed, if I do say so myself. Being able to completely wipe the board clean, and most importantly, trying to get themselves in further power positions. It's actually taking Kagendra just a decent amount of time being able to find where a lot of these players are located at. Having to push closer towards the hard point means that the spawns will flip, but still a lot of time to fight over here at 1.
Looking really... P2, next focus, and at the moment, you are looking at Kagendra in a pretty favorable position. A couple of kills start to go their way. Late bot, LG fight back, and oh boy, they came out hot today. Lots of good trades coming across the board. Opportunity here for Kagendra to at least stabilize a little bit on rotation, but the deficit's already pretty wide. And to be fair, they're also kind of losing out on spawns right now. So if they were to catch a little bit of momentum and heat, it would have to be right here. Maybe Fran has provided that nice triple for him in this life, and that doesn't just provide the exit for Kagendra, it also gives them an opportunity to kind of manipulate the map on rotation.
That was a little bit of a red flag to a very angry bull while you had the spawns if you are Kagendra, knowing damn well that they had to try to contest P1 because Luminosity were about to be getting themselves over 30 points on that hill. Definitely don't want to be seeing that. They flipped out the spawns just in the nick of time. A lot of time here as far as P2 is concerned. The way that Kagendra are kind of manipulating over by P2, they got the close spawns. Can they fully break in?
Yeah, really tough back and forth right here. Fran at least able to provide some entryway over towards the scaffolding side. Spawns will also be moved just a touch. LG spawning out. Kagendra an opportunity to kind of reinforce, and a good shutdown as there was a pinch coming through the backside of the hard point. Now it's all about taking it upstairs. Good kills from LG, holding on with just the last couple of players. Operators also at the ready if they need it, but have not hit the trigger yet. And with Fran's double, that'll be enough for Kagendra to get the break with still 18 seconds to fight.
Now we start rotating over towards P3 and 4. This is your first look at a Money Hill as far as takeoff is concerned. If you are new to Call of Duty Mobile and for Hardpoint specifically, and as you already pointed out, these operators might just be popped just to be able to really sway the decision as far as who's going to get the upper hand as far as this time is concerned. You have Luminosity already controlling inside the hill. Kagendra from the outside looking in, looking for the break.
Yeah, looking really solid. War Machine out, that will suffocate the front doors. Kagendra need to make a decision here. Are you going to rotate through mid-map and try to hit this from the top side of the map, or will you take your losses and try to just get in and find a way to get scrappy? And at the moment, it looks like they're really not finding any success anywhere. Reef was able to put the Sparrow into play, but doesn't quite find as much value as he was hoping for to try to break down this setup. Follow-up off the respawn, decent. Kagendra, at least a chance to go neutral and 50-50 the hard point, but Band swings things back. Purifier in hand will once again push Kagendra back, and LG continue to get some more time.
And you like this. I mean, relatively inexpensive if you are Luminosity. You're already in possession of the hard point. Band here with the Purifiers, able to at least keep them at the doors, and then swaps right back to the SMG, being able to find himself a last few kills. Could potentially be the last lap. This was the money hill that LG set themselves up for at the end of P2. And again, the rotation from 3 to 4, not exactly a long one. Only have one player over here. It will be Reef, and so long as he can try to stay alive, it should buy enough time for his teammates to come help things out.
It's scrappy, man. It's scrappy, but LG have these small advantages here and there. Even operator across the board for both sides. Annihilator out for Fran, trying to find a way to use this to block off the rotation, and as he feels like he can't find anything, he tries to take it indoors. That doesn't work out whatsoever. Washi on the other side, now punishing the spawns of Kagendra, getting just outside the hill and one-shotting just about everything. Eventually shut down. Kagendra with numbers, looking for their next break attempt. Tech waiting patiently. Sparrow just trying to be used to block out the front door, and yep, he does shut down Clove with one of those bolts. And then again, LG finding ways to keep themselves in the hard point. Much cleaner on their holds today so far.
Absolutely, and it's kind of a reference to what we saw all the way back in Seattle. This is the Luminosity gaming on hardpoint that we come to expect. You pull out an operator, we'll answer one back in kind and find more value with it as well, forcing the hand out from Kagendra just to try to work their way back in to find any semblance of time.
Yeah.
We walked over towards P3. Kagendra had about 30 points or so. In between 3 and 4, 2 money hills. Luminosity walk away with the lion's share of all that time. 130 to 49 into the second set we go.
And it's not even just that the operator usage was so clean from LG. They've also been able to stretch a couple of players into some score streaks. In particular, these Pred missiles here, Envy and Tech having earned 2 of them. And both will be spent here on rotation. Neither will really find much of anything. Sure, Zen will drop, but ultimately speaking, maybe that value that we were just praising doesn't really come through, especially on a hard point that's usually 50-50. Feels like a strange time to call that in.
Like, especially for a Predator missile, a double Predator missile at that. I mean, should you go up against any trophies whatsoever, you want to be able to at least use one, get rid of the trophy, the next one for some kills, but most importantly for some money hill spawns going over towards 2 or 3. Another Predator missile going to be invested. That time it will come out from Clove. It's going to take out Band. That opens up a lot of space, at least on the hard point. And let's be frank here, Kagendra need is all the time they can possibly find.
Yeah, very much so. And I will say, in terms of trying to find a way to chip back into leads, getting some good time on scrappy hard points that you expect to be 50-50 is exactly what you're looking for. So for Kagendra, still the deficit not as healthy as you would like, but the problem here is not necessarily what happens on P1. Can you get yourself into a good, solid position to actually get a whale of amount of time here on the second hard point? And as they start to rotate early, they do get largely shut down. Clove trying to hold things together, but LG are all over the top side of the map, and that will be enough to earn them spawns and also have a chance to reinforce as the time opens up.
Spawns on 2 different sides, players on 2 different sides for LG. P2 has now opened up, and spawns are still a little bit haywire, but LG, I mean, we've seen through countless times on takeoff, they are so comfortable playing inside of the hard point. It comes down to Kagendra to make the move with these close spawns. Numbers now subsiding in their favor, but still not fully broken in.
Have to find a way to break this here if you're Kagendra. Reef able to open things up with a triple. Fennec up top, just trying to go back and forth between the windows and the staircase, but Fake surprises him. Trade is in. And there's a little bit of a space here between the next hit for LG, so Kagendra will be good to get another 10 to 15 seconds at least for free. Next hit on the way though, and LG just kind of overwhelmed from the scaffolding. Claw out to support this for Vague, and that is just so darn simple. To be fair, there wasn't much at the ready for Kagendra, but Vague really punishes them here, and that will be enough for them to get above 170.
It's what you get for having such a steep leader's advantage going in towards the second set for Luminosity. You can make the first move because every single operator that you pulled out needs to be open back up from Kagendra in kind to be able to find significant time plus some extra. 177 to 85. Into P3 we go, and wouldn't you know it, LG again have the rotation anew.
Yeah, and you have to pull things out right now if you're Kagendra. You cannot allow LG to get early time here, otherwise the game will be too far out of reach. Reef, another double. He's been good to kind of open the door here for his squad. War Machine out for Zed. LG just trying to hold on to the doorways where they can. V6 also from the opposite side, just trying to spam things out with the claw, and eventually the damage is dealt to allow Kagendra a chance to get in and contest, but Washi beats it with an Annihilator! and he's gonna go for 3. More possibly on the way. What a shot from Washi. Fran shuts him down, but it feels like the damage has been dealt as LG once again get right back into the hard point, and they can put this well out of reach.
Doesn't exactly help things out when Clove pulls out a Sparrow, takes himself out of commission as well. I mean, these are the answers that you want to be able to see from Kingedra. The same thing that Luminosity has been finding the answers for the operators being pulled in the first set. It's nowhere to be found for Kingedra. Luminosity threatening to put Kingedra in the 100-point club as the rotation towards New is about to be upon us.
I think those that followed along from Season 4 of North America, when you see LG on takeoff, you think about that Tribe game. That was an anomaly, an absolute outlier, as LG are dominating here early. Fran Annihilator out, just trying to do something to make life punishing as we start to rotate back over towards the 4th hill, but Ban gets behind it, finds himself not just 2, but 3. Maybe possible for more, and that's another Sparrow that gets completely obliterated. LG, ice cold to start things off here on day 1.
War Machine from Envy, keeping everybody at bay. Have to work your way through these very narrow choke points, and somehow, some way, they've actually worked their way in. Hold on a second. Ban was able to at least pull out a Purifier. And Kingedra have fully broken in. They've shut down the operators at 100 points now.
LG maybe put the foot off the gas just a touch here, kind of throwing some operators in, saying, all we need is 11 points. We'll find it by using these, and maybe a little bit of lack of discipline keeps Kingedra alive a little while longer. LG still finding a chance to get a couple of extra seconds before this last hard point ends. Keep your eye number 5 in yellow. Washi trying to hit a flank early over towards the top of P2 as the rest of the team starts to funnel in towards Statue side, and that extra little bit of space should allow LG a really good look over the top of this first hard point to give themselves their last 8 points. Fran, a double, keeps things mixy. Hard point opens. Nobody in for now, but LG closer will find a way to sneak themselves right on in. And all this is get down, find a couple of the last seconds, and it should just be a matter of fact at this point that LG will win map 1-1.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just 2 seconds required. You're forced just to try to contest. Bake pulls out the claw. This has a final handful of nails in the coffin. 250 to 120. A statement to be made, to say the least. Luminosity Gaming, your #1 team globally. The majority of them winning world championships just last year. What we got to see in Seattle comes as no surprise here in the opening map of day number 2 here at Worlds 23.
Yeah, and I think that there's something to be said. Again, best of 3s yesterday, so we didn't necessarily get a chance to kind of feel out what everyone's preferences were going to be after about 2 months of hiatus, going from Season 4 into this World Championships, because we just didn't get a chance to see what they would have picked for a second hardpoint or a second Search and Destroy. So I think there's going to be some mental gymnastics that are happening in the veto selection for both of these 2 teams, no matter who they are, as we go through the entirety of the day, kind of trying to feel out, hey, this is what they liked from a couple of months ago, but this is what they played yesterday. And Takeoff was a map that I wasn't 100% sure if LG were going to feel confident enough to pick it, just knowing that Apocalypse was going to be off the table. Would they maybe try to find their way into an Arsenal if they had the chance to? But it does look like their Takeoff is feeling pretty comfortable based on what we saw right there.
Fundamentally strong. As far as slaying, also very strong. We got to see them realistically pull themselves back into where they previously were. Again, as you talked about that matchup versus Tribe, an anomaly to say the least in Seattle, but this is the confident Luminosity that we've come to know and expect. And again, the way that you have to put it in perspective for Luminosity specifically is that their picks are going to be a little bit more targeted to the team that they're actually going up against. You have to feel confident versus Kingedra and a handful of other Eastern teams, because quite frankly, there's only one other North American team in this top 8 to be able to take them down on Takeoff, and you can see it right there in the slays. Envy having himself a whale of a game, 33 and 26, 38 kills coming out from Band as well. Washi also dropping a 30 bomb. The only one that didn't drop 30 was Vague, but his job was definitely felt across the entirety of the map. Wonderfully done as far as an objective play is concerned there on map #1.
Absolutely. And I think overall, you know, kind of reflecting back on some of the points we just make here, is LG's a tough team to plan for, because they'll play anything kind of like you were alluding towards there in a moment. It just comes down to, how do you figure out how to take like the least amount of damage, right? Like, you kind of have to strategically say, what is our best opportunity to square up against them? Yeah. And I will say, like, again, just to kind of reflect and go super deep diving in towards the map selections, I actually do like that Kingedra looked at this and said, we don't want to play Luminosity's Apocalypse, not with Tech in the lineup at least. So they have to get rid of it. And when you make a choice like that, where you're vetoing out not your worst, but another team's best, you find yourself in this position of like, boy, I hope they don't pick X, Y, or Z. And Takeoff, I don't think was the most comfortable map just based on Kagendra's history. So it definitely felt like Luminosity did a nice job in the hardpoint vetoes to kind of set themselves up for success in the 1 and the 4.
Yep, and it's actually funny because both Shift and I, last night, we were going over a lot of these picks, bans, and vetoes, thinking about what could possibly be the outcome for a lot of these different best of 5s that we have on our cards here today for Saturday. And when you look at Luminosity, they have everything played in one way, shape, or another. At least 1 to 2 per map and within the combo. I don't think they necessarily care what they're going to be playing, but they're definitely going to be feeling targeted. Hippo is definitely one to do his homework to make sure that every single series that they're going to play going forward will feel rather targeted to make sure that they are comfortable, because it's just about everything that they should feel comfortable with at this point in time. But looking from the other team's perspective to your point, it needs to be where you feel most comfortable. Play what is best for you and against what is going to be out of this world of an experience against Luminosity, because they do obviously have their better maps, but you need to be playing your best if you're taking on the King.
And that said, perfect segue. We've got Express coming up next. That was the selection, I believe, of Kagendra, because Tunisia would be map 5, and that's like Luminosity's playground. So
yeah,
this is, like you mentioned, if they were to find a way to get to Game 5, which is what it feels like would have to happen if Kagendra were to have a chance here, this is almost a must-win. I don't see them reverse sweeping LG, so you know what? I'm not even going to just flirt with it. This is a must-win match for them.
You have to, absolutely. Yesterday, they went 1-1 as far as Express is concerned. They lost it to Q9-07, and they were able to win it versus TLE. As far as offense is concerned for Kagendra, losing themselves a handful of numbers, it's just Zen left alive. What can he possibly do in the situation?
Well, there was an isolation moment right there. Lots of fireworks over towards B off the get-go. Leads us down to a 1v1. Scope out for Washi. Zen, AR in hand, trying to move around the backside of the map. He actually may just walk right behind Washi here if he checks this corner, which he doesn't. Goes in instead towards Ticket.
Oh.
And I beg your pardon, I said AR. He's got a shotgun, he's got an ARM in his hand. So this is all about, can he just continue to finesse between these staircases? This has to be a B plan, it just has to be.
It's like the duality in between two weapons right now.
Exactly.
Sniper versus a KRM. That's why he's gonna go and try to keep things as close range as possible. Washi has so much that he has to check, but the timing doesn't work out in his favor. Got to be right behind him.
All these footsteps are being heard, and it looks like now finally it has been seen, but oh, no! I was about to say, the shotgun at that range may as well be a potato launcher, because it's not gonna hit all that hard, and a quick bounce back. Easy shot for Washi.
I don't care what range you're at, sir. A potato gun probably is gonna hurt.
But it's not gonna kill you. Well, maybe it will.
Well, yeah, I don't
Not that one. That
no,
one
not that one. No, not that one. It's
like marshmallow launcher, how about that?
Yeah, there you go. Like a little yellow potato launcher. Back over towards the offense again. Trying to maneuver their way over towards A. There's so much space that has to be cleared, and you can see how Luminosity are playing this defensively, just essentially for retake. They have all of mid control.
Another first blood from Washi through the middle of the map here, so it allows the SMGs to feel a little bit more freedom, of which Vague capitalizes on very nicely. 3v5 situation, Kagendra in trouble. You see one on the cross, and gave Zen a conversation, put it that way. LG trying to reset. Kagendra does well to execute on some discipline, see if they can kind of feel out any more overextensions, of which Fran was able to find Vague, but he's on the wrong side of the receiving end of that. And that's enough here for the numbers for Luminosity just to completely dominate every stretch of this map positioning-wise.
And look how annoying this position is for all of Luminosity left alive in this 2v4. They're essentially pinched around server. They're forced to take the high ground. Smoke will, of course, blossom out to the side of Planters, but you're now trapped inside a lock because Luminosity don't want you there no more.
Fan coming up from the top side of tower will help Envy, no, not really help them, but they were right there with each other to kind of clean out lockers, which is where the last two members were. So defensively speaking, First Blood's looking good for LG, and they're turning it into not just an early 5v4, they're turning it into 5v3s and 5v2s almost immediately afterwards. So quick conversions off of that early contact for LG.
Just how quick they're able to dissect the information. This time it's all over towards B through the middle of the map. First Blood over towards B.
Here we go.
Numbers now are in favor of Kagendra.
Love it. Little split hit to kind of isolate the B site defensively. LG stuck inside a Ticket with that hit through mid simultaneously as the heavy stack through the staircase comes through. So now they avoid Washi's scope early, get the opening contact that looked much more favorable over the top of this B site, and the bomb will get planted. 4v2 post plant. LG kind of working this a bit isolated at the moment. Tech trying to see what he can find over towards monitors, of which he doesn't see too much, but does open the door for Washi to isolate a corner. Good first shot, tries to spam and won't find any connections as V6 will now absolutely wreck things over towards the monitors, getting the last 2 kills, and Kagendra gets on the board.
A little bit of a pace differential this time. It goes over towards B. To your point, they also hit the middle alley as well, and through that very long haul, there was nobody from Luminosity realistically trying to stop them. Great team shots coming through for Kagendra to finally get themselves on the board. Keep up this pace, y'all, because it is exactly what you need. This time they're going to be taking their virtues over towards A, 5 players strong.
Now Washi doesn't see this on the crossover through the train tracks. He's going to be late to get here to support. It's all down to what Fake can find, and by himself, he's not able to do too much besides a little bit of chip damage, which Kagendra will shrug off and now take to the rest of this round a numbers advantage, 5v4. Question here is, they're not going to know what's behind them with all 5 members stacking over towards A, so they have to commit to this. And oh, that nade, bad geometry off the top of the bomb site, doesn't connect for anything, and now Ban may be thinking, wait, are they actually here? Because that nade doesn't hit anything at all.
And as you can see, player number 3 for Kagendra has to continuously turn around because the flank is still open. You have numbers. Bomb being planted at A, though, forcing Luminosity to come to them.
Washi is hitting that flank, scope in hand. LG starting to take a couple of small steps forward. Washi gets one on the backside. Again, it's still being honestly holed by Kagendra. Keep an eye on V6 to see if he can find good contact while the rest of LG work on cleaning things up. Washi trying to get involved, pistol behind him. Play through lockers, not going to work out either. LG are coming up with nothing. Envy, last one left alive, and he is stuck top tower in this 1v3. Nowhere to go, no way to get down to the bomb, and 2 very clean rounds from Kagendra. Love it.
Yep. Fantastic. I mean, the way that Luminosity are committed, at least for that defense, getting first blooded the way that they did, they're forced to almost play in those longer lines of sight, but the coverage is there, especially from lockers, where the bomb is going to be planted from. It's on that side, so you can't necessarily stop it from happening. Great 2-round response coming through from Kagendra, now taking their virtues back over towards B.
Ceremonious nades being exchanged, bottom side at B. Brief first blood. Again, this seems pretty dictated that Kagendra just want to stay away from the scopes of LG. Washi still finds a way to get involved. The Tech getting aggressive with the growl. Cleans things up through the terminal. And so now bomb is dropped, and Kagendra are all over the map. Fran doing what he can to try to keep this hopeful, but I mean, that was such an opening spree of dominance from LG defensively.
Yeah, it sure was. Not going to fool them twice over on B now, are you? Oh, Fran. That's a little 1v3 to start off here on Saturday. Well, he's not going to be able to find the first over inside of departure. So, all good as far as the response is concerned coming through from Luminosity, and that's exactly what you need to be able to showcase as a championship caliber team. Being able to read and adapt to what did work previously for Kagendra. That B hit's not going to work anymore. They have to take a different approach if they want to try it again.
This is a crucial round. I know it's early, but this is a crucial round for Kagendra. Their opening playbook didn't work out so well. Their adaptations started to find some success. Can you find more opportunities on your last offense? Oh, messy fight through ticket. SMGs of LG come out on top. Trades though, as Fran's able to double up late into this hit through ticket. Steps away from Tech and then wants the battle. Not quite able to commit fully towards it as the job has mostly been done for Kagendra. You've gotten control of the B site. You know that Tech is playing nearby. Do they see him on the cross? Yes, they do. Important information here as B6 will be able to get the bomb planted. We're going to go 3v2 post plant.
It's going to be a long flank coming through from Tech, clearing away these longer hallways. Surely do, but the way that you're setting up this retake your Luminosity, there's a lot of isolated 1v1s that need to go down before you take this bomb back.
Tech by himself, and oh, he's going to have line of sight advantage here, depending on the timing of when he peeks this. He's waiting for Washi to go first. There's the check, and yeah, Tech doesn't miss a bullet.
Way.
Now over towards Washi's direction. He's the next one into contact, and Reef will put him down. Just down to Tech for the 1v2. Time becoming an issue with 15 seconds on the clock, and Tech will not get through. So a 3-3 half, and a supremely important round there for Kagendra.
It sure is, yeah. I mean, at the half, you're able to keep things even. Stevens going in towards the defensive side. It mostly just comes down to what LG are going to be able to put together as far as their offense is concerned. Almost a 1v3 coming through from Tech. From the long hallway, got his isolated 1v3s, but couldn't get to the cover. Offense for Luminosity. Gonna be split affair through the middle of the map, sending one player to look at A, while the bomb is maneuvering its way towards B.
Yeah, M6 got naded off. There was no way he can get his scope up to help out with that initial push. So it's gonna have to be retake here at B. Reef able to take advantage of one who got too overextended. Fake tries to get the trade and will eventually find it, but it comes at a cost. Washi drops simultaneously as that kill came through. Post plant setup, Fake looking to get aggressive over towards Bridge, has the player 1 HP. Zen just trying to get the regen off, boxing gloves around, and Fake gets put down. Huge kill for Kagendra. Now the retake starting to come through. Last two members for LG sitting right on top of the bomb site. Tech trying to spam it out. Helps out for damage for Envy to follow up, but it's not enough. And the retake is good for Kagendra taking their first lead.
I love the play from Vague to be able to get that upper hallway area until he overchowed. And that is some of the egotistical maneuvers that we've seen from Luminosity that loses them some rounds. That loses them some maps, to be completely candid with you.
Yeah.
You have the damage, hold the space. There's no need just to slide on in and just give away a free kill when you know the fight is majorly going on over at the bomb site. So big first round on their defensive half for Kagendra. They now have the lead.
This time, Kagendra's defense a little more heavy-handed over towards B, not just on the bottom side, but there's a couple of players that could play this through staircase. Vague Band open things up, Envy following up. It's a 3-for-1 exchange favoring LG's offense. B6 over the backside of Terminal, doesn't connect and can't get away, and a quick round for LG gets us back to 4-piece.
I was about to say, that is as ceremonious of an LG S&D round as you could possibly have drawn up. Everybody's just being able to find the kills. They double hit across info, and they're able to isolate a handful of players for Kagendra, at least looking for trades. Pretty damn clean, if you ask me. So now the offense is going to take it as a flip, playing to the heads of Kagendra, who wanted all this B control in through mid. Realistically going to have to be a retake if they can't stop this A-bomb from being planted.
Yep. Can they stay away from Washi's scope while trying to maneuver across the middle of the map? That will be the big question here as the bomb will start to get planted. Me6 hoping he can find something lingering over towards B, but little do they know, there's nothing home. Full surround starting to come through for Kagendra. 2 from one side, 2 from the other, Me6 in the middle. Now the hit for the retake on the way. First blood good for Envy. Locker stays clean. Washi kind of going back and forth between both sides, and LG's post plant is dealing with all of this, and it's dealing with it cleanly. Me6 again empty from some really easy shots, and that'll be enough for LG to just very casually get their 5th round of the board.
I mean, that was the easiest post plant I think I've ever seen over there on Express. You had everything being watched, surely, but I mean, the flank was dealt with, players trying to rush through the front, sure, why not? The train also being locked down. Just where Kagendra started off this half wonderfully, Luminosity answered back with 2 strong. Now just 2 rounds away from taking a 2-0 lead.
Delayed hit for LG over towards the A site. Kagendra looking to get aggressive in towards lockers. Will this be predicted at all? It's a decent setup for Crossfire. And LG are staying away from it, playing through train, so there is a chance for Clove to do some damage. He does get flashed, so he's got to back off, and the timing was good, but again, it's another moment where Kagendra have LG on the ropes, and it takes maybe a little bit too long to follow up on the kills. Still, it comes through for Kagendra. It's laborious, but it works out, as now just Tech and Washi once again find themselves in the 2v multiple.
With Clove constantly being up through top server, you feel like that you do have to have this push if you are Washi. The biggest issue, of course, is that he has a sniper and a pistol. As cracked as he is, can't get the lockdown. It's up to Tech now for a 1v multiple situation.
It'd be a 1v4. Bomb needs to be collected, but he does have just under 60 seconds to play. So lots of time in the clock to finesse this. Doesn't have to sprint forward to make too many sound cues if he doesn't want to. No utility, though, to play with. His nade's gone. His trophy's gone. And here comes the first dangerous check, and that will be the one that gets him. Really good stuff right there from Kagendra. Again, it feels like they're looking at these opening gunfights, it's like, oh, they should be pulling away with these no problem, and it takes us a little bit longer than you would like, but at least this time they're able to follow up and get us to a tied 5-5 game.
Hesitation in search and destroy specifically for Express going to get you caught out more than anything with the longer lines of sight, though I do love that adaptation for Kagendra, having at least a player inside of A. Luminosity looking to call their bluff, though. They're going right back aggressively towards A.
Nade's trying to go over towards tower side. Looks like LG figured out what Kagendra's defensive setup here at A was. Problem is, they used a lot of utility and no one's home again. And this time, Kagendra are going to retake by way of taking the long flank. The only person watching this is Tech. He's going to be flat out overwhelmed. Can he get away with his life? No, he cannot. So now here comes the flood, all from the back. Nade's also landing as Washi gets taken down. The sniper rifle out of play. And more techs come through. Envy in trouble. And how about this? Kagendra say, we don't need to be all cute and fancy with our finesse. We'll just completely hit you and hit him with an uppercut. They did. That's going to be a 6-5 tally with a quick defuse. Kagendra a chance to take map 2.
1 round away from being able to do it on the defense, and honestly speaking, that is how you want to try to retake over by that A-bomb site from Kagendra's perspective, being able to utilize your numbers overwhelming rather than just trying to send your snipers and different individuals to just be isolated in 1v odd situations. Luminosity trying to switch the pace again over towards B, but Kagendra are here.
Reef over the top of the heady. No early contact from LG. They're on the other side of the staircase. Reef checks in, and Reef gets a double. A huge moment early, but LG battle back. Down to a 3v3. Help is on the way, but it's late. And in that process, LG clean all the kills up, and it leaves Fran by himself in a 1v3. Bomb will get collected by Tech. Fran trying to finesse as much as he possibly can. He's going to need to isolate someone, and he gets washing cleanly. Okay, hold on a second. Clock gets reduced to 44 seconds with the plant. Fran still holding the angle. Next check. Was that seen by Tech? Sure seems that way. Band is on the way to assist. Still a frag to play with off the reload on the Fennec. There's the check from LG. No worries, and we're going to overtime.
First round of overtime off of a fantastic push coming through from LG. They haven't really showcased that B push in quite some time, so definitely a respectable call coming through from them. Just trying to keep the pace honest for KG. Gonna be switching their sides here. Back over towards the offense. Didn't exactly go swimmingly for them until the latter half of the side swap. Nades over the top. They want this B side.
Once again, Kagendra trying to play defense or pretty offense from the staircase side. That works out nicely. LG were a bit caught off guard. Vague at least minimizes the damage by finding a follow-up double. So we'll go into a 3v3. Trophy deleted by Reef. Looks like the focus is still going to stay over towards this B site. Trying to find an opportunity deeper is Clove. Vague still holding. He's going to be your defensive point of contact if there is a B plant. And right now, it looks like Kagendra is still trying to figure out what exactly they want to do.
Even if they try to push through, Tech is currently watching for it. He is set up for it, and it seems that's what Kagendra want to try to do. And flipping the map can be a difficult one.
Yeah, that's the door closed immediately. Don't want to play through Tech. Although, Clove up top has caught a bit of timing. Could try to sneak around. They're trying to isolate Tech right now. They're waiting for Club to see if you can find him. I mean, this is a long game of Where's Waldo, and the longer that Tech goes unseen, the more Kagendra are going to feel like the opportunity to go to A is reduced. So now it's back over towards B. And whoa, Washi tried to get down low, almost had an angle, but quickly responded to by Reef. Vague trades, we get the 2v2. Backside monitors, Vague in trouble, but Tech has found a kill. Vague is just trying to delay some time while Tech tries to get here, and Reef is getting finessed with. He still can't find the kill. Off the reload, the slide comes through, but Tech is watching over the top. You have to take this fight, you have to take it now, and oh, the trade is there. What a level of finesse from Vague, just saying, help, SOS.
I mean, that is just the Vague special, isn't it? You give him one piece of cover, a fixture on a map, and he is just sliding around it, just being an absolute nuisance. And that is the teamwork overall that LG try to set themselves up for. Numbers advantage aside, just being able to keep Kagendra feeling trapped over by the B-bomb side. We will swap sides again. Luminosity now up on map point.
Quick hit. 4-man strong over towards A. Watching over the top of this is Reef and Clove. Sniper rifle is not a part of the play at the moment. That is Me6 playing towards B. Smoke will embellish the front side of the site. Quick plant possibly on the way. B6 trying to get some wall bang spam. It will not connect, but it actually shrugs LG back to touch. Here comes an early retake, but LG have kind of faked this. They've backed up. They've essentially allowed Kagendra to come right into the web. They've spun, and the kills are coming through. Band in the middle of the train. That will clean things out, no worries. And it's one of those, look at us, we're on the site, come take it. Never mind, no we're not, we're out of here. Easy kills, LG up 2-0.
That was dirty. I'm not gonna lie, like that's some nerdy expression coming out from a search and destroy on Express from Luminosity. It doesn't matter what the map is, but ultimately speaking, they use all their utility to act like, as you were talking about, to get onto planters, to get onto the A bomb site, of which they've shown, I want to say maybe 3-4 times offensively.
Yes.
And then they just pulled themselves back. They had a player at least working through the middle of the tunnels. They had a player inside the train, and most importantly, lockers in top server, just waiting for the smoke to completely dissipate. And when it did is the moment that they pounce and call game with a 2-0 lead.
And think about it. I mean, you're bringing up the point perfectly, but like, actively listen to what this is, because Kagendra, like you mentioned, they were happy to give A away throughout all the regulation defense, and then they were saying, we're going to play retake. Once they tried it with a little 2-2 split, that didn't work out as well. The other times, they did it by full flooding, either from the front or around the back. And this time, LG says, let's show them that we're taking A, and then never mind. Get out of there, hold some good power positions, and it essentially feels like Kagendra's the team playing offense into a 5-man LG defense at the end. Tech, a monster game, though, 16-8. Mercy.
I mean, it is just a deep cut coming through, and this is, again, why you talk about Tech inside of the lobby here for LG when it comes down to search and destroy. Express isn't exactly a map where you will see consistency as far as double snipers are concerned, but Tech with the Growl is just an absolute force to be reckoned with. You can see exactly why Luminosity has put some stonks into the Tech market. and that is exactly why LG were finding themselves in a 2-0 lead. Look, Kagendra, we said that it was going to be a must-win for map number 2. Yeah. It's not looking too good that they have to reverse sweep LG now, world's number 1.
No, definitely not. I feel like as much as the map pool is not unfamiliar to Kagendra's history,
sure,
it is a little unfamiliar to them in the tournament this week.
That's right.
They haven't played any Crossroads Control, which is what's coming up next. They only played a single Hacienda Hardpoint, which was one of their most played through Stage 4, but it didn't really give us much confidence. I think they were 3 and 4 overall throughout their Stage 4 and CDFI, so not a convincing map by any stretch of the imagination. And even though we kept saying that Kagendra needs to get to map 5, even that doesn't look great because it's Tunisia. So yeah, trying to reverse sweep on 3 maps that you may be familiar with but don't have a lot of success on, it doesn't really bode a lot of confidence, I think, in the conversation, especially with how LG's playing today.
These next 3 maps, should we end up seeing the 4 and 5 from Kagendra's POV, it feels like Reliable has now come back, where they have spent so much time on. But you go back to the conversation again for Luminosity, every single map pick, more or less, give or take a few within each mode, feels right at home for them.
Agreed.
There's not a combination of a map or mode that they have not played, have not practiced, and at one point or another looked phenomenal on.
Sure, and I think that's the bigger point. Let's just go ahead and throw the assumption because they're 2-0 up, not because of anything else.
Not because of anything else.
Not because they're, you know, a super team or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But there's really maybe one map on each mode that they're uncomfortable with.
Sure.
At worst. And
so get rid of it.
You could get rid of it.
Yep.
Absolutely. Or you kind of evaluate, is our worst map also one of their bad maps? So we just take away their best one and then just see what happens and kind of flip a coin, because they're not unfamiliar to doing that either. So it's going to be tough, I think, just to set yourself up for success against this LG team because of how fluid they are across every map mode combo.
It's a terrifying thing, man. And this is why, again, we constantly just paint this picture. We started off yesterday bright and early, and we continuously talk about it. They have a target on their back for a reason. You come for the Kings, you best not miss. That is this Luminosity Gaming roster.
Yeah, unless the Kings are the Kings for BU, in which case they didn't win a map. So.
Was that necessary?
Sorry. Had to throw it out.
Haven't they already been through enough? They were here all day yesterday, didn't win a map, and you just had to call them out like that on Saturday?
Sorry, they did win a map. I forgot they beat Otaka.
Oh, okay. All right.
Not bad.
Good catch.
JK, Otaka. It's JK in Spanish. But here we go. Crossroads, Control. It's been a playground for LG. They love to just get right at you. See if they can do it here. They will be starting things off on the defensive side. Opening focus for Kagendra will be happening over towards A. A couple of nice kills here early, actually. They're going to get a little bit of control over through fire and stop the clock with the first tick of progress locked at A. Okay, don't listen to us. We don't know what we're talking about. Kagendra looking smooth off this opening offense.
This is a map mode combination that is given taken by Slays, but it's all about the right kills at the right time, and really good setups as far as Crossroads are concerned will flip life lead back into your favor continuously. Over by the A control zone, at least you're able to get that first segment, but the retake has already come through.
Keep your eye on Clove. #1 in yellow, already in LG spawn, but they're aware of this, and they will flush him out pretty darn quickly. Okay, so good awareness from LG, and it really doesn't come at much of a cost. Because on the other side, Band is still in a defensive position to watch over the top at A, which, for what it's worth, I thought they had captured the second tick of progress. It was just barely not captured, so depletion comes through because that tick was not fully secured. And now all of a sudden, shoes on the opposite foot. Kagendra down 3 lives, clock continues to tick away, and the focus is a bit split on the map here for the Garena team.
3 life lead, not terrible, but now you're getting deeper and deeper into this round. And you need to try to get this extra 60 seconds. It's realistically the only way that Kagendra can have for themselves to be able to convert not only more segments, but potentially the round as well.
And Band is not feeling comfortable enough to get this challenge yet. He wants a little bit more assistance as soon as the smoke dissipates, and here comes the peak. Shut down, Kagendra, reducing the life gap just a touch. Wash you over the top of the growl, makes life difficult as Vague gets pushed right forward with a shotgun. That'll be enough to once more pause progress on the third tick. Focus for Kagendra all over the map and still not able to come out on top of the gunfights. 5 in a row for Envy, working on a very early Predator missile. And depending on how the end of this round goes, this could be key towards LG also getting advantage of their operators next round. And at the moment, they are destroying Kagendra's final few lives.
There is no point of contest, you would feel like, for Kagendra. They're down to their last 4 lives, up against the 11. Any sort of resource is going to be good. There's Envy at least collecting for his operator coming into the next round. You give them an inch, they turn it into a country Walmart. Trades to at least speak of. Last player alive is going to be Fran. and he was going to be nowhere to be found. So a single segment of progression found over by A, albeit from a great opening breakoff by Kagendra. But that's the one thing that we realistically don't really see on Crossroads is how teams deal with losing the opening breakoff. Luminosity looked great.
And now LG off of their offensive attempt will have 2 operators right off the get-go if they want it. Equalizers were out for Fake, but he gets immediately shut down. So Reef does his job and then some, getting a double. Big moment there. Envy has not committed his operator to the mix yet. And with that double, Reef says time for the Sparrow. Only getting 1 kill with it though. So again, kind of mitigating the efficiency of these early operators. Nice moment from Clove, be able to at least go 1 for 1. Defense still stays in control of A, but off the respawn, LG takes their eyes over towards the B zone, but they can only stay there for a brief moment as now Ban tries to get to work with the Purifier over on the A zone, and he's gonna take down 3 early.
Disgusting. And look at the immediate control as well that is across the map. You have not only just 1 player on the A zone capturing that first segment, B is about halfway through the second segment. There's still a minute on the board. Ban overextending there with the Purifiers, gonna finally get cut down, but it allows Vega to get inside of fire here with the R9-0.
Yeah, and we've got progress happening on both zones at the same time. 2 ticks of progress locked on either of the 2. And Kagendra need to make a decision here. War Machine will bail them out. Looking for not just clearance of the zones, but also a bit more forward defensive pressure, and it's working out very, very nicely. Kagendra, 4 life lead. More still to come as Zen continues to connect with the War Machine. Taking it into spawn, eventually oversteps his bounds, and LG will stabilize a touch. And ooh, on top of that, they do shut down the Purifier after only 2 kills come through. I say only, but that's a key tool to re-clear zones if LG can find their way back onto either.
The life lead, you feel like that you just have to try to keep them at bay. Annihilator out from Fran. He's making sure that the catwalk is cleared out. The Hunter Killer drone is also clearing away from the tanks. So you realistically know this is all coming down towards B.
Yeah. Smoke will come through. Washi also holding with the Annihilator. That will be enough for the extra 60 seconds to get added with the capture at B. 11 plays 9. Kagendra could only, really at this point, hope they can hold on to this last tick of progress at A. Couple of good kills on transition. Grows that life deficit now to a 9v5, and oh yeah, in the spawn go Kagendra. Sure, LG will get through kind of this defensive setup with Washi playing around the back, but the damage has already been dealt. Now it's just down to finding where Washi had gone off to, and Kagendra will at least stabilize his defense, but it does come at a cost with 2 ticks here at A, plus the full B capture coming through for LG.
And the reason why we constantly talk about this coming through with the 5 segments comparatively to the 1 that Kagendra were able to get, albeit for Kagendra being able to find those 2 segments, is that it's going to come down to round 5 defense, which you guessed it, when it comes down to control, probably the preferred side because you get that that 6th player on your team, aka the time clock. So Kagendra had themselves a really good opening break on their previous offensive attempt, doesn't help about things out. When Reef takes himself out of commission to start things off, it's a flawless opening for LG.
Absolutely perfect start here from LG, and now they've got themselves essentially right at the front doors of the spawn for Kagendra. Fake just gonna dance with the R9 for a while. Swaps it over to a Grau. He's gonna have an opportunity just to sit here and hold the angle, and Kagendra need to find some exit. B6 is gonna pull out the sniper rifle, just trying to find some sort of an opener. This is not quite working out as well as you'd like. 27 plays 18, only 50 seconds left on the clock. Finally, some breathing room off the spawn here for Kagendra, but a lot of work to be done. And it looks like the focus will start to head over towards the A site, but LG off their respawn, right back in the mix. The defense once again establishes control.
Hey, you just feel like that this round's already lost.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a 10 life lead. You'd have to come out of the spawn and just be flawless for 2 gunfights in a row, which is so much easier said than done. 30 seconds remains on the clock. You already have 1 player of Envy that's pushing all the way up to pinch out this push that is currently manifesting over at A.
Yeah, and LG's retake over at A is perfect. And the only thing to really keep our eye on from here on out is, does Kagendra make any mistakes of pulling out operators here? Can't see it, can't have it happen.
No.
Ban, sniper rifle in hand. Just kind of getting finessed over through the snow alley. And okay, 3 go down. Chance maybe to stack as this clock has stopped. You've got Zen over on B, at least for a time. Cats are cursing it all over the place. Envy will clean things up. 17 plays 4. This round will come to a very anticlimactic finish, but LG going to feel really comfortable, and I think now is the proper time to tally up what is available going into the next round. You've got a Predator missile for Washi, 2 operators at the ready for LG. Definitely things that could lead them towards winning an offensive round, you think?
One would argue, yes, absolutely. A Predator missile to be able to open things off, to be able to get you so much space to get inside the woodworks for these buildings, to pull out some of these operators. I mean, if you paint the picture beautifully, it might just come out and be an offensive round. If you are LG, could be a 3-0 to start the day. Only time will tell. Opening breakoff is everything when it comes down to control. Purifier to start things off the ban.
Oh, but
hold
very
up.
early call for that.
Yeah.
The solo Sparrows will take down both Vague and Band, with also tallying Washi. So, okay, flawless start here for Kagendra's defense. LG holds on to their garage, at least for a small time. Pred Missile getting called in. It will at least land down to 1. But all that does is just neutralize the life lead. It doesn't really get them too much space. LG on B for now. Looks like the first tick of progress will be comfortably locked. Band making sure no one plays over through the top side at Cliff. And with Washi supporting with the Annihilator, that may be enough to continue to put some pressure here at B.
Still looking at it, though. I mean, Washi with this Annihilator has 3 shots left. We'll put a pin in how that opening breakoff was, but Luminosity still very much so in the driver's seat. Kagendra still have operators left to be played. It's up to Luminosity if this goes to a round 5 defense to try to get as many of these out, let alone try to close it out here.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here for Kagendra is if you can feel like you've got a solid foothold, don't spend too much. You're going to need something for round 5. And Washi just goes to a little bit of a prone shot and shuts down Fran's Annihilator, only allowing him to get a single kill. Meanwhile, LG, not just the kills impressive, but the focus over towards B continues to be an issue. Reef getting a double, gives Kagendra a chance to do some spawn trap in. No, just in the nick of time before that third tick gets captured. Kagendra will reclaim it. 15 plays 13. Band, after that quick Purifier off the get-go, he earned it back super fast. And that'll be enough for him to lock down things over towards Fire. LG taking their focus off respawn with 28 seconds onto the A zone.
You need to capture one of these zones if you want to try to end via kills. There's not enough time for you to be able to get all 11 of these kills, you would think, for Luminosity. War Machine is pulled out now for Envy. Currently controlling all through the catwalk as well, trying to bring it over towards the tanks as well. It's going to be A. The stack needs to be good.
Kagendra does not have anything left as Clove has popped his Purifier. He's trying to take it through mid-snow. Nade for B6 will land, and that's enough to reestablish the defense. A lot of time still on the clock, though. 9v6, and Clove oversteps. Purifier not going to land at that range, and here we go. Over towards B after the focus at A was just a little bit too late for Kagendra. Now you've got a couple of players on. They're stacking for it, and oh my goodness, LG just literally dive out of the point, and that stack allows them to get that third tick of progress. 3-1 the count on the map, 3-0 in the series.
It was the worst case scenario that we already drew up for Kagendra. They saw Luminosity pulling out a handful of their operators utilizing their utility, so they felt required that they had to do the same. Once Luminosity knew that they had their pockets completely emptied, it just came down to a quick execution over towards B where they only needed a single segment, backed up by Tex Sparrow, and they got the job done with the stack suit to follow.
Yeah, this was one of those series that kind of, you know, I went out on Twitter to throw out my predictions. I had this going 3-1, and the idea was I had Kagendra either having to win their hard point or win their search and destroy.
That's right.
And them going OT and Express, I think, is kind of the difference here of them being able to see extra maps. And like we said at the top, like, it's going to be tough to take 2 straight maps versus this LG team in any form.
Absolutely.
But not to come out and you know, hit on it too hard, but Kagendra, you know, they did well in the map veto process. It just comes down, I think, overall, the LG are here to play now.
Well, you'd certainly hope so after dropping a handful of maps yesterday and best of 3 throughout the entirety of Swiss. Going to OT versus LG is nothing to scoff at, but when it comes down to the respawns, I feel like when we go through a lot of these different replays here on the Crossroads Strike map number 3, you'll be able to see what makes this Luminosity team just the #1 global team in Call of Duty Mobile. Their decision making, their slaying, their understanding of where the operators kind of lie in wait for the enemy team and for themselves to be able to answer back in response, albeit a very interesting opening break in that final round, maybe getting a little over eager with the resources they had at their disposal. Still, in a deficit, they were still able to get the job done.
And I think the final point here for LG is these guys on Crossroads are so good at playing around the objective, where I feel like in the past, teams that have preferred seeing Crossroads like it because it essentially turns into a 30v30 TDM more often than not. So to see LG be able to capitalize an offensive round by sneaking away the A zone, get the extra 60, and all of a sudden there's a bit of panic and chaos where Kagendra's like, wait a second, they got that. And then, oh, wait a second, they're already on B. That's just real tough to see, I think, if you're facing up against LG, because their Crossroads is going to be a staple if they were to find a way to win a championship this weekend.
I mean, impressive performance across the board. LG moving through in our bracket, which means it's time for us to send it on over to FDOT at the main stage to see how they're feeling after that performance.
I'm chilling up here with Washi. Congratulations on the win. Talk to me a little bit about the performance. Map number 2 looked a little tough, but you brought it out. How did that one go?
So last night, you know, we talked as a group. We found out that our next opponent was Kagendra, and we were like, okay, so let's see what are their worst and best maps. So we figured out how they play. They would pretty much be really aggressive, but they ended up also being split apart as default. So if they push aside, game 2 S&D, they push aside, and if I see nobody, that means they 5-stack the side. That's a free site. And then we obviously taking care of them from there.
Hell yeah, man. It's a whole science. I think a lot of the fans don't realize how deep you guys get into it. And speaking of deep, you got a deep roster here. Different lineup on the server from stage 4 to stage 5 with Tectonic coming in. How does that affect the team?
Tectonic coming back, it makes the whole game a lot easier. It really does. It's just another me, holding my side, I'm holding his side. We're watching over our SMGs. He's sniping with me, or I'm sniping with him, vice versa. We're watching, we're getting the picks. Straightforward, yeah.
And then last bit, after the W, you ran off the stage. You got a lot of people here supporting you. Tell me about the family and the squad that out here yelling your name.
Oh, yeah. Look at my family, man. Yeah, they're coming here to support me. I really do thank them, bro. I love you guys. I love you.
Well, we love the performance. Shout out to the family. We love to see it all. Again, congratulations on the W. Still 2 more. Back to y'all at the desk.
The day started with wholesome, and I'm here for it. I'm back, and things are wholesome. Okay. Family in the crowd, telling his family he loves them for supporting him, and they got to watch a good match. I mean, yes, LG comes through. I think we kind of expected them to have a strong performance to kick off the day, but we saw some really good moments out of Kagendra too, especially in the S&D.
Yeah, and that was the biggest opportunity they would have had, I think, to extend the series. Kind of had to have it. And I think the thing for Kagendra is you can still hang your head really, really high. I mean, they went through a really tough opening Swiss. They got here into the top 8. They played up against what a lot of people are putting their horses on when it comes to winning a championship, and they really did battle pretty nicely. I mean, the takeoff got a little bit out of hand, kind of snowballed a little bit. Same thing can be said about the Crossroads, but I am impressed with what they did this weekend. I think they can definitely feel like they represented the region nicely.
That is probably the toughest part about facing LG. I can't tell you how many times we probably spun that up across all 3 maps that were being played. But again, I feel like that is the most important part for all the teams that are still alive in the single elimination bracket, is that you showed that this LG team could be vulnerable. It was just about a tied game going in towards P3, and it was going back and forth as far as search and destroy is concerned. There's openings for some teams to potentially take maps off of this roster this entire weekend.
Yeah, lots to be learned here, but LG move on through, and we need to move through our bracket, which means it's time for a short break for us. When we return, though, Standpoint versus Godlike in our second quarterfinals matchup of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack in Atlanta, Georgia. It is day 2 of our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship competition, and LG just moved forward in the first match of the day, continuing their run in the bracket on to our final day tomorrow. Not a surprising result, but exciting nonetheless. Back here on the desk, Glitter Shift, and now we've got Gil hanging out with us. You got to watch everything in the back. Tell me your reaction to the first match of the day.
It was interesting to see how Kajidra tried to play that against LG. I was talking to Shiv a second ago about that. I felt like they had a true opportunity of taking that game of search and destroy. Unfortunately enough, a few mistakes here and there. I feel like specifically Mystics could have done slightly better to help the squad. Unfortunately, that was not the case, but good and a valiant effort on their side. But LG, like you mentioned, no surprises there. Move to the next day.
Yeah, and that means that Kagendra at least finishes in that top 8. Today is our top 8 teams playing. If you missed yesterday, there were 16 teams. 8 had their names X'd out on our graffiti wall, and 8 are competing to become our top 4. LG now one of those teams moving forward, possibly making their way through to finals. And we're going to be moving through the bracket. Like we said before the break, the next match of the day will be Standpoint versus Godlike. We get to watch a little bit of East action here, so this should be very exciting.
Yeah, and I think the other point about this is Standpoint, China's number 3 team, did not have a good outing at CDFI, and all of a sudden it's like the second coming of SPG, because they looked great yesterday. And of course, the big storyline, Godlike gets to represent India for the first time in Champs. Love to see it.
Love to see it indeed. And in here tonight, like you mentioned, SPG did an amazing job from first day, now moving on to day number 2. But Godlike maybe not necessarily had the best opportunity to show themselves, as they didn't necessarily face teams that moved on to day 2. They didn't face teams, or they didn't beat teams that were onto the top 8, rather.
Good point.
They, I feel like, have an opportunity here tonight to move even further. I know it's not going to be an easy task. Like you mentioned, SPG did an amazing job yesterday. But Godlike has to prove to us that it wasn't necessarily just a fluke for them to get into day 2, but that they can actually move even further, jump from that top 8 right onto top 4.
Yeah, this would be a really solid opportunity to prove themselves to everybody here at home and everyone here in the convention center. While we're waiting for our teams to get set up, if you are hanging out with us, come stop by the booth and see what we've got going on, because things are progressing even faster than I thought they were. Tom sounds like he's ready on the main stage. Let's get match number 2 introed.
Our second quarterfinal set to start. 2 teams going head to head. The number 3 team out of China, a squad waiting to write their own story. Dressed in all white, say hello to Standpoint Gaming. Now on the right side of the stage is Team Godlike. They've been here before, but never this strong. A squad that has worked their way up and are waiting to reap the rewards. India's number 1 team. This is Godlike. And on the left-hand side, one more time, give it up for Standpoint Gaming. All right, competitors, take your seats. Take your seats, and it's time to go.
On the stage, ready to go. Let's start talking about these 2 teams. We're going to kick things off, starting with Standpoint. I'm excited to hear your thoughts on the squad.
Stamp, the thing about it was, and I'll put myself out there for the Wolves too, not the actual Wolves team,
we do have that.
But for the Wolves out there in the chat, I thought Standpoint was going to be the worst team here this weekend, flat out. Just based on how they looked at CDFI, they were not performing in Search and Destroy. Their map pool and hardpoint was all over the place, and their control flat out was abysmal. They have fixed 2 of the 3 parts of that. Their search looked really solid yesterday. Their hardpoint was absolutely immaculate, and the best thing about it was they only dropped maps to other teams from China. So that's, I think, kind of the big point here, and that's actually a storyline for all the Chinese teams, small little tidbit, marinate on that for a moment, but Standpoint really did jolt me awake. They were super surprising watching them play yesterday.
All right.
Yeah, and on top of that, I feel like on the opposite end of the corner, Godlike, like we mentioned, he defeated both teams from the side of Europe. He got a chance to play against one of Latin America, and the game that they lost was against Q9, if I'm not mistaken. So once again, they get a second chance at the China's region. Like you mentioned, really good way of fixing the search and destroy. They played an amazing game of Hardpoint. But on Control, I'm not sure. I feel like that is going to be one of the key factors for this as we get a glance onto that ball. This is just amazing. Those shots, they're beautiful.
I love these. Oh, they're so much fun. The players absolutely crushed these as well. Everyone being super willing to just kind of have a good time with it, show a little bit of themselves outside of the competitive part of this entire competition. Everybody's gear also immaculate.
Very much so. And look, just to kind of wrap the point here about Standpoint, I was really impressed across the board with all 5 players. I thought that for a moment we were going to get a lot of kind of like the Guagua show. He was kind of a guy that we really looked at, I think, through CDFI, but everyone really came to play yesterday. And I think more impressively, there were a couple of moments, especially in the respawns, where they had to ice up. A lot of really tight hardpoint maps that they were able to eke out over their opponents. So I think they're going to need that here again today. But I was really impressed with the team focus from SPG yesterday.
Get a little bit of a glimpse here at everyone while they are hanging out here, getting themselves ready for match number 2. But like the rest of our teams, we did get an opportunity to catch up with Standpoint before this entire weekend even started, to see their feelings on their chances at becoming the next top squad.
That's right, and I'm really...
为什么畏惧是可能我们本身增加了对爆破模式的就是多样化，然后通过 Garena 就是战队的，我们学习了，就是我们加强了对热点的了解吧。
我们队伍的战术与北美战术不一样的话，就会是我们更会偏运营一些，通过一些信息的补偿会进行一些转点，更快一些。
我觉得我们团队是比较需要去注意的吧，因为我们团队纸面实力看着很弱，其实很强。
感谢一直支持我们的粉丝吧，因为毕竟我们从 S5 到 S6赛季，其实成绩的话一直都是名在第3，没有说更好的进步吧。所以希望这次不负你们的期待，拿下更好的一个世季赛的名额吧。
I mean, we saw it right there from Guagua. He specifically said he feels like everybody is sleeping on them right now. Put some respect on their name.
I was sleeping on them. I have no problem putting myself out there and saying I was absolutely wrong about this team. And it just comes, again, with the knee-jerk reaction to looking at how they played through CDFI, looking at their records through Masters and CDFI alike, and then seeing them completely reverse that here on the main stage against international competition, some of which they've never even seen before. So it's really impressive, I think, that they figured out their own identity and they were able to stay on brand with that throughout the entirety of yesterday to come out as a 3-1 overall qualifier.
Yeah, definitely a really good proving ground for them yesterday, because we saw some strong performances across the board. Teams getting knocked out earlier than I think was anticipated for some of them. So this is massive for Standpoint. But on the flip side, let's talk about Godlike a little bit here, Gil.
Yeah, absolutely. Godlike, I feel like they did a great job on their own search and destroy matches. They played really clean when it came down to control, as we now begin to see these beautiful scenes from them. You saw yourself, look at those diamonds on his hands. I definitely feel like this team has a lot to prove still. They have made it to top 8, but how much more can they provide to the world? And I'm really intrigued as how they will strategize on this best of 5, because that's going to be a key part in order to see them actually have a shot against their SPG, or SPG to repeat themselves like yesterday, where they just show so much clean way of playing when it came down to Hardpoint and S&D.
I think the impressive thing about this Godlike squad, and really just for India in general, we didn't know because they weren't at CDFI. They were the wild card. They were the question mark in the Eastern region, and a lot of us were looking at their results from last year and using that to judge them coming into this year. But the surprising thing about this Godlike team is they get rid of 2 of their starting members from last year's roster. They pick up 2 brand new guys, and they looked great yesterday. So that, I think, was an elevating point, talking about Godlike from last year versus what we're getting here, at least from day number 1. Looked really, really clean. Their flawless record through India in Stage 4 was also matched with a couple of great results yesterday.
Well, we got an opportunity to catch up with the Godlike squad as well and talk to them a little bit about what changes have been made to the team, the benefits of those roster changes, and how they're feeling going up against the top teams in the world.
This is my first World Cup. I just turned 18. I feel like there's a lot of pressure coming from the last World Cup because we did not perform that well. This year, we have practiced a lot. We have studied the West. We have a different mindset coming into this World Cup.
It's definitely a tough job because out of all the teams from India, you are selected for the World Championship. So I think I have a pretty big responsibility on my back because last year we were not able to make a very good mark.
This time we are grinding hard to prove ourselves, that we are better.
I believe Abhiz is the strongest in the team because his sniping skills are quite insane.
I like to cheer up my team a lot because I'm the youngest here. I like to keep them together so that we can all have fun. We enjoy, we have fun, we talk to each other, we laugh. When we are down, those things help us to get back up and win it.
Last year, when West was doing good and East teams were, I think, surprised from their performance. But I really feel that East teams are very smart. They have learned from the mistakes.
This year, I think the foreign team will beat North America because it's not the same as before. The skills are on par with North America. This is the year it will be for the foreign teams.
I really want to win the Call of Duty World Championship. That's gonna feel amazing because that's my dream.
I wanna give a shout out to my family, friends, and all the supporters from India. Thank you guys for supporting us.
I mean, like you said, after the first match, it definitely seems to be the overarching sentiment that all of these teams don't want NA to win. They're ready to bring it to them. They think it can be anyone outside of NA, and I love hearing from Godlike in that regard.
I think it's really funny too, just like the East versus West conversation, outside of their 1 loss to Kagendra, they beat up on the West. They beat both European teams and they beat the best Latin American team by seed coming in. So matching that with what they said there in their interviews, hey, job done, kind of. You got the top 8, you beat up on the West a little bit, now a chance to see if they can do some damage to China.
Yeah, and like I wanted to touch on earlier, those vetoes, those picks are going to be a key part of how this could potentially play. I was looking at the stats, and yesterday particularly, these 2 teams have 2 maps that they win really convincingly. On Godside's behalf, if I'm not mistaken, that was Takeoff. Godlike, it was Takeoff, while on the side of SPG was on the map of Arsenal. They did really, really solid, and I feel like that's going to be important as we begin to see the overall series and map win-lose ratio between these 2.
And again, I have to just mention this, beat a dead horse if you need to. The only map standpoint lost were to other Chinese teams. They beat up on everybody else. So that is maybe a point of contest here when it comes down to, can China just continue to be better than the other regions in the eastern side, or will there be opportunities for Godlike? I think most alarmingly, that 4-0 search and destroy is super scary because we've already said China's been always focused on their search and destroy, but in particular, their hardpoint has improved a massive amount. The only real downside here is their control. They have been pretty empty from it, not just on the weekend because they played it once, but even throughout their Masters and CDFI, that was by far their worst game mode. So that's where I kind of have vulnerabilities here where Godlike can take advantage.
And will that be an opportunity for them to really step in? We should be getting those vetoes, picks and bans through here in just a moment, which will then inform all of this information you guys have been giving us and the viewers. Hardpoint picks come through. Hacienda to kick things off.
Ooh, Hacienda to start, it doesn't really favor either team, but I do have a lot of focus on the Summit getting through because SPG loved that map. Won it yesterday, and it was their best hardpoint map mode combination coming into this weekend. But the search and destroy, does provide opportunities for Godlike. They were 3-0 on slums in their Season 4. They didn't play it at all yesterday, but they did play a lot of firing range yesterday, and they looked really good on it. So for a team in China that you expect to be really good at Search, Godlike did a really nice job setting them up for success in the Map 2 and Map 5. And then the Map 3 didn't really matter where you went because SPG hasn't been good at control. But Godlike getting Raid, super impressive. They were 4-0 in Season 4 on it, and they looked really good on it yesterday, Gil.
Yeah, I was exactly surprised by that. Like you mentioned, Control, not their best game mode, but to see Raid particularly brings in a big question mark for me, if I'm being honest, in a way, but we'll see how that plays out. To begin with, that Hacienda, I definitely thought that Summit was actually going to be the first hard point, but this could potentially change a lot. I feel like on Summit, Godlike could try to figure out a way, although SPG has been playing really clean. And then to move on to that search and destroy, you know, I want to see a bit of a dust-off, but at the same time, SPG has been so clean. As you mentioned, the map they lost wasn't even search and destroy against the Chinese team because they played it so well.
And I think just really quickly, the one reason why that Summit gets through is because SPG looked so good on Arsenal yesterday. And even though Godlike had gotten a lot of rehearsal on it, I think they were still kind of threatened by what SPG showed that they were able to do on Arsenal.
I think this is going to be a really exciting second match of the day. That means we're moments away from figuring out who the winner will be. Chat, I want to ask you your opinions. You saw that pop up. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to be taking home match number 2. Vote in those polls. Want to see how accurate you've been because Shift had an incredible day yesterday.
I had a great day yesterday, and so far, just kind of looking at what I thought the vetoes would go, I'm doing pretty well on picking what the maps were going to be as well. I will say, though, for this series, I am surprised by the map set. It really does. It leans heavily Godlike's direction. The problem is, you're playing up against a Chinese team that really showed that they were worth their medal. And I don't know. There is a big part of me that wants to go against my prediction that I put out there. I had SPG winning the series 3-2, but Godlike's map finesse here has an opportunity where they may upset. If you want to call it an upset, I don't even know if you can label it as that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily an upset, but I do have to agree with you on that. I definitely thought that they were going to ban Takeoff, and Arsenal ended up doing so.
Sure.
Like I mentioned, the Summit comes in a little bit later than when I thought, but it could still have an impact because of that control that in a way could mean that Godlike can take us to at least there. On the search and destroy and firing range, I was honestly surprised that they picked it over Tanisha. In a way, I thought that could be an interaction, but well, with that in mind, I agree with you. Godlike has an opportunity, if not to win it easily, because it's not going to be easy. They could even be taking like a 3-1. I think that could bounce their way.
It's definitely possible. I think looking at this overall, Godlike has to take the map 2, map 3. I don't, it's hard to say one way or the other than Hacienda because the results are from 2 months ago when these teams had last played it.
True.
Neither played it yesterday. So I like Godlike in the 2 and the 3. If they were to beat SPG, they have to win map 2, map 3, and I think they have to go 2-3-5. And that requires, and I think, you know, the people at the spawn are saying, Shift just said Godlike has to beat a Chinese team in 2 S&Ds. Not super plausible, but I think based on the map pool, it
I
is
thought the
possible.
same. I thought the same when I saw the search and destroy, if I'm being honest with you.
This is the beauty, though, of when we get to this stage of the competition, when we are doing now the best of 5s, because we talked about that a lot in comparison when we were in the Swiss portion yesterday. The best of 3s don't have as much creativity, as much flexibility, right?
Correct.
So this is what is so nice about moving to the next stage, getting more opportunities for these teams to go head-to-head and work on the entire pick ban phase. It's so much more important now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And it's really interesting from the conversation point of like, when you're playing up against X opponent, in this instance standpoint, Godlike has to get this to 5 in my mind, obviously at worst, but the fact is they have to beat them at one of their best overall modes based on what we saw yesterday. So like we get that extra little bit of drama and like the stakes are higher because the series has to go longer, I think, for Godlike to have a chance at actually taking this. So I don't know, there's a lifeline opportunity in map 1, but I think if Godlike were to take this series, it's probably gonna be to the 2-3-5, which is again, not super plausible, but again, possible.
And as you mentioned, that Hacienda brings a big question mark for myself. I am just not sure if that could be like an easy way through for the side of SPG. You know, I feel like Godlike could potentially bringing a surprise in there, and with that, you know, maybe easy off on the side of search and destroy that Chinese is so strong on.
Yeah, and to be fair, just gonna kind of keep going back and forth on both sides of the fence here.
Devil's advocate.
God, like in India, 100-point club 2 teams on Hacienda, but it's like, how highly do you put stock into that? Because really, it was only 2 teams in India all season long, and we obviously saw what happened to Vitality. They didn't put up much of a fight, so like, how lopsided are those results? I'm looking for a lifeline. Someone throw me a raft or something.
You've
piece
given
of wood.
You've given like 5.
Something to float
You don't need to look. You found the lifelines. You found multiple scenarios where it can swing in either team's favor.
Yeah.
Just feel like I'm pulling on the thread of a sweater. It's coming unraveled in front of my face. I don't know.
That's what happens when you give Shift extra time.
I go off the rails.
Then he just starts pulling more numbers, more stats from different seasons.
It's kind of like
big braining it.
Did you ever play Roller Coaster Tycoon?
Yes, obviously.
Did you ever get to a point where it's like the train gets off the rails, but you didn't finish the roller coaster, so it just launches and just goes everywhere? That's me when I get extra time to fill on map picks. It's like, yeah, it's going really nicely, but then we get over the loop-de-loop, and there's nowhere for the car to go, so it just explodes everywhere.
You start with a what if,
Exactly.
and what if, and there's no stop. There's no stop from there.
It just goes.
It snowballs. It's all snowballing. Thank you for hanging out with us, guys. We're just having giving the players a few more moments to get themselves set up here for match number 2, making sure that everything is all good at their stations and that they're comfortable and ready to go while you're listening to us talk. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, too. This trophy, absolutely gorgeous.
Very large.
Have you picked it up? Do you know how heavy it is?
I have not picked it up. I'm afraid to.
You have?
No, I'm terrified.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to break anything.
No. I thought she did. I was like surprised because I'd be terrified as well if I'm being honest.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do then? While we let our players get set up, I'm going to send it to a short break so I can go up on stage, pick the trophy.
You want to go right now? Like, we can see you try to pick it up.
No, I don't want to embarrass myself. We're going to send it to a short break, give our players a few more minutes, but don't worry, when we return, match number 2 coming at you. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. See, a few more minutes, we got everything all figured out. Our players are ready to go. If you're just joining us, we are in match number 2 of day 2 of our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship competition. We've got the title, we've got the trophy, and we have the prize pool on the line. And today, 4 teams will be eliminated on their journey to those grand finals. Right now, both these squads fighting to make sure they are not one of those teams. Saw those fist bumps come through. Looks like they're getting ready.
I'm pumped for it. Again, this is a very tight series, I think, in terms of how the map's played out. A lot riding on the line with a single nation bracket and $1 million still waiting for you by the end of it. We've got number 3 from China and Standpoint Gaming versus India's first representation at Worlds. Let's get it on. We got Hacienda Hardpoint, Godlike, and Standpoint squared off.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, gets right into the action. As we begin with this first one, the control chaos as it can be here. Hacienda, we've talked about how important it is, yet how many questions it holds for both of these teams. Is it going to be SPG? Oh my God, Trunks turns around, goes for the 4th now in a row. Can he do it though? No, he's got the Fennec, he's got that shot, he got no clue that he's there. Manages to somehow miss that last shot, but it doesn't matter that much. His team is still holding the hill.
Super great start for Godlike. Great control of the hallways, get your SMGs forward, make life painful off spawn, and then have your ARs feast as soon as your front line starts to drop. Bird, ooh, a little shaky to start, but warming up, finds himself the kill. Lots of time here for Godlike. Keep your eye on the minimap though. Bottom left side is what we're looking for. Neutrino, who's already got himself an early cruise missile, will use that to get time away from P2. So hold on a second. Godlike gets the full scrap. They won't have full possession of spawns, and numbers will start to falter just as soon as that Pred missile was looking to be the X factor on the rotation.
Between Neutrino and Trunks is insane, the amount of kills that they're getting so early on, but as you mentioned, the rotation was not necessarily the greatest. Let's see now the retake as Trunks is already behind the enemies. Gets one, gets the double, immediately bounces for the triple, gets the assistance from Lurn, turns around and gets yet another kill. No way to stop this player who already reloaded. There's gonna be a 100-killer drone on Neutrino's hands, and Trunks is still alive to survive, to destroy, to eliminate more and more players on the side of SPG. What a start for the Indian team.
Holy cow. I mean, are you kidding me? That is a perfect break from Godlike. SPG's trying to do the exact same thing. Throw smoke at the front doors, get over the sides, see if you can find a way to kind of make things mixy and okay. Moment of recovery here from SPG, but I will tell you, how to play P1 off of a break off into how to break a P2, that is unbelievably good from Godlike. So you can definitely see the Hacienda, even though neither team has played it yet this weekend, still looking really comfortable. But Godlike, with Trunks absolutely ripping Standpoint apart, has already got an early claw before we even open up the 3rd hard point, and Trunks is saying, eat my shorts. He is having his way, absolutely shredding SPG, and Godlike will control P3.
My goodness, and to top it all off with a few score streaks, there's the double for Trunks with a Pred missile. Lurn gonna be using that Annihilator at a distance, miss a few shots, but continues to distract. That's one, goes for 2, gets taken down. Doesn't matter too much because there's his allies to get rid of the remaining enemies in here. SPG struggling like crazy. Godlike with the start of a dream, and said dream is to continue grinding here on the World Championship.
I almost wish we had a 3rd cam to show our reactions right now, because both of us are jaw-dropped, eyebrows back into our foreheads. I mean, this is so clean from Godlike. Oh my goodness. SPG, to be fair, are still fighting. They're clawing their way to keep themselves in the game. It's not getting too out of hand yet. And with a lot of early operators being spent for Godlike, this is where the momentum can shift. You've got 4 operators at the ready here for SPG, rotating over to Rock. You expect Purifiers to come through, and Bird's going to start us off. Just comes down to, can he actually get a read on where this is coming from? Looks like the answer is yes, because Guagua's also hitting this with the claw, but things get shut down, and Godlike will break the setup near perfectly, only dropping 1 in the process.
It's just insane how unpredictable Godlike is, that every single time that they have to break, they do it so clean. The side of SPG just continuously getting outplayed there. Once again, they're going to try to break through with the War Machine from Time, who gets a couple kills, eventually kills himself. Doesn't matter too much. There's Sweet1 trying to make it as well, but the fight continues from within the hill. Surge in, Hardpoint, it doesn't come out of my mouth. being the point, the game mode that SPG was so good yesterday, Godlike is like, hold my cup, because I'm gonna show you how it's done. And in here, they are not only starting great, but continuously putting SPG on a bad spot.
Oh, very much so. I mean, it's map control galore. Abiz now finding himself a little bit of a streak. 3 in a row for him, now getting to 12. I mean, Trunks is going to get through this first rotation of Hills with 25 kills. He's on pace for well over 50 if he keeps this up. But Guagua steps into his way. SPG up to 50 points, still keeping themselves in it, and a good sense of control here around the Fountain Hardpoint. Typically pretty mixy, but SPG have taken away a lot of the map at the moment. Chance for Guagua to continue on his bit of a rampage. Clearing out the windows, long-range shots. Yeah, a little bit of help there, and SPG can take their focus back to the hardpoint with Guagua on 5.
That's right, 5 in a row looking for the next victim, but receives a lot of damage, tries to hide, goes for that kill. No, Neutrino gonna say no to that, and SPG finally got a second there to breathe, but that was just not enough. Godlike slowly but surely getting more and more momentum, just no-walling onto the opponents, getting between 10 and 20 seconds each heal has been so huge for them that at this point, they are over double the amount of SPG holds with 131 to only 70 on the side of SPG.
And the worst news here for SPG is, once again, the operator economy has flipped back into favor of Godlike. Trunks and Neutrino both have operators at the ready as they rotate to what we like to call a money hill, where you expect to be able to pull 45 plus of the 60 total seconds. And Godlike own rotation. SPG trying to play around the back, but Learn, Annihilator in hand. He's number 1 in blue, just finessing around that back driveway, and Learn is teed
Oh
off.
my God!
Holy smokes! The value, the efficiency, the control from Godlike, absolutely perfect. And get out of my face! Swats him away. That will lock down spawns for Godlike, plus the opening 20 seconds.
Not enough time, but almost 6 kills with that Annihilator. Now on top of it all, there's Neutrino with a War Machine. Gets one, gets two, gets the clean, turns around. He hears there's someone might be coming up the stairs. Not gonna find any more kills over there, but the side of Godlike with 163 points in here. Continue to control 28 kills for Trunks here. Wawa tries to get inside with a claw, doing a lot of damage, finds one kill, not going to be enough for his bail with the kill, gets taken down with a nade. SPG with another break inside of this garage area, and they need to try to figure something out, because if it continues to be this way, I'm not too sure if they can recover.
There is an opening here for Standpoint. Godlike are very early on this rotation over defenses. So even though they're technically here first, there's still some time before this hardpoint unlocks to where Standpoint can try to play a bit of recovery, but Prevail goes unchecked top office, a pivotal power position over the top of this hill, and now he's got equalizers to make sure nobody does the same thing to him. Oh my goodness. We kind of heard from a lot of the NA guys who scrimmed this Godlike team before the event started that Godlike was looking nasty, and we're seeing exactly why right here.
And let me tell you, we've seen moments from Learn, from Trunks, from Abyss, and also from Neutrino. Now Prevail joins the fun, joins the mix, and with 100 points lead, they're gonna be rolling over, steaming over the opponents. Prevail with another double kill there with the equalizer, now with the Fennec at a huge distance, finds another double kill. Unbelievable way of playing. You said it yourself. We've heard it from different teams, different players. They all agreed that Godlike had a huge opportunity to bring something new into the table, and that's exactly what they're doing here today.
Unfathomable. The amount of just overall dominance across every element of Hardpoint that Godlike's been able to provide. 34 kills for Trunks, 30 for Learn. I mean, this is abusive. Chance for SPG to try to fight for the early time here at Rock, but Trunks and Neutrino come through, find themselves 3 of the 4, and it just, my goodness, it's not even just the fact that Godlike is dominating, it's gonna be the mental toll that Godlike is doing this in, because there hasn't been a single great moment anywhere for Standpoint. Suiwan gonna try to get things going with the Sparrow, but takes himself out of the picture. So again, heavy investment here for Standpoint, and it doesn't really come with much conviction over the top of the hardpoint, as Godlike is already primed and ready for another break attempt.
The side of SPG just getting outplayed, outgunned at this point, just taken out of the picture. And with this, hugely the side of Godlike want to close it all up as soon as possible. Only 29 seconds away from making it their own. This first map has been so far a surprise and a good one for the team of Godlike, who now once again are going to lose control, but for how long the advantage still continues to be 100 points in their way. The first point, as chaotic as it can be, can provide you 1, 2, 3 points at a time, but those at this point in time are just pure gold for the Indian team.
Absolutely the case. There are so many ways that Godlike can close this map out. I think first and foremost, you kind of look over towards Garage, that second hard point with operators, that should be enough, but looks like Learn is going to commit the Annihilator here over the top of the windows. Does get surprised over through secret stairs, so Standpoint will at least get Godlike out of the hard point, plus a couple of extra kills to allow themselves to jump in and find, again, key time. Every second is going to be a big second here for Standpoint.
That's
Godlike looking to play for rotation, 25 seconds still left. Can do more damage to the clock here if Godlike can find their way in, but SPG starting to wake up a little bit, finding a couple of good kills back to back.
Love it, the 41 kills there, now 42 for Trunks, who continue to control the opponents as best as he can. 230 now in favor of Godlike. Once again, we talked about it. Yes, it's only a few seconds at a time. That's more than enough for a team that already has a huge lead. As we all begin to move on to point number 2, let's be reminded on the first sort of rotation, SPG got there first. They had 5 players in, yet Godlike made it seem like nothing, and that's how the push may begin right now. They're going to be losing now 2 players on the side of Godlike, but there's the use of the War Machine to top it all off in favor of SPG, who continue to defend right now, doing a tremendous job to keep enemies outside.
And you have to be super controlled in terms of what you're using when for these operators from here until the end of the game if you're SPG. Have to commit a lot onto this hard point because this last 30 seconds puts you right back into the mix. And okay, hold on a second. Standpoint catching some heat. Hold up, let them cook. Finding a lot of time here. 25 seconds still to fight for. Standpoint can at least guarantee another hard point just by staying in a couple extra seconds. And wait a second, Godlike are kind of in pieces, playing around multiple parts of the map, and nothing's really turning up in their favor. This is great time for Standpoint, and all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a game.
Impressive time off of 60 potential seconds, potential points. SPG got at least 50, if not more, off of that heal, but now they're gonna be late to the party on the opposite end, and because of that, there's a breath missile that does connect there over onto Neutrino, and that's gonna be an opening in favor of FTG, who now with another bread, that's a double for Birth, and just like that, the only one alive there is gonna be Learn, who tries to survive, but 3-1 is there with the opportunity, and all of a sudden, SPG on a fighting situation.
They're doing it. They're bringing this back to near level terms. The SMG's waking up for Standpoint. How has this occurred? You've got 46 kill for Trunks, but Standpoint are still finding time. They're gonna win out the first 30 seconds of P3. Next hit from Godlike, all coming through 10. Neutrino gets the opening double. Is there a follow-up? Smoke is all over the place. Neutrino's still absolutely wrecking. Guagua will eventually be shut down. Need to hit this if you're Standpoint. 2-on-3 into the hard point. Tron's able to find a couple, but Godlike still finding kills. Bird has to jump on in. There's the contest. 248, 221, but Standpoint a little bit too limited in the resources. They made a heck of a go at it, but Godlike's lead too large to overcome.
What a game, what a game. Godlike not only winning, but being truly convincing across the majority of that game. Like you mentioned at the end, SPG definitely picked up the pace, huge time, and with 2 heals only, they managed to decrease that 100-point loss into about, I want to say about 20.
20 points, yeah.
Yeah, that was not bad whatsoever, but that's the problem when you're so far behind that although you're doing so great, just a few seconds at a time, slowly but surely, Godlike went into that victory.
Yeah, the thing about all the larger maps in our hardpoint pool is that you can, with good rotational play, string one hill to another and do so in a convincing fashion to allow yourself to chip away really quickly. But to do that over and over and over and over again, it's very tough to do. And I think more importantly, it just comes to the fact that Godlike showed up on this stage and said, let's get into it. I know you guys are having tech issues. We don't care. We just want to play the map. And I will say, between Trunks and Neutrino early, they were all over it. So maybe a bit fortunate to have built a 100+ point lead at one point in time in the map. Your Godlike Standpoint definitely started to find some fever late into the map. Just, again, like we continue to hit on, just too much of a gap to overcome.
And yeah, well, I mean, for the side of Hacienda, I mentioned how Godlike, I felt like, had a better fighting chance as in comparison to Summit, which in a way I feel like played off in their favor. Now, we're gonna be moving on to that search and destroy, in which, as you said and you were questioned, is not easy against SPG. It will not but I'm not sure. I feel like it's more of a toss-up for me on Search and Destroy than it was on Hardpoint here, because we've seen it already. Godlike, a really, really outstanding behavior across the entirety of its players. It was not one, not two, but everybody that in multiple situations just stepped up to the plate and showed how to defend his allies with a huge way of playing. Now, S&D, I'm not too sure. I think there's definitely an even situation for SPG to try to make it 1-1, and that's exactly what they need, because if they don't, I said that there was a potential 3-1 opportunity for Godlike, but if SPG loses this game, Godlike can take it in 3.
Yeah, no, very much so the case. Again, that control is such a huge wound for Standpoint Gaming, flat out. It just has not been anywhere near where it needs to be, I think, coming into this event, and so they have to find other ways to win series. And the first map was a pretty 50-50 toss-up based on the records they came in with. It kind of felt like that was going to be a tone setter for the entirety of the series, and initially it looked like Godlike was about to come out and say, we're going to run away with this one. So as much as I could sit here and talk about the fact that this is a big map for Godlike, at least for SPG fans out there, you caught a little bit of heat, you worked your way back into the map, and you do go to one of your categorically stronger modes here into firing range, where they did have a good result yesterday, playing it just once, and of course they took it then. So I think this is the map right here where not only does Standpoint get the chance to kind of show them that, hey, it wasn't just a day one thing, which is, to be fair, that's kind of what it was at CDFI. They came out and surprised teams, and it was just like, wait a second, where are these guys coming from? And then they kind of cooled off. Can they do that here without cooling off? Can they find a way to keep that momentum at the end of map 1, go into their best mode by region, and find a way to tie this thing up? Because if Godlike start up 2-0 up, you're absolutely right. It very well may be a 3-0 because of how bad the control has been for Standpoint.
Yeah, that's the great point over there for SPG. Can they maintain the heat? 4-0, defeating even one of his regional teams, that being Q9 yesterday. Can they continue to ramp up? On the other side, Godlike, if I'm not mistaken, played twice on firing range yesterday, winning both of them.
Yeah.
So that is also something to take into consideration. Both coming out strong on Search and Destroy, both coming out strong onto firing range, which is also why they ended up selecting that one up for sure. Oh my God, I don't know. I feel like SPG's, I don't know how the ban in picks went off over there, but that was just not in their favor whatsoever.
Yeah, kind of looking at it, since we do have some time here, I was curious, and you brought this up in our pre-show, that Tunisia wasn't a part of the pool because both teams have enjoyed it in the past, and it was available for both teams to pick. And I don't know who picked what, but as you kind of look through it, it was an Express and a Meltdown veto, which is more kind of indicative of both teams are vetoing out their worst maps, just based on how things had gone. Or I guess in this instance, you know, there is an element of the Express not really having played in a long time for a team like Godlike. So there is a wide variety of things, but I think you're absolutely right. Like, I was surprised based on the regularity that Standpoint had played it and the success that Godlike had played it, that Tunisia didn't make it into this map pool considering it was available.
Yeah, it was a surprise for sure, but you know, at the end of the day, it seemingly maybe they had a plan, and that plan was to, in a way, it feels like an even ground for them to be facing off on Search and Destroy. Firing range, we've talked about in the past, it is just a map that you have to know how to play in. That both of them were so unsure, maybe on that hard point, that they went with that selection for the map number 2, for the game number 2.
I think you're absolutely right. It felt like, just looking at the vetoes, that this was a map set that was mostly determined by we're vetoing out our worst map, and kind of just, again, painting it out for all of you big-time map selection nerds out there like myself. When you play a best of 3, you have the opportunity of vetoing your opponent's best and your worst every single time in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. You don't have that same luxury in best of 5s, which is why we kept talking earlier about how you're going to learn a lot about the identity of the teams here today on what they're thinking through, because you're not going to be able to either veto your opponent's best or your worst. You have to pick between the two, and it looks like for these two squads, we can at least say with some certainty that they're choosing to veto some of their worst maps, which, again, tells us a lot, I think, when whoever wins this match moves on to tomorrow.
Yeah, pretty much just met at the middle there with a firing range that hopefully we'll be moving towards soon. I gotta say, I really love the KDAs being behind them. It's just such a nice way of having understanding on how the team as a whole has been doing, but of course individually over there. And in case you guys missed it, in the beginning of the game, the match, we also saw the overall kill-death assistant ratio, in which, if I'm not mistaken, SPG had a considerable lead on the kills, but also on the deaths, and that's something that Godlike capitalized on hardpoint.
Yep.
We sure think that could capitalize on control, and now with the firing range being this toss-up map, SPG need to figure something out, need to make sure that they don't fall behind whatsoever, because if they do, as we've previously seen Godlike, they can just strike like crazy onto your neck.
Absolutely the case. And thanks for bearing with us, your friends. We should be getting pretty darn close to map number 2. Why I said it like that, no one will ever know. Just what came through me at the time was very organic. Said about 60 seconds away is what I'm hearing, so. Firing range up next, like we continue to talk about, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how both teams approach this stylistically, because...
Do you want to take a look onto the KD from Neutrino over there? 20.6 kills for every 12 or so deaths for himself.
That's been great.
We saw her pop up, and for a reason that's not a new thing for him today, but coming in from yesterday as well.
Oh, big time. We talk about how both these teams stylistically play. For SPG, it was a full team effort yesterday. And in the past, we've seen from Godlike, maybe even a little bit here in the first map, it can sometimes be an individual performer. And looking at a player like Neutrino, looking like a player like Trunks, very well could be one of those two. Learn as well is also up
positive.
there.
Look at all those numbers.
Oh, absolutely. It is one of those things that this team comes with more formidability than any other Indian team before, which is surprising because they had the option of playing with the same roster they did last year and instead decided to bring players like Abiz in, who is unknown, didn't play much at all last year, and he's been electric. He's been a rock star for this squad.
Absolutely has. And in here we take another glance onto that trophy that I so hope to see Lauren pick up at some point. I gotta throw it out there. If she is hearing me right now, hearing my voice,
she lifts. She's a lifter. She'll find a way to get that thing. She might even squat rep it or something. I don't know.
That'd be amazing. That would be amazing. And for all you people that are at home, hope you all have enjoyed what we've seen so far. That LG versus Kajidra was definitely a blast. Right now, Godlike and SPG, although it was very inclined for Godlike at first, we saw SPG pick it up at the end, not quite enough to win it, but to make it close to the very end as we begin to see players just try to scream at each other. Then I don't quite remember his name, the one in the middle here for Godlike, just trying to cool things off, you know? We've won already. Of course, we want to keep it hype, but not too hype, you know? Just not go overly crazy, because that can also play against your team.
Yeah, that's Trunks right there. I think he comes in as kind of the leader of this squad, not only in what he provides on the map, but you also have kind of seen him around the arena here this weekend, kind of being the guy that everyone kind of surrounds. So here we go, finally into it. Wake up, Atlanta. We're getting hot and ready to go. Godlike versus Standpoint Gaming, and it will be offense first and foremost. We're the side of Standpoint, and they're going to go to a wide open B site. No one home at all.
No one to say no, nothing about that. There we got Sweet One still pushing forward. Bombs being planted. Learn about to try to get that kill, and does so with a double before getting chunked by Chuan. A great interaction there for Learn, and even prevents the bomb from being planted over there, which is a key success on that interaction.
That is the biggest point of all of that. It's surprising to see him get two, but even more importantly, one of those two was the bomb planter. Action, though, on the secondary attempt. Starting to come back for Standpoint Gaming, evening up the odds. Prevail on the hunt for Guagua, who's just trying to find something to hold on to. He will be taken down. Neutrino, and clean shots from Neutrino. Fighting Chuan for the first, and then over the top of the bomb site. Time, no issue whatsoever as Godlike take the opening defense.
Yeah, good answer on the side of Godlike, because they were a little bit late to the party. No one knew what was going on over on Bravo, and SPG with a bit of a weird play over there, tried to surprise and work, but the aftermath was just not there for them. Now, they're gonna try to step it back, you know, make it calm, try to chill for a little bit here, and a nade is gonna be the opening frag here on round 2.
And this is more like the style that we'd seen from Standpoint when they were playing at CDFI, as well as at Masters. Be a little bit more clinical, kind of feel things out, utilize good set nades, and get your snipers involved, of which that will be enough to provide first blood by the means of the scope. Neutrino, once again, playing over through mid sandbags. Gonna make sure there's no rotation through, but gets caught. Suwon just kind of pushes right in towards 10, and now Standpoint Gaming have no threat of being alarmed by Learn. Everyone's been held back, and this should lead to a plant. SPG taking their time to make sure they put it in the perfect position. That's going to allow Godlike an opportunity to battle back, get a couple of kills.
Maybe a little too late in a sense for planting that bomb. Maybe if they would have planted earlier, that clock would be more detrimental on the side of Godlike, but who knows right now, 3v3, they gotta figure something out on the side of Godlike. They got 30 seconds left, and to defend, there is going to be Chuan, Wawa, and Bird. If I'm not mistaken, Wawa takes one, Wawa goes for two, but Learn definitely was ready for that interaction. Turns around, takes that heal, and immediately pushes for more. That's a double for Learn. All of a sudden, there's only Bird alive in here. Can he do it? No, he cannot. What a way to do it yet again. Godlike, reaction speed is just wild, man.
Dude, Learn is a problem. He was a threat more so than most with the Annihilator when he was playing in the hard point. Now we're giving him this look at being able to stop a plant in round one. That little snap-on closet is not easy to do, and he does it cleanly. And then Abiz helps him out to kind of find the last player for SPG, who is just trying to sneakily stay alive and use the clock as his ally. Beautiful second round here from Godlike. And maybe, on the flip side, a bit of indecision for Standpoint allows that retake to come out. So here, first 20 seconds already kind of gone. Standpoint just feeling things out again, but here comes Godlike. 3-man push through jungle, and their timing may be exquisite. No one's looking for this at all.
It could begin to be problematic for SPG, as they have now got themselves pretty much surrounded on many different angles. Look here at Prevail, it is actually Abyss with that sniper to take the first blood. Yes, they plant the bomb, but what comes next? That's the biggest question. That's where they've been failing a lot on the side of SPG, which is quite surprising in my opinion.
They're completely isolated. SPG are getting picked apart one by one. Chuan able to find himself a bit of an exit. He could join with Suwon, who was looking to play off of a flank. It does allow a trade to come through. 1v2 situation, bomb being hopped. Get down, Mr. President. Prevail. Oh, he tries to get there, but the bomb gets stuck for the defuse. So just enough of a bodyguard gets played. The defuse gets hopped immediately, and the split-second decision from Godlike, their tempo, their pace at making these critical moment decisions has worked out now 3 rounds in a row.
Picking up, do I push for the kills as they did on the first two, or do I just distract and try to defuse? Both of scenarios have worked so far. Here pushing through A-Long, there's one. There's a double for sweet one, but not enough. Gets taken down. Wawa to the ground. Everybody's dying at the same time. That's been, what, 16 seconds? 16 seconds of a round. We're over, and somehow, some way, Godlike are in here to stay. And ladies and gentlemen, SPG are continuously getting outplayed now, not only on hardpoint, but also on S&D.
Godlike is having it their way and making SPG essentially they've nothing to work with. There hasn't been a single round where they've had a single moment of calm and controlled ability. And now here, a commitment early over towards A. Plant coming through for Chuan. Tropius is down to keep him safe, and a good double chow comes through. So post-plant setup can start to make its way across. Abiz, long flank, sniping, trying to open up space around the back. Prevail just waiting for a little bit of assistance. Can he bounce this nade right into Guagua's face? Right over the top. It doesn't quite hit. Here comes the chow, though. Kills start to come through, but no, not enough. The play deep for SPG in the alley works out, and they get on the board.
I mean, yeah, that's something that we expected SPG to do rounds ago. Finally managed to do the post-plant defense in here and get the first point going their way. I do got a question. What's up with Bird? What's up with that donut? Donuts are not good for birds, and that's something that needs to change ASAP, because SPG has been suffering as a team, but having a weak link is not going to help whatsoever.
Another round where SPG are going to kind of bide their time off of their break-off. Godlike heavy stacking towards B late, but there's so much trust that Abiz can find first blood, which he does provide. Trade comes through, though. Next one up would be Prevail. Doesn't like the look of his position. Tries it back over towards Trailer, where Suwon was waiting. Now SPG, with smoke covering, they can make their way over. Keep your eye on Trunks, number 3 in blue. He gets in towards Trailer. Does he want to try to contest this plant? No. Will instead hold his ground. Wait for help to come through. Neutrino and Learn, the two that need to try to supply some reinforcement. And they're still waiting to see if anyone's lurking behind this play. But the post plant for SPG, again, is deep through the backside of trailer. Trunks trying to open things up over the top of the bomb site. Now Learn trying to follow up, and Neutrino, he's just on an island playing by himself, and he's causing huge problems. Neutrino gets 3 in the round. Now it's just down to 1. Entron trying to move his way forward, and he gets crossed up. Neutrino's gonna pull 4, and Godlike will exit the defensive half up 5-1.
Not allowing him to defuse is wild, in my opinion, by the way. He deserved to defuse that bomb, but it doesn't matter. It is just a defusal nonetheless, and a 5-1 lead as we flip spawns in favor of Godlike, who are so ready to take this advantage even deeper in their way. But is the flip of spawns going to be something that benefits Standpoint in some way, somehow? We are about to find out as Godlike pushes through. Alon with 2 different players. Learn here with a bomb in hand will begin to plant immediately, to which SPG had nothing to say about.
First blood tallied, but it's a rather inconsequential kill. It's on rotation. Good follow-up from Prevail, getting a trade to Suwon. Retake on the way for SPG. They're trying to move quickly, but there's just not a lot of space for them to maneuver around at all. Even though a 1-shot lands for time, he's the last player left. This would have to be a 1v4 in technicality, and he's got to do it with a scope. Quick shot will miss. Follow-up here from Trunks. No worries, no problems. Godlike already on map point. Standpoint in major trouble.
In major problem indeed. A single round is all that Godlike needs in here. They got map point times 5, if I'm not mistaken. 5 different opportunities that I don't think they want to go to the very end. They want to take it now here in this opportunity. As 2 pushes through mid. Trunks gets a kill onto Schwan. Trunks is now going to get executed. Double kill with huge value in favor of SPG, as time reaction time was amazing indeed. And because of that, they stop in their tracks. That aggression from Godlike, that is not even quite over, as Neutrino, look at him go.
Yeah, the thing about it is Standpoint are so far committed forward that they're almost in a position of being self-isolated, but Neutrino knew Bird was nearby, but the shot lands for Bird, leaving it all down now to 1 player, and that will be Abiz. And he's a little bit stuck backside trailer. It's just a scope to work with. Tries to clear things out over the top of the barrels. Time will get 3 in the round, and Standpoint will stay alive.
Good job. Good job there for Time. He realized that they were pushing through mid, gets 1, gets 2, and eventually the 3rd to close it all up. That is huge value for SPG, who are still under fire. They have managed to decrease it a little bit, but the heat is still in their faces, as we now see a different strategy coming down from Godlike, who all push through B. The ones defending are going to be Wawa alongside with Bird. Bird in there at a distance with a Grow, tries to defend. Trunks gets 1. Prevail gets 2. There's Wawa with a kill. Bird still cannot do nothing in these rounds. And ladies and gentlemen, with Suwon being the only one alive, and that kill being a triple for Abyss. That's a victory for the side of Godlike, ladies and gentlemen. They question shift on that pick for Godlike winning the Search and Destroy. That was a 7-2, man.
That was as convincing as we've seen all week long, flat out. And this is the thing, it's like, there's such a big part of this where Godlike, again, kind of talking about them through their entry yesterday, and now even more today, it's like there's just not a lot of good film on them. Because they ran through their region, which I think a lot of people consider to be one of the weakest, maybe next to Japan. And you can't really take much out of going flawless in map counts in that particular region. And then yesterday, you know, the results are a little bit all over the place. They have a couple of good showings, a couple of maps that, you know, maybe could have gone one way or the other, but they were a little bit one-dimensional. They played a lot of takeoff, they played a lot of firing range, and I guess what Standpoint saw was enough for them to say, okay, we can square up against these on firing range, but that decision, if it was a conscious one, is starting to come back and bite them really hard, because that was domination from beginning to end, almost like we saw in the Hacienda. This time, no letting up, as Godlike are fueled trying to get this down in 3.
Yeah, they were not going to let it go, as it went on the side of Hardpoint. 12-6 in favor of Abyssum. There's 8 kills for Neutrino. Those 2 were on a spree, and so was pretty much everybody else on the side of Godlike, if I'm being honest with you all. On the opposite end, SPG not doing too bad necessarily, but it was constantly being outplayed when it felt like they had it in the bag in a way. You know, they, especially in the first half, they were not being able to follow through with the defense once they activated the bomb. That was a problem that happened over and over and over again. It kicked them so hard back that there was, once again, no opportunity to try to come from it.
Man, I'm almost at a loss for words. Flat out. This is... It's just, there's so many reactions that you can have about this. First and foremost is the kind of the mystery, the facade, if you want to call it, about what Godlike was able to do in India, being perfect. Coming through yesterday, there were still these mixed bag results where it's just like, we don't know if all of that pre-hype buzz, whether the scrims was really going to be, you know, significant enough to really show itself on the main stage. But they're showing that. And at the same rate, though, the other side of the sword is like, did SPG just have a good first day? You know, because this feels like, based on performances that we have tracked from when they were playing in Masters, when they're playing in CDFI, they were getting beat up by just about everybody besides like the second team from Japan and like the fourth teams from Garena. Like they were not doing particularly great in their region to even qualify for Worlds in the first place. Kind of like a lucky to be here type situation. And then all of a sudden we kind of get awoken, alarmed by how well they played yesterday, qualifying for 3-1. But was that just one good day for SPG? Because, you know, just to put it out there, this feels more like what the results reflected for SPG coming into this event. And now you have to reverse sweep. And I don't know how you do that going into a mode that you were 3-12 in coming into the event. And in particular on Raid, they're 1-6 on. 1-7 in total after their match yesterday, but they got smoked by Q9. It's not good news.
Not good news whatsoever. I think you touched on that earlier. It feels like they used all of their strengths on the at the beginning, and then after on, they were just nothing. They got emptied. They got no more strength to fight back. And on the opposite end, you've got Godlike, who has been, of course, super consistent across the entirety of the region. They were super good and solid in the pre-tournament scrims against the others, that now here today actually, they got the opportunity to close it in 3, and that's definitely what they're going for now.
So here we go. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep for Standpoint. Otherwise, Godlike will find themselves moving on to tomorrow, and they can maybe do it in 3-0 form. Over to Raid Control. One of the things to note is that in the past, Chinese teams on Raid Control prefer to get all the kills more than playing around the zone. So can Standpoint kind of change that narrative? So far, so good. Second tick of progress locked for the offensive SPG over at A, and the third one will be conceded to them. Godlike going to back off and default to playing a hard defensive B.
Okay, well, so far, kill advantage in favor of SPG, who has just captured A. That's right, nothing to be done over there. Why, you may ask? Because Godlike was just taken, man. I don't care about it. Let me show you how to defend now over on Bravo. Avisum gonna get that kill onto Birth, preventing them from pushing, who are on Godlike spawn pretty much in here, making that rotation time. We'll find that kill. Neutrino died, Prevail and Avis answer immediately against that aggression. And although the idea was interesting, they just closed that door so strong on the side of Godlike that SPG didn't even know what was going on.
The understanding from Godlike in this moment is absolutely brilliant. You give up A, and by doing so, you also know that you're possibly giving up a spawn trap, so you have to keep players over towards Laundry to make sure they can deal with Standpoint moving around the back. But look at number 4 in blue. Abiz is playing inside the offensive garage, and it's going to force Standpoint to have to spawn over towards AC. So they have to take the longest route known to man to get over to B, and Abiz is just farming in spawn.
That's straight on spawn trap. Come on now. Finally, they take him down, but I still feel like it's too late. Already a minute and a half has passed since we saw that control objective in favor of SPG, who are just attempting to somehow get inside of Bravo. But Godlike constantly says no to that double kill for Prevail, who continues to control the side of Laundry, of Red Room in here. It's just unreal how Godlike are playing, not only to the kills, which they are winning, by the way, but also strategizing every single move to not only what they do, but what the opponents have to do.
Yeah, 9v12 though, a breakthrough for Standpoint. They get a couple of clean kills. Now they're on for B. First tick of progress, looks like it's going to be a lock. A couple of streaks being spent, Hunter Killer drones in particular, but that's only a mere inconvenience here for Standpoint. Holding tall on top of this B zone. Retake now required for Godlike. Got to find a way to get in as the third tick of progress starting to be earned. Have to find a way to clear this. The lives are good, but can they get onto contested? Suwon by himself. He gets the kill. Can he control the zone? 1v1 on the point, and Suwon's going to get the kill, but he gets traded Now a 6v2. Godlike just able to get on in the nick of time. Depletion looks good, and his last player for SPG can't quite get there, but oh my, SPG nearly stole the round away by getting the full capture.
Valiant effort, great strategy. At the end, man, at the end, SPG need to figure out a way to start strong and follow through with it. You cannot always be playing to try to come back from an awful situation. There it almost happened. It almost happened on Hardpoint. Can they do it to begin with here on the control so far? They've lost 3 lives. They answer back with a kill from Time, who now finds a double. Time still alive, but there's the nade with a War Machine, and the Hunter Killer drone will hunt them down. SPG not too far behind as they continue to defend. But it's not going to be a problem with Abyssum doing plays like that.
Yeah, very clean from Abyss. It wasn't a full stack for the side of Godlike after Neutrino literally kicked the door down at B. War Machine not allowing them an entry, but the follow-up kills really clean, and now Learn getting to work with the Annihilator. A little turn and burner. Nice shot from Learn. The Bees follows up with a double of his own, and that will be enough for the B zone. 24 playing 17, and SPG have to rotate back, try to get an A defense, but the problem here is you already have players at mid. You've got Prevail with equalizers in your spawn, and this could get real messy real quick.
In here, Prevail with the push, with the equalizer. We'll try to spawn trap there. Bird has nothing to do against that double kill now for Prevail. To 3 in total with the equalizer. Goes for the fourth one, 3-1. We'll say no to that, but look at that kill differential now being 7 in favor of Godlike. Plenty of time to play with. Here's Trunks once again trying to aim for that spawn trap in here. Can he do it though? It's gonna be problematic, but not impossible at a distance. There's 3-1 who once again shuts that down. A key player inside of the kitchen, but the lives remain to be in favor of Godlike here.
So much liberty here for Godlike to play around. You can continue to try to play for spawn traps. You can try to force the hand of the defense to deal with this A push. They don't have a lot of lives to do so. Essentially at this point, everyone for Standpoint has to be good for at least 2 kills. 12 playing 17, and hold on a second. War Machine out. Time's able to get 1 with that. A late nade from Prevail does essentially confirm his own trade. Guagua in the offensive spawn also creates a bit of a problem with the claw out. The Bees denies it. Said, no pre-fire in my face, son. Now the focus can start to move over 10v3, and there just are not enough lives remaining for 55 seconds of defense here for Standpoint. Bird's even calling in a Purifier. They would have to do some major damage that we've never seen before if they were to really reduce this life gap, because there's still so much clock for Godlike to play with.
We were warned beforehand that Godlike was on a spree, and they sure are. Ladies and gentlemen, as Bird falls to the ground, and Chuan is the only hope alive in a 1v7. There's close to nothing that can be done in here as Godlike continues to pretty safely capture this objective. There's the use of the Vortex and a double, but that's just not going to be enough. They're out of distance. Trunks manages to survive. And with the kill out of distance, that sniper shot. Yes, they try to make it close, man, but
I don't love the call of those final operators at all.
Whatsoever.
If you're Standpoint.
It's wild.
Knowing that you have to win not 1, but 2 offenses, you're gonna throw a Gravity Vortex gun into a 1v6? Don't love the idea of it, and that is a major tool out of the hands of Standpoint, now having to kind of do what I call the Omega reverse sweep. They have to get the mini reverse sweep here in the control, plus the full reverse sweep in the series, and Neutrino's earned his 2nd War Machine in 2 rounds. Standpoint still able to get footing on towards B, but you can just kind of feel the wind is favoring the sails of Godlike right now. Even though SPG do put together a really strong break off, this should lead to a B capture.
It definitely should be, and this time being over on Bravo, we had a different situation to what we saw in round number 1, to potential different outcome, question mark in favor of SPG. Let's see how that goes, as this time around, they do not 5-stack on the hill. They are like, all right, we're gonna continue to capture, yes, but we're also gonna be thinking about what's next and how we want to translate that control capture onto the next hill. Unfortunately enough, it just doesn't work again. Look at Godlike once again doing what they like to do, which is playing a spawn drop. What even is that? Trunks gets a double. What is going on?
It's the Zim Omega spawn trap.
Wow.
They got him spawning in Gym.
I didn't even know that was possible.
It is. It happened last year. Shout out Zim, I know you're watching, brother. I know all the people in the spawn have a cheeky smile. But the thing about it is, that strategy worked out for kills, but it didn't help them win the round. Will that change here in 2023? Godlike with the front line set up over towards A. They've dug into the life gap convincingly. Here comes SPG though. Couple of tools still available for them to try to crack the code. Just comes down to, can they find the eliminations? Minute 15 on the clock. And Trunks is going to be an issue down here, bottom bedroom. Oh, and boy, is he ever. Only gets one, but still the trades are good. And now Godlike just have to kill off 9 lives or minute 5 on the clock, whichever is more convenient.
And if they want to, they can just use the 2 operators that they have available. That's going to be the equalizer coming down from Prevail, who is now going to be spotting 2 different enemies at once. Finds the first kill, goes for the second, takes it like it's nothing, immediately pushes for more. There's no way to prevent what's coming. Only 4 lives remain in favor of SPG. Sweet One takes that double kill. Prevail will continue to have this equalizer for a few more seconds. And at a distance, there's also another one that was used on the Learn's hand, but it was not necessarily that effective. 4 remain. They try to stay alive. They try to stay together. They all push through the kitchen. There's that kill from Avism. Ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of the end. SPG are out. Godlike have done it in such a huge fashion. 3-0. How in the world did that happen, Shift?
Holy cow. Literally. That is unbelievable. India's here to not just play, they're putting everyone on notice. And look, we were kind of flirting around with the storyline. Is Godlike playing that well, or was SPG just having a bad day? I don't care. You put anyone on the stage versus that Godlike team today, and they're going to sweat or get beat down in similar fashion. That is a massive showing to a single elimination bracket, and Godlike continues to have India on its shoulders, pushing it an extra step. They've at least secured top 4. What a display from Godlike.
Incredible performance over there. And as such, it has to be recognized on the Indian region that last year struggled like no other. They bumped into so many obstacles last time, but in here today, although Vitality could not step up to the same level, Godlike surely did against plenty of different regions. They made that loss against Q9, but they beat both of the European teams. They beat also the #1 seeded for Latin America, and now it seemingly is like they're going after China.
Oh yeah, big time. It's just, again, I have to just sit there and say, like, Godlike, that performance would have done well versus anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody. That was really good hard point until it wasn't there at the end for a little bit, but we'll kind of forget that. For the first 80% of the map, the hard point was perfect from Godlike. The search and destroy was as dominant as we've ever seen on firing range on both sides of the palm. And then a 3-0 on raid where they're making great decisions. They get the Zim spawn trap off. It works out perfectly for them to kind of reduce the life lead, put a lot of pressure on SPG. And I just look at the kills. I mean, nearly 20 across the board for just about everybody. Nobody goes negative. It's really clicking on all levels for me right here, Lauren.
And to be fair, we had the extra time before this match to do that additional analysis. You were pulling on that thread. You showed all of the ways in which Godlike could benefit from the entire picks and bans phase, and they do that, but in even more dominant fashion than you had ever predicted. I mean, that was a performance. Did you see the zoom in? The intensity in the eyes at the end, the celebration coming out of Godlike? I love everything about it.
Pure elation. And again, that's the thing, like talking about how this series laid out based on the picks and bans, the 2-3-5 looked like the best overall maps, but there was potential for them to sneak out a Hacienda Hardpoint win because they looked good at it when they played it in their region. 2 different 100-point clubs. But the thing was, that was such a long time ago, and we didn't know what either team was going to bring to the table with Hacienda. So for Godlike to come out, play the map that flawlessly, that says a lot about their fluidity across every single mode. It's not just on what they played kind of one-dimensionally yesterday. They look prepped and ready to go to possibly chase down a championship.
And I gotta say, I definitely gave Godlike a true chance of making it onto the next day, and I was not expecting it to be that way. I said at the beginning, I thought of 3-1, and even the games that they won, I thought it was gonna be sort of close. that was not what we saw whatsoever. We saw them completely prepped when it came down to those different interactions. In the 3 game modes, they had a plan that constantly adapted to what SPG tried to do. We saw them on Control. They strategized what to do if they lose an objective, and quote-unquote lose, because they just gave it away for free.
And it wasn't just you guys. I was talking to Proper in the back as well. He also thought it was going to be a 3-1. Still in favor of Godlike. But that means it's time for us to also check in with Tom. I want to hear how Godlike feels after now securing their spot, continuing this run.
Thank you so much. I'm here with the Bees, and I mean, you heard it. How do you feel after doing that?
I mean, I feel amazing after defeating such a strong team, and now we are in the top 4. We are finally seeing our path, and we can finally see the trophy come to us.
Well, we've watched the Indian subcontinent step up and up and up and up, and you guys, you didn't just win, you dominated. Why are you so strong today, dude?
I feel there's a hunger. We haven't performed that well in the previous World Cup, but this time there was a hunger that we have to go there, we have to prove ourselves, we have to dominate every team there, and we have to lift that trophy.
You're absolutely doing it, and I think the fans at home know it and they see it. Is there anything you'd like to say to the people at home? Because I know, I've seen it in chat, everyone is loud for you guys. Let them know.
I would just like to say, guys, हमको support करते रहो. हम बहुत आगे आ चुके हैं और हम अब ये trophy उठाने वाले. Keep supporting us, guys. Keep supporting us.
All right. Well, you knocked him out on the stage. You knock him out on the wall, my man. All you. Congrats.
It's time to X another logo off of our graffiti wall right now. Unfortunate for SPG, but fantastic run out of them. But Godlike, I mean, you heard him say it, it's about the hunger, right? We saw that in the reactions to the win. It is the extra it factor that they just have right now. Hopefully that serves them well tomorrow as well.
Everyone should be on notice. The thing about it is you're going to have to prep through what we just saw, and it's just like, huh? Like, how did that happen? After a bunch of maps that they hadn't played yet this weekend, you know, they come in with a certain kind of vulnerability to being in, you know, the India sub-region, which we didn't know how good that region was going to be in total because of years past, but for them to come out and put up that kind of a showing versus an SPG team that I was very wrong about yesterday, and they looked like they were going to be one of the major contenders as China was really elevated with all 3 teams, I would have a hard time sitting down and trying to figure out how to play that Godlike team after that performance.
Absolutely, I would be scared in a way, and because of that, let's take a quick update onto the brackets. What has happened so far is 2 back-to-back 3-0s. First in favor of Luminosity over Kagendra, then SPG could not be good enough against Godlike's performance. These two will see each other tomorrow, and I gotta say that I'm excited about that.
Yeah, we've seen some really strong performances so far, flawless performances out of some of our teams. Very, very impressive, but that's just half of the competition that we have here today. You saw in that bracket, we still have 2 more quarterfinal matches to determine the last 2 teams making it through to tomorrow, rounding out our top 4, which means for us it's time for another short break. When we return, it will be Q9 versus Powerhouse for match number 3 on the day, so don't go anywhere. More Call of Duty Mobile World Championship action when we return.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack Atlanta, where we are halfway through our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship competition. It feels like it's flying by, and that's because it is. We just saw two back-to-back 3-0 beautiful performances out of our teams. LG, Godlike, moving through the bracket. You didn't get a chance to talk about it. We were talking about it in the green room, so I want you to hype up Godlike a little bit here.
I feel like a proud uncle watching Godlike being able to showcase on the main stage. Again, you go back to Worlds 22 last year in Raleigh. No performance was even close to what we're seeing today. They have broken past their previous threshold. Now they're past top 8, in towards top 4. What? That is insane. Nobody had India doing this well this tournament. Come on.
And we talked about it at the beginning of the show too, Gil. It's all about new regional dominance. Everyone's coming for NA.
Everyone is coming for NA. Godlike will sure get a shot tomorrow, but today you said it yourself, are only halfway through, and I am hyped. Are we to expect any more upsets today? Question mark?
Probably.
I love that. I'm here for a good storyline, okay? We said it before the break. We've got another match coming up right around the corner. Match number 3 today is between Q9 and Powerhouse. This is gonna be another good one.
I mean, you feel like that it will continuously be a good one, especially when we were looking at the beginning of the day. We had the 2 NA teams versus the conglomerate that was the East. There was only one team that was kind of breaking up the monotony of all the teams that were at CDFI, and that was Godlike. So Q9 versus Powerhouse. This is a matchup that we have seen a handful of times over the past calendar year, and most recently was at CDFI. It did go all 5 maps, though Q9 did come out on top.
That's right. They did get on top of the opponents, and it's gonna be interesting to see if they can do it once again here against Powerhouse. That yesterday they did it. Yes, they got here, but it wasn't necessarily that clean the way they played. I feel like there was quite a few situations where they struggled a bit against their opponents, while on the other hand, you got Q9, that the only team that they struggled against was their counterpart from China and historical rivals, Wolves.
All right, well, we'll have to see what happens in match number 3, but you know how it goes. New match means new epic kickoff. Tom, you ready for this one?
Cold and calculated. This team's attention to detail has earned themselves #1 in their highly competitive region. Consistency, meticulousness, greatness. Please welcome to the stage, Qingzhou Club. Oling, Xingdong, Sun, Maoqi, Youngyi. One more time, Q9. Men, take your seats. And their opposition, an international squad that's made their way to the top of the Garena region, with players representing Singapore, the Philippines, and Malaysia, a team that fits their name, Powerhouse. Shut Up, Bingo, Incendio, Skird, and Irfan J. Once more, Powerhouse. All right, y'all, take your seats. Teams are ready. I know you are. Let's play some Call of Duty.
All right, our players are out on the stage getting themselves ready for this matchup. So let's start deep diving in. I want to start things off with talking about Q9.
Q9's road yesterday saw them losing just a single series. It went all 3 maps, and as Gilla had already alluded to, it was none other than their Chinese counterpart facing off against Wolves. Again, when it comes down to just losing maps, when you're looking at this Q9 club roster, they only lost 2 Chinese teams. That's both against Standpoint and for Wolves. So I think that you have some VOD to look at here if you're Powerhouse and trying to rectify what happened back at CDFI.
It's going to be interesting how the side of Q9 plays yet again another team from Garena. We've seen them, you said it, they've won in the past, but we've already seen that that story can change and already did, for example, within India and the side of China with SPG, right? So I'm intrigued to see how that's gonna work out for the Q9 team as we begin to see these beautiful shots here over on the vault.
Getting a look at our players here as we walk through some of the fun they get to have before they even came into this weekend. Hopefully that'll continue for them here. You know, that's the goal for everyone. Moving on to Championship Sunday. That's the cash they are hoping goes in their pockets at the end of it all.
There was cash on the floor, but I just have one question, and there's only going to be a select few of the audience and maybe also staff that'll understand this. What's inside the box? Wuling, Jinan, Sun, Malky, and Yang, that is your Q9 club roster. And if there's one thing that both you and I got to see yesterday, Gil, is that any one of these 5 players can pop off. Specifically, that player in the middle, Sun, is absolutely ridiculous.
I've talked about it in the past. I'm a huge fan of this player, even with the sniper. Lauren, what do you have to say about them right now?
Well, we got an opportunity, obviously, to also speak with Q9 heading into this event. And we wanted to hear their thoughts on how the whole competition was going to go and where they thought they would place. So let's check it out.
我觉得对我和我的阵容来说，这次参加 CODM 的世界锦标赛意义重大。我觉得这一次的冠军是我们非常渴望的。然后我们在美国比赛的时候，我们也会想到远在大洋彼岸的来自我们国家的同胞的观众在努力的支持我们，这也会给我们非常大的动力，所以我们会保持着这个热情和冲劲打下去的。
没有，感觉这次来到世界舞台上其实很兴奋吧。欧林、丧、猫奇、西安，因为我觉得我的队友都是最好的、最棒的。玩过的，
我感觉可能因为内资吧，可能这么内资的因素，其实有时候我们也挺畏惧对面的，就是对，因为都是内资的，没打过训练赛嘛。
我最想叫的是LG吧，因为他是北美赛区的冠军嘛，我就特别想跟他们交手。
谢谢大家的支持，然后我们一定不负大家的希望，把这个冠军带回去。
All right, I think that might have been one of my favorite things we've seen out of some of these interviews so far. Q9 saying that they really want to go up against LG in the championship because best team, strongest region, and they want to be the best. So in order to be the best, you have to beat the best. That mentality is so great.
I mean, it really does kind of put a sentiment in a completely different language on the giant target that is on LG's back, right? I mean, again, you are the #1 team globally, especially for a lot of the players are the defending champions from last year's Worlds. You come for the king, you best not miss.
Absolutely, and obviously we're looking at them now up here on the stage. Going up against Q9, it is Powerhouse. Let's talk about them a little bit.
Absolutely, this team from Garena that surprised a lot of people yesterday by how they managed to sneak into day number 2. We'll be facing off against the top 1, top 2, depending on how you see it for China. This team Powerhouse have yet another shot against one of the big teams out there. On that interview, we saw how Q9 specifically want to go after the side of LG on the grand finals, but I'm sure that the side of Powerhouse also are looking to take a big hit on those big names.
Shout out Bingo, Incendio, Skurd, and Irfan. Some of these sounded like Harry Potter spells, I swear. But nonetheless, Powerhouse International is definitely a roster that you do not bat an eyelash at. It's impossible to. We saw how emotional the Garena casters were, even on social media this morning, to be able to see the representation, not just from one Garena team, but both of them making it in towards top 8. A lot still to do. Again, retribution on the line for Powerhouse, trying to rectify the Map 5 loss versus Q9 Club not too long ago.
Well, we got an opportunity to talk with Powerhouse before the competition and chat with them about just how much it means to be competing in the World Championship here this weekend.
feel proud to represent my country in stage 5 because we'll be going up against everyone in the world. I'm representing Singapore, but my team consists of almost every country in the region. We have Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia. We're the only team with almost the entire Southeast Asia in the team. This year, every team will be ready for it.
I decided to join Powerhouse because I saw an opportunity in this team, championship mindset.
This year, we are more prepared for the West team compared to the last year. The West team will be more comfortable because they win for the 2 years in a row. I hope they don't let their guard down.
Their play style is very different from the Southeast Asian play style. It's tough for us to match their play style as well because we can't scrim them when we are at home because it's on different servers. But I would say this year Southeast Asia would like to prove things different.
Every team is ready for the weather, ready for the home ground difference, and we're set to win because we have more LAN tournament experience than the West.
You know, they kind of echoed a lot of the sentiments that you've been saying here on the desk proper. One, they play against each other in the East a lot, so they know that, but they don't get an opportunity to scrim against the West. So there's a little bit of an unknown factor there, but then also kind of called the West side out, saying they've got more LAN experience than them.
That's absolutely the case. Again, when it comes down to these Eastern teams, they've been playing LANs since, well, I don't even know, like a long time ago, realistically. And this one in particular, between Q9 and Powerhouse, much like how the entirety of NA don't have much playtime against them, besides these Worlds and international tournaments, there's a lot to be said about the playstyles that they have to offer for each other as we take a look at the stats, courtesy of course, I Hold Shift, just giving us all these different maps and breakdowns of what we were able to see just yesterday. Very stark differences as far as the game modes are concerned. 100% though, the 2 times that Powerhouse went to control. Can't bat an eyelash at that if, of course, that map number 3 could be quite integral for Powerhouse.
And with Shift, we talked a lot about how different scenarios could be a potential good outcome for Godlike. Here, between Q9 and Powerhouse, I was looking to find a way to maybe beat those picks, go the way of the Garena team. But I'm just not that sure this time around. I feel like overall Q9 is not only a good team, but a super solid squad to go against. And in here tonight, I am just not sure if I see a crack of opportunity for the side of Powerhouse.
We saw just how influential and important the picks ban phase was in our last match. What type of an advantage it can give, especially now that we're in those best-of-5 series, the difference that can make, and we'll be getting those picks bans through here in just a moment for these 2 teams as well. What are you anticipating out of some of these squads here proper?
Well, the last time that these 2 teams did play off against each other on LAN, keep in mind, Q9 blew them out of the water when it came down to the raid control. 4-0, again, difference as far as the scoreline is concerned when they were playing across the waters. But as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, Q9 took both of them. And the way that they were able to win it was, well, quite frankly, in taking, I believe it was map 1, 2, and 5. They lost the control, they lost the map 4. But the Search and Destroys did go down on Tunisia, did go down on Express, and all things considered, when you're looking at it from Powerhouse's perspective, you did have some time in between then and now. You better hope that all of that work has paid off, that you might end up seeing a few of these maps come back.
I was not expecting for us to see a takeoff map number 1, but that's exactly what we'll get. Then we would move on to Search and Destroy on Meltdown. That is some great start over there, and at the middle or potential middle of the best-of-5 would be Control on Raid that Proper just touched on earlier. Moving on to the hardpoint on Summit and potentially Game 5 of Search and Destroy on Slums. I gotta say that I don't dislike this, particularly for the side of Powerhouse, but I'm still just not feeling it. I'm not completely on their side, if I'm honest.
So this Summit is going to be the most interesting one that does stand out to me, of course, that being the map number 4, should we get there, of course. That was a 10-point differential that Q9 were able to win. So very close in between these 2. So it's kind of like the picking of the 2 evils if you are Powerhouse as far as your vetoes are concerned. You have to allow the takeoff to come through, which honestly speaking is an Eastern classic. But this is probably the best maps that you could possibly draft for yourself if you are Powerhouse, given that that raid control did go your way quite swimmingly last time.
right, well, I think this is going to be a really exciting third match of the day. Hopefully everybody at home is ready to get into this one as well. If you're hanging out to chat, or if you're even here in the audience and you're on your phones, make sure you hop on in there and let us know who you think is going to be taking this one, which team moves on to tomorrow to compete potentially in that World Championship, and which team's journey might end here. It's definitely going to be an exciting back and forth because both of these teams want to be fighting for that title, the trophy that we get to see all the time here on stage, and of course that $1 million prize pool. The versus screen comes through. Our players are locked in and loaded. Match number 3 is coming at you.
This one's going to be exciting. Thank you so much, Glitter. We'll get all of your thoughts after this best of 5. Has the potential to be an absolute doozy, if you ask me. This takeoff hardpoint is going to be interesting for a lot of different reasons, of course. Through all of stage 4 for this Q9 club roster, they went 1 and 5. But all throughout yesterday, it was reverse day for them, Gil. They did not drop a single hardpoint.
It's going to be the same. I am not sure. I definitely feel like it could go that way, but we shall see. As far as I'm concerned, this game of Q9 starts off with the right foot. The fight now shall begin by the hands of Irfan. Wow, we are going to get to see yet another chopper, this time by the hands of, I think it was Shinan from Q9 over there using it. So that's going to be interesting. We know that here specifically on takeoff, there's plenty of different angles that at a distance you try to cover your allies over on P1. And even on P2, you just try to spray your enemies out of that place.
Don't need all the cover in the world. If you have a wall of bullets, you have to try to mosey your way through. Pretty convincing kill feed for Powerhouse as we're still doing the tango here on P1. About 5 seconds left to gain here if you are Powerhouse International, and they will be getting all of that 36-12 at the end of P1. They also have the rotation towards new, so you got to be careful here if you are Q9. This is what they were able to do quite wonderfully yesterday in best of 3s for a lot of these different hard points. They didn't always have all the setups in the world, but their break potential was definitely something that they could write home about. Shut up. He's able to find himself a handful of kills, but Sun Jinan at least answered back with a few more. Trying to get in towards the back, though, to break up the spawns was at least Jinan for a small moment in time. And Bingo taking himself out of commission. It's only going to help out the affair for Q9 Club to break on in for some time.
Now, I do gotta say it, I see quite a shocking stat on the side of Powerhouse, and is the fact that they're getting plenty of kills. I'm talking about yesterday struggling when it came down to the kill department. In here today, they start off fresh, they start off good, and that really showed off on point number 1. Now on point number 2, they do struggle here a little bit, but as I say that, they managed to somehow take the opponents out for a few extra seconds. There's only 10 left, and they are now beginning to try to rotate onto the next hill. The first one inside is going to be Incendio, unfortunately enough, because they try to contest what was like 5 seconds on P2, they lose complete control over the map. I'm not too sure what happened over there, because like I mentioned, Powerhouse had the spawns, had the opportunity to start off fresh on P3. They opted to try to push for what was nearly no time, and because of that, they lost the opportunity to be with things under control.
Amalki is frying right now. Already called in that Predator missile, calls out the Sparrow, and completely shuts down the War Machine efforts for Powerhouse International. Again, as you were talking about, Gil, trying to rectify the issue, trying to battle for all of 5 seconds there at the end of P2. It's garnered Q9 about 30 seconds of damn near uncontested time here at P3. This is where they have really kind of leaned on in to the 4-0 record yesterday on hardpoint specifically. You give this team the setup, you give them some operators, and they are absolutely just piecing you through these very narrow choke points. Still have 15 seconds left to fight over. Bingo's going to be able to at least find 2. It's answered back in kind with a few trades, but Q9 have themselves a little bit of a comfort lead off of a money hill at 3.
All right, I'm looking right now at Shadab's stats as he gets a triple kill for himself using that Fennec. And on top of that, he's on a force spree to be with that 100-killer drone available. Yes, the utility is still there on a few players on the side of Powerhouse, but let's see how much value they take off of him. Sun there begins to push and finds that kill. Young is gonna help him as well. Double kill there for Skurd using that claw, and from up above, let it rain with Shadab's Predator missile. With that, Powerhouse does a great job at the first 20 or so seconds inside of the hill, but just like that, it seems like Q9 are once again kicking them out of that place.
Yeah, Powerhouse, again, they utilize both the Predator missile, the Claw to kind of break in through the front of P4, right? But still, they couldn't get in towards the back. So Q9, they still have those spawns over on the west side of the map. Finally breaking a little bit further forward is Shut Up. He is trying his damnest to carry his team across the end of the first set of hard points, but cannot get back in for the scrap time. Spawns were flipped here for a moment, if you are looking at it from Powerhouse's perspective, and it might be able to give them the reinforcements that they require to get on in towards the hill. Shadow pulls out the Sparrow. They'll find 4 in a row. It's going to be good enough for get themselves some scrap time, but not enough to completely combat it against the lead that Q9 have accrued for themselves at the end of the first set. It is 92-78.
Definitely, the lead is still going to be in favor of Q9, but I feel like in a way, Powerhouse has been just falling through a few mistakes that they eventually do fix, and because of that, they haven't fallen too far behind. But they cannot allow themselves to constantly be doing mistake after mistake. We saw it earlier with the side of the side of SPG, where they were trying to constantly fix their issues instead of beginning with a good start. Here, Powerhouse needs to make sure that they are on their A game from now on, or else they're just constantly going to be close but not quite there in the lead as we continue to see Q9 inside of that hill. There's the opportunity for Incendio to use that War Machine on what I think would be on point number 2. He continues to clean the hill and helps a little bit more to the side of Powerhouse.
I mean, realistically, you do feel like that this game would probably still be in Powerhouse's favor. They probably have a bigger score margin if they just didn't overextend to try to break inside of P2 there in the first set. So we'll have to see what they can potentially do here as P2 is about to pop just in about 5 seconds. Close spawn still intact here for Q9, but they only hold about an 11-second lead. Now, if you are Powerhouse, you are nearby, but not exactly an open land to maybe try to get in here scot-free. You do have players nearby, however. Do you start dipping your toes into what resources are available? The answer is absolutely. Incendio pulls himself out the War Machine, works his way in, is able to at least find a trade onto Yang, getting good damage markers, but still not enough. The last grenade to come out from the War Machine now has to get the job done there with the Growl. Unable to be at least fully break inside the hard point, but space was provided. Q9 still holding strong. Those close spawns are still intact, but Powerhouse now working off of the pinch. 28 seconds is good enough to fight for, in my opinion, and they're finding the kills to boot.
Let's see if they continue to have things under control. The side of Powerhouse can try to defend in there. There's the push towards the construction side, now working out in favor of Q9. Great defense now as we continue to see them constantly rotating players in and out of that hill. Powerhouse, out of that 25 seconds, got about 18 or so going their way, and as such, yet again, they're 15 seconds behind, constantly being close and close and close to the side of Q9. Can they actually jump, make that final step, and take the lead? Well, let's figure it out as, well, seemingly they're going to be a little bit late to that next rotation.
Player number 5 there for Powerhouse has an operator. It's Irfan. What's he trying to do from the situation? He's trying to pinch this alongside of his teammates. It's gunfights all across the board, all over the place here for P3. Shadow's going to open up with the Sparrow, finds himself 2. That's the opening that you need. Also have at least a Purifier in the hands here for Bingo, but gets shut down with it in his hands. Claw down, invested here from Skirt, trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink that you just earned in that previous hard point, just to try to get yourself an advantage here at P3. But all it takes is Jinan to pull out the War Machine, to try to keep them at bay in these very narrow choke points. It means that Irfan has to invest the equalizer to be able to find some semblance of trades, but still, it's back and forth. Q9 will do this all day. They'll continuously try to play operator for operator until you completely expunge everything. It's Malky to get the last laugh with the Sparrow, last operator that was available in the lobby, and it's again Q9 that walk away with the majority of time.
And I mean, probably that's not what they want, but they are happy to be playing this game in which they are constantly ahead of the opponent's wrist. Right now, the furthest ahead we've seen them so far, that's 40 or so seconds in the favor of Q9. From up above there, Shut Up trying to push in. Shut Up with already 40 kills going his way, has been the most valuable player for the side of Powerhouse. Unfortunately enough, Isalas have not been able to keep up to that same level. Right now, they do clean the kill. There's 40 or so seconds. They're gonna get kicked out because of that play from Maoki, who gets now a double with it. And immediately, Q9 gets one more kill under their belt. They get the control through the smoke. Yaki is waiting for anyone to even think or dare to walk by of a surprise. They were already behind you, my friend, and because of that lack of awareness, as Isalas got taken down, Powerhouse has 20 seconds to attempt to defend here in this kill.
EMP system invested there for Q9. It means that they can try to contest this hill for the last 10 seconds of the second set of hills. And it's going to guarantee themselves a little bit of a bigger lead going in towards the third and final set comparatively to what they had in towards the second. It will be 183 to 143. A 40-point differential. Powerhouse spawning all over the place, to be completely candid with you. Last players in the middle of the map will be Malky, and it's a clean kill feed coming through for Powerhouse International. But it's P1, baby. It's going to be scrappy beyond belief, and that's going to be great for Q9 to be able to maintain their lead.
Let's see if they can. 50 seconds left, and they got skirted inside of the hill through the smoke. He's got the club, but I highly doubt that he's going to be using it on a situation as complicated as that one is. That is going to be 10 continuous seconds of control in the hands of Powerhouse to now bounce yet another player in. This time Bingo with a Purifier who goes for that kill, gets it before his own death. Powerhouse doing a great job now at overcoming their demons, overcoming their trouble, but they are still behind. They need to do it better in there. Seeing through the smoke comes heavy, but not enough to actually take them out. Powerhouse, for the first time, I see some sort of light going their way.
But what did it cost? I mean, you're able to at least cut down the lead. It is now 169 to 188, but you lost the spawns ahead of New. This has been the biggest issue for Powerhouse International the entire time here on map number 1. You have to try to get these spawns in play ahead of New. Q9 were just gifted them scot-free. Uling's going to be able to find himself too. Xenon now with the War Machine up top, just being able to pepper them with an abundance of damage, taking down so many different trophy systems as much as he can try. It's Yang1 there with the Gravity Vortex Cannon, just shutting down these very narrow choke points. It means that Incendio has to invest his own War Machine just to work their way back in. But the trade game has been so supreme for Q9, just off of these close spawns, just playing up top of P2. They can simply do no wrong as they rack up more time, over 200 points.
I feel like the side of Powerhouse got like, what, nearly 10 kills here, but haven't been able to actually get inside. Finally do so for like half a second. Immediately we see the push there from Bingo, who gets executed by Yang. Q9, 220, less than 30 seconds away from taking it home. Another kill for Yang. The controller's under the bell. They try to push on the side of Powerhouse, but they're constantly behind. When they finally got a shot at closing that gap, it once again escapes from their hands. 26 seconds is all that Q9 needs, and the rotation is not going to be there, but the spawns are not quite bad there for Powerhouse.
No, they're not, but again, this is finally them fixing the issue that were the past 2 sets of hard points. They finally have players with a rotation towards New, trying to find where some of these players are lurking around P4. 2-for-1 trade goes to kill feed, 187 to 229. It will be Q9 inside of the time first, trying to at least get themselves closer to 250, and they're finding all the kills to boot. Split spawns are currently occurring. Incendio is still working over towards Courtyard, trying to pinch alongside of his teammates, but Q9's just completely shutting them down at the front door. So many kills to speak of. Operators, do you have any? The answer is absolutely not. You have to try to get in the hard way if you are Powerhouse International, and the kills just aren't coming through. Last ditch effort to try to get in towards contest, 249. No one's there to touch. Q9 strike first in the best of 5.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Q9 takes it, makes it happen after capitalizing on the mistakes of the opponents and making them always. I don't think we saw more than a single moment of the control over on Powerhouse, and that was on P1 at the very beginning of the game. After that, they were just trying to constantly catch up onto the opponents, but that just never happened.
No, it didn't. Again, I felt like that we were an orchestra that were playing the same verse over and over again for Powerhouse International. How many times were we watching them at least getting the spawns ahead of New, and then they just completely give it up? Through the first set of hard points, it was like 10-15 seconds left inside P2. Screw it, play for P3. Try to get yourself that money rotation, and they just allowed Q9 to quite literally waltz into what was a small lead. We were like, okay, you know, first set jitters, whatever may have you. And then it happened again in the second set, and that's exactly what makes Q9 just so deadly. And what we saw yesterday, they remain flawless on hardpoint on the weekend thus far. You give this team any inch to breathe in a hardpoint, any setup to have for themselves, they'll turn it into a lead.
And I mean, you said it perfectly, the way that the side of Powerhouse could have had the control, but tried to fight for 15 seconds, got 7 at the expense of losing the opportunity to be there first for the next heal. So with that, you have it, 250, 187. The victory goes for Q9. I was hoping to see Powerhouse just try to show some more here on the hard point, because if I'm being honest with you, when it comes down to search and destroy and then the control, it's gotta be for Q9. It just has to.
You would think so. For Q9, again, as far as a region is concerned, coming straight out from China, Search and Destroy has to be, well, I hate to really utilize this pun, but a powerhouse, isn't it? They have spent so much time just being able to perfect their Search and Destroy. And again, you go back to the last time these two teams had faced off against each other at CDFI, the way that Q9 club were able to beat Powerhouse International, they took both the 2 and the 5. There's one thing that they know for certain is that their Search and Destroy will be relatively strong. We've seen that throughout many, many different tournaments from Q9's perspective. But we are going over towards Meltdown. And as for Powerhouse's perspective, they only played it once. That was yesterday. It was a 3-7 loss of all things versus Standpoint, another Chinese team, would have thought. But clearly you left it through inside of this best of 5 because you did not want to face them on the Express or the Tunisia. That was the last 2 maps in Search and Destroy that they lost to versus Q9 across the pond. So you better hope that you had some immediate turnover going into this Meltdown if you are Powerhouse. Would you say that this map number 2 was a must-have?
I'd say that they definitely play the cards right to prevent complete disaster on the Search and Destroy. You said it yourself with those both being Express and Tunisia. I feel like a lot of you guys have seen those clips on Twitter from Sun with a sniper killing 4 people nearly at a time. It was just insane how he plays with that sniper. And today, I feel like it was smart. It was smart, but it doesn't take away the fact that Q9 are just so dominant that it is just that difficult to attempt any sort of way. Maybe you prevent them from playing their best, but even their second to best or even third to best is quite difficult to play against.
We'll have to see how it all pans out. Again, I can only imagine that we are probably just mere moments away from hopping in towards this map number 2. It's going to be a big one as you see Q9 having themselves some conversations. Same for Powerhouse, but how they could potentially take this map number 2 away from Q9, who also played this map a single time yesterday. It was a 7-4 win versus Vitality, which if there's anything we learned off of in our last series, you do not sleep on India. Those guys came to play. Got the graphic on the screen. Verticality as it may be, it is time to get into map number 2. You feel like that Powerhouse, if they want to try to at least take this and try to really increase their chances to stay alive in this tournament, it's all going to start here.
And for all you Garena fans out there, you gotta be cheering on your team. Yes, they have fallen once. Yes, they have a really difficult situation, but doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. Here, Maoki gonna find the first blood, immediately pushes for more through the smoke. Gonna be spotted there by the side of Inferno. Irfan is the one who got that kill, but only one for now. Another kill in favor of Powerhouse. Bomb's gonna be planted though, and the only one alive there was Shadab. Not a whole lot there to be done. He tried to make it happen, but it was really difficult.
Well, if you're new to Call of Duty Mobile and is your first time watching Meltdown, welcome to the A-Bomb site, where all teams invested a handful of players over there, and it's a bloodbath, to say the least. Q9 strike first. Offensive round to boot via the kills. Not to see what they decide to do this time around. They're investing a decent amount of players in the middle of the map. But look at Powerhouse aggressively actually taking a lot of charge through A. This is very one-dimensional if you are Powerhouse. A Q9 club, not necessarily expecting it. Now they're starting to recognize it. First blood does get traded, 4v4 across the map, a presence through the middle of the map there for Q9. They might try to wrap this over to B.
Something needs to happen from the side of Q9 to break through that defense, and could be the fact that Maoki is trying to go around them while they're actually planting the bomb over on Bravo. Maoki with the opportunity to find the kill over there, going to get it over onto Incendio. A 1-for-1 trade to end up in a 3v3 now. Maoki, 2 kills under his belt, going for the third one. Here with the Grow at a distance, still 29 bullets left. Owling is the one taking the kill onto Bingo at a distance. There's Sun with the deadly sniper shots. Maoki with yet another kill, second one this round long. They go for the last player alive, and that's a double for Shadab. 1v1 against Sun. And although that was, I gotta say, that was really well played by the last player alive over on Powerhouse, Sun just gotta shut down the party. Just bring in the 2-0 lead now in favor of Q9.
There's one thing we knew for certain. I know just the breadstick isn't going to necessarily beckon this entire conversation. Sun is ridiculous when it comes down to Search and Destroy, really valuing his life and understanding, realistically, just some really good centering. Very slow opening coming through from Q9 as far as his offense is concerned. Not a bloodbath over at A, expecting for Powerhouse potentially to try to push through. After all, that is what they tried to offer in the previous one. But Q9 just completely rolling out, left bomb in spawn. So they can't really execute towards the site until that starts to get collected by Uling and then joins this effect. 2 players over by A, nobody pushed through. A lot of bait play. There had to have been some utility that was thrown by Malky over by that B bomb side because there's a lot of Powerhouse members that are lurking nearby. You feel like that the execute over towards A is imminent.
We've had now 3 completely different rounds, one from the other, if I'm being honest with you. Fortunately enough for Q9, both have gone their way. Let's see what happens on the 3rd interaction. So far, there could be the first blood. Incendio stops aiming. Bad cut timing over there for him. Fortunately enough, he does manage to survive. There's going to be a push from Sinan, but the snipe shot comes through. The first blood is going to be in favor of Incendio, who immediately finds the second onto Yang, and the third onto San. Incendio on a spree. All of a sudden, this is completely going downhill on the side of Q9, who now lose Owling, and all of a sudden, Incendio will find the 4th one. And just like that, the first point comes through in favor of Powerhouse.
Yeah, sure. I mean, hey, if you do that 7 times, search and destroy is easy. Right. Why not? Why not you, Incendio? There has to be that catalyst, though. When it is Powerhouse, you're down 0-2, rally behind that. Being able to find 4 eliminations out of the 5. Flashes out, not gonna be able to find a first pick. It is going to be a tussle and a half over by this B-bomb site. All 10 players are here. 1-for-1 trade, at least so far. Not a whole lot of space provided, but it's all about the trade game. Bingo, Incendio, able to at least swaver the numbers into Powerhouse's favor. Last alive for Q9 was Xenon, swaps to the boxing gloves, slides forward, and somehow shuts it down.
They allowed him to cook, and what a way to end that one up with a 3-piece. Wonderful played in favor of Q9, who bring in another 2 rounds lead in their way. Great way to do it, I gotta be honest. It was slightly concerning in a sense that Powerhouse was not really being able to prevent a triple kill so easily going on against them. Now this time around, Q9 once again will brutally push towards A, and just like that, the bomb has already been planted, and the first blood comes through.
Another pace differential, this time over towards A. Quick plant is able to get them full coverage around this bomb site, and now they're actually setting players on to the outside through the middle of the map. Powerhouse are lacking, thinking that they're just gonna run back through the middle of the map. Malky off the pinch is able to find the last 2. These pace swaps that Q9 are constantly throwing at Powerhouse is the reason why we sing their praises a search.
Absolutely, they are just so unpredictable. They have been a pain on the brain for Powerhouse, because how do you prepare for something as wildly unpredictable as Q9 has been so far? They think that they're pushing over on A, but look at that, a 5-player push goes over to Rabo. Bam is obviously going to be planted freely for the side of Q9. They just know what they're doing.
It's mental. It's all mental. But look at the call for Powerhouse. They thought that maybe they could just try to wrap through the offensive spawn. And to be candid with you, it was being watched by Q9, and it does work out. What side is the bomb being planted for? That is the biggest consideration. 3v3. Almost feels like the map has completely flipped at this point, destroying trophy systems. What throwables do you still have left if you are Powerhouse to try to clear these corners? There could be players lurking on all these different angles. They are being isolated, but Sun was playing all the way over on the defensive head glitch. Works out wonderfully for the sniper. It's a 5-1 split at the half.
Shining bright as the sun can be, clutches yet another round in their favor. 5-1 lead, switching sides. The side of Q9 are feeling comfortable here today. They have already won game 1 and are on their way to try to do exactly the same on game number 2. As they are now on defense, they opted to play quite aggressively, but it might be enough to stop them in their tracks. Sun finds the first blood on 2 shut out. Continue the push thanks to the hands of Yang. Not gonna work out. Kills going all over the place. That's gonna be the 3-for-2 trade going in favor actually of Powerhouse.
Still have a lot to be battling over here across this B bomb site. Numbers swavering that in the favor of Powerhouse. I was about to say, last time we were in a 1v3 and G9 was the last alive, he did find all 3 kills, but not that time around. It answers back for Powerhouse to open up their offensive round.
Great way to do so for Powerhouse. That's the second point now going their way. Can they do it again? They have to prevent being on a 6-2 scenario. That would be just awful for them to see. All of you Garena fans have to cheer them on. But on the opposite end, China have already lost one of the 3 members that advanced onto day number 2. So Q9 trying to show why China wants to be the strongest regions in here. As they push for that kill there, Sinan went for that kill, nearly finds it, but not quite, as that's a push there for Powerhouse.
A lot of mid-map coverage for Q9, but we've seen this countless times from so many different teams, but Q9 specifically, very comfortable on playing the retake, but the timing doesn't work out in their favor. Hold on a second. Numbers are actually starting to sway back and forth. The last player alive for each team going to be caught in a 1v1, and Yang is going to get the last laugh. Defense strikes back as Q9 now put themselves up on map point.
Didn't quite like that push coming down from Powerhouse at the end. I felt like that could have been played slightly different, but it is what it is. It's already been done. A 6-2 lead. Q9 on the brink of taking yet another map going their way. I gotta say that is looking really, really good for them. And they actually close it out now in only 9 rounds. I certainly think they can, but let's see if they do. Sinan begins to push, and quite an aggressive approach here on the A side. And because of that, it seems like Powerhouse are trying to play that around. I thought that they would send the bomb all the way over to Alpha to make like a juke onto the opponents, but they double back down and will be back over here on B.
Not all of the players for Powerhouse offensively are here. That's a great view, just give you perspective what's happening on the south side of the minimap. The bomb's gonna get planted. Sun with the sniper completely flips it back on his head, finds 2 kills in quick succession. 35 seconds until the bomb does detonate, but you have a massive tussle that's going over by the B bomb site, completely surrounded by Q9. This pinch is so late, coming through the middle of the map, and Sun, it's such an easy read, isn't it? Earthfan is at least able to take down Uling, but it's just not enough. The kills come through soon after in a post-plant situation. Q9 will get the defuse and a 2-0 lead to boot.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Q9 with another outstanding performance, getting that victory. Pretty impressive to see how Powerhouse had the opportunity to take at least 1 or 2 more rounds, but several mistakes caused them to lose those, and because of it, there's a big 5-round gap. That, in my opinion, could have been closer, but because of mistakes, different ones than what we saw on game 1, but yet again, because of mistakes, is that they tend to fall behind.
I just think it's the complexity that you have Q9 approaching the search and destroy, just completely catches all of Powerhouse off guard. I mean, there's been so many different rounds on the offensive side for Q9 as you take a look at some of these replays on your screen, is that they didn't realistically offer the same round more than once, really. I mean, they've at least offered the same pace through a lot of these different rounds, but it's always about like maybe some of these players lurking in the middle of the map. Are they fast hitting over towards B? Are they fast hitting over towards A? The first few rounds, they were quite literally waiting for the overextension to come through for Powerhouse, because that's what they were doing on defense, and it was working out for them. By the time that the download was complete and Powerhouse finally gave them the space, Q9 said, all right, it's our turn with the ball. Now we're gonna turn up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, some teams have like a 1-2 sort of scenario. They just have 2 different plans and they commit to them. I feel like Q9 had 4, and when your opponents have 4 different approaches to the same map, how are you supposed to have it right every single time, right? The side of Powerhouse tried to predict at least 2 or 3 of those rounds. They just didn't get it, and because of that hit or miss interaction is that Q9 was constantly getting them outplayed. You said it perfectly. Being unpredictable is something really, really important, and more so in a map like Meltdown that I feel like it's so heavily orientated on the beginning of you strategizing, not necessarily being super quick, but how you position takes a huge impact on what potentially could happen on those rounds.
Here's the scary part. If you're looking at this from Powerhouse's perspective, you were down 0-2. It's a single elimination bracket. You have to reverse sweep Q9, the #1 team from China, for Garena's last hope. Here at Worlds, at DreamHack Atlanta, Worlds 2023. Now, I will say this much. Raid control is good for a multitude of reasons, and that's not just for one side of the stage. This is Q9's most played control map. They definitely prefer to see it comparatively to, say, a standoff. However, the last time these two teams faced off against each other at CDFI, Powerhouse won this 4-0.
Okay, yeah, that's something you touched on earlier. That's huge in a way for them. That is going to be really, really important for Powerhouse. Yet again, it's still their last chance, you know? Even if it's your best game mode, there's gonna be a little bit in the back of your head thinking, this is it. This is it. We have to, like you mentioned, reverse sweep, and this is the first step. We cannot tumble. We cannot even be weak for a second, because if you are completely eliminated. You said a single elimination is having that impact on these teams. So now we're gonna go straight into the action as we begin this game on Control over on Raid.
I think it is really important, of course, as a note that you just brought up there for Q9. Again, the only series that they lost yesterday was to Wolves. 1-2, of course, taking the hard point, losing the Control and the Search and Destroy. To win this as dominant as possible would be a statement going in towards top 4. We'll have to see how it all pans out. Control is a fickle monster when it comes down to so many opening breaks. Offense so far, already able to find themselves over towards the A control zone. Second segment looking pretty damn good to get locked in here for Q9. You have one player lurking inside a basketball court, that's Malky. That is so much space that you have to try to work your way through. And things don't become easier trying to work your way through the money window, let alone over by Wheelbarrow, when you have a chopper just completely layering in the bullets.
Absolutely right. I just love to see it. It's a weapon that I don't necessarily like how it works per se, but it's always fun to see it, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you begin to spray and pray with it through the walls is amazing. Now Q9, they just go no fear, just fight. Look at him go with the chopper going all across the map, already running out of bullets, has to reload in here, tries to go for a bit of a spawn trap, but cancels that reload on accident, and he is completely alone. Has to be cautious. They don't know that he's there quite yet, and they are gonna spot him now. Sinan is dead. Don't worry about it. They caught him in that interaction, but the lives are still in favor of Q9.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the benefit of, you know, rolling over towards that A control zone and only losing about a life or two along the way, and getting that extra 60 seconds added on towards the board. But the transition from A to B hasn't been potent for Q9 so far. Trying to find their way around the pinch. You already have players working their way past Kitchen. 3 players strong for Q9. And you feel like that maybe there has to be at least a commitment to come through pillars, if not over by Art. There are 2 players for Powerhouse that are lurking over there. Sniper here for Sun, trying to work his way for the pick, but the cleanup on the flank is just too good. This push has now taken a considerable amount of time, and Powerhouse not only have shaved the clock, but they've also mitigated the life lead.
That's right. That's really, really important for the side of Powerhouse as they continue to attempt to defend here through the smoke skirt. They'll find yet another kill. This time Sinan finds the double now onto Owling in. Nearly the triple onto Maoki. It's only going to be an assistance. There's the triple. Goes for the quadra now at a distance onto Yang. Can he get it? Let's see. So far hiding one way or another. Tries to distract. Eventually falls. That's 12-12. The War Machine in the hands of Incendio will begin to get a triple. With this operator, huge value off of it at a distance, continues to cause terror onto the opponent's hearts. And now look at the time. That will begin to be an issue for Q9.
That sure will be. 20 seconds remain. Is that enough time realistically to be able to find 10 kills? No. So you feel like you need to get on towards this control zone, but there's so many different head glitches. A wonderful capture here from our observers for Incendio, who actually gets himself a Predator missile, is going to call it in. Over by Driveway, will clean up at least 1, but not before Uling finds 2, before getting gunned down himself. 3 versus 6. 2 seconds remain. Can anybody get on the control zone? Currently at least towing their way around the ring. Hold on a second. Yang, Sun, Gnan, they're actually able to find the kills. It's now a 3v3 on the map. You have to try to contest. 2 seconds are all you need. Contested time is not going to be good enough, but the kills might just be right in front of you. First segment has been locked in. Pushing over by Zig. Gnan is able to take down Earthfan. Now it's a 2v3. How have Q9 been able to bring themselves back from the death? And Gnan is actually going to invest the War Machine, trying to look for hit markers. They're on the back of Laundry, and they have to somehow try to contest this zone. 2v3, they can't get out from the window. Third segment on the way, and the kill comes through first. Q9 somehow walk away with that opening offense.
I mean, they had to take it. Not only War Machine, but also Yang took out the Vortex Machine for a ride. They utilized a lot of resources over there. Luckily enough, it goes their way, because if it didn't, that would have been just disastrous for the Chinese team, who start with the first point going their way. Immediately we see Powerhouse trying to go for the same place, immediately pushes towards Alpha. No one's dead just yet, but look at Bingo already going to the sniper nest. There's gonna be pushing over the side of Basketball Court from the side of Q9. Find the first blood onto Irfan. It immediately try to push for more. Skirt is there at a distance, has the claw available. Let's see if he decides to take it out for a ride.
Big battle already inside of the cube. And what you know, the only players that you need to realistically look at are over by money window, and the trades are pristine. Not before the first segment gets locked in, but I love that discipline being showcased by Q9. 27 points up against 22. It's a great opening break once again by Q9. But again, you start to talk about all of these different resources that were utilized towards the end of that offense for Q9. Malky invests the Sparrow. Claw now invested by Uling. Where's the response from Powerhouse? Over by the B control zone they will go, try to stall out the clock, but they do have some utility they can use to really try to add some extra oomph towards this push.
Yeah, it's gonna be necessary to have that oomph, as you mentioned, indeed. Look at Bingo there, taking the second tick off of Bravo, and at the same time, they're trying to push towards Alpha. There's Incendio who finds one. Incendio tries to find two, not unfortunate enough as he gets killed through that wall. 21-16 when it comes down to kills in favor of Q9. That's a great way to see it, but it's not necessarily going to be easy. Look at Skirt over here. There's plenty of utility available in favor of Powerhouse. Why is that? Because Q9 used two of the operators in a questionable moment, if you were to ask me, actually.
So able to convert the offense, and they have a 5-life lead here. Just have to hold off 2 segments over by A. This is a really good position here for Xenan. It's up to 13 eliminations so far for 2 rounds. Malky just behind him at 12. And head glitches galore. This is a pinch that's trying to come and manifest through the backside of Kitchen, and Skirt is somehow able to find 2, so now you really need to take a focus over towards this player that is starting to push through the jungle side, over towards Xenan. Bottom bedroom, he's able to find at least one. One more player is nearby, unbeknownst to Xenan. He's gonna go for the reposition over by open stairs. It's a great redirection coming through from Q9 to at least make sure that their flank is secured, and it's going to work out on 2 different sides of this A control zone, shaving so many lives off the board, and now we're just down to 50 seconds.
That's right. 14-7 in lives. 1 tick there, but still not gonna be enough. The side of Q9 with a wonderful opportunity to close that one up. Triple kill in favor of Q9, who continue to control. Only 2 lives left. That's Bingo. That's Incendio. That's the end of a round, of a period. Q9 are in it to win it all when it comes down to this quarterfinal matchup against the Garena team of Powerhouse International. Bingo has fallen. Incendio attempts to go for a miracle. 1v13. Ladies and gentlemen, here Owling tries to go get it. Not gonna be possible. 10 seconds left. Continues to push. Backs down out of sniper nest, but now it is actually going to be either the time or the kill. It's actually the kill. Sinan gets it. Proper. That's a 2-0 lead in favor of the side of Q9. Powerhouse with the backs against the wall.
It's just an interesting development. I mean, you have resources that are still available, and you feel like that you have to win an offense eventually, and now you have to somehow reverse sweep a control to start a reverse sweep in the best of 5? Why not? Q9, again, opening break off, different from their last, going to be going over towards B, but Sun opens up with 2. I mean, this guy is just ridiculous through these opening breakoffs. Doesn't have the numbers comparatively like Malky and Xenan, but damn is he impressive as far as these opening breaks are concerned. First segment has already been locked in. Sun has the Purifier out, back Kitchen, trying to cause a little bit more distress. Second segment looking to get locked in. Predator missile is also going to get invested over by the Tiki. No drinks, do not pass go, do not collect any more lives. If you are Powerhouse down to 21 to the 29 that are still in the bank of Q9, they can simply do no wrong. B objective has been captured, 60 seconds out towards the board. With an almost 10-life lead, Q9 are clearly in the driver's seat.
We've seen this story in the past. We are about to witness the last nail into that coffin. Look at Owling with the double, using that claw out of distance, begins to take a lot of damage, turns around, gets a few bullets in, gets another kill with the operator, continues to be alive out of distance, runs out of time with the operator, and because of that dies. But it doesn't matter too much. Look at Irfan trying to make it happen, finds that kill onto Cena, and immediately turns around, tries to go for a little bit of a spawn trap situation, but Q9 is not a team that you can spawn trap that easily. from above. There's Owling using that Pred missile. That's another kill going in favor of Q9. A minute and a half left. And Q9, I know that they're just not worrying about the objective. All they care about is finishing off with the kills.
18 plays up against 10. Resources not exactly bountiful. Nobody has an operator available on both sides. It is the old-fashioned tango here on Raid with the Gunnies. 8 plays up against 15. Minute 10 left on the board. Can Powerhouse hold on and at least extend this to another round? Let alone stay alive in the tournament. This is your tournament life on the line. Players inside a kitchen. Predator missile has been infested by Earthfan, is able to find at least 2. Could be the catalyst to maybe try to stay alive, but you're down to no lives remaining. 5 plays up against 10. Players not able to get closer towards this control zone to try to stall out the clock. They're just trying to hold on inside the kitchen, but it's easy reads coming through from Q9. 3 plays up against 9. Trying to push the advantage even more so through the pool side. Last player that's down over there would be shut up, and he has to go massive for his team. Bingo, Earthfan, we'll be seeing you later. Last player's alive is shut up inside the Tiki, and he cannot exit for free. It is a clean sweep in the control for Q9 Club, a clean sweep in their opening best of 5.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, 3-0 on control, 3-0 on the overall series. Q9 proving to us why they consider themselves or try to be the best. They mentioned how they want to go to the very end, defeat the best players out there, and so far they've been doing that so clean. They barely even have dropped any maps whatsoever from within day 1 and day 2, as they are already locked in for day 3.
A lot of respect there on the stage in between these two counterparts. Again, this is not the first time within the calendar year that they have faced off against each other in a LAN environment. It went map 5 in a previous series. This time around, ending in 3. And I gotta say, that's a massive statement coming through from Q9. Completely sweeping them in the control. That is quite literally what happened to them on the opposite side when they faced off against each other in CDFI.
I mean, we talked about this before we got into match number 3, and I was like, it might be another 3-0, and I was talking to Shift. He said, no, he's like 3-1. I think everybody was certain it was gonna go a little bit farther, but I don't know what's in the water today. They are not only 3-0s, but they are decisive 3-0s.
Yeah.
Like, these teams came to play.
I think it's terrifying to really speak of the continuation of the tournament, right? Because when you're coming away from best of 3s yesterday during the Swiss stage, and you're coming in towards the, I'd say the truer portions of the tournament, now in towards a single elimination bracket, it's a best of 5. This is where you feel like that teams are really going to play at their best.
Yeah, it absolutely has to be. And well, I mean, I feel like Glitter said it perfectly. The way that these 3 have won is not by a little bit. It's not by a single decisive play, but across the board how dominant they are being against other top 8 players. Top 8 teams across the world. I'm just impressed by how this day has gone by. I was not expecting to see 3-0s so far today, if I'm being honest with you.
Look at that hype. That is the hype we love to see, celebrating the win. Q9 now moving on in the competition, solidifying their spot in tomorrow. The top 4 so far, like you guys have said, are showing why they deserve to be the top 4 right now. They're not letting anybody get the best of them. And I don't know if it's just the day, if they did some good VOD review from yesterday, whatever it was, it is working. And I am impressed. But of course, we can't have another match without another winner's interview. So F-Dot, standing by.
Thanks so much, Glitter. We are here at the bomb wall again, and I have here a member from Qingzhou Club. Fantastic win, 3-0. You guys were extremely dominant. How'd you do it?
你们今天比赛表现非常的好，一直占领了主导地位，取得了3-0的成绩。你们是怎么做到的？
我觉得我们就是靠着彼此的信任走下去。我觉得来到了第5阶段，没有什么是不可能的。
We've been trusting all of our teammates to do all the jobs for us, and now that we are at stage 5, we think nothing is impossible for us.
China's always been very good against the rest of the world, but now it's the time that it matters. Is anything going to change for tomorrow, or you keep the strategy the same?
中国在对外的表现上一直打得非常的好， 那我们在接下来的比赛中会有任何战术上的改变吗？还是我们会保持原本一直有的战术？
我觉得战术可以是多变的，但是我们的信念一定是坚定的。我们会带着对彼此的信任，带着我们良好的配合，一直走下去，直到决赛或者直到我们结束我们的旅程。
We have been playing a dynamic game, but our trust in each other has always remained the same. So we will continue to play our best until the next match, till the match after, or however long it takes.
I love that. It seems to be all about family on these stages. That said, somebody's got to leave. You beat him on the server. Now it's time to knock him out on the wall.
We watch another logo get crossed out as Powerhouse is the next team to be knocked out of the competition. We keep saying this, it really was an impressive run, making it to the top 8 in the world, but it was Q9 who just shut the door on Powerhouse's opportunity.
That was a slow X too. You saw there was some pride and joy in that Rex. Like he was like very slowly just drawing the red line. He's like, yeah, that's right. I just did that in a 3-0 fashion. Went 5 maps last time, not today. But I gotta say, this Q9 club roster, when it comes down to it, definitely some considerations when it comes down to hardpoint. Clearly flawless on the entire weekend so far. That was probably the biggest test for them of all. I would definitely say that Powerhouse kind of gifted them a lot of different opportunities to be able to get the lead that they did on takeoff. But their search and destroy and control looked absolutely perfect.
Yeah, at this point, they just now get to sit back in, relax for a little while as they wait to find out who their opponent will be. They gotta be super happy. We saw how proud of themselves they were as we take another look onto the overall bracket. That's right, Q9 advanced onto the semifinals. And as I mentioned, they just gotta wait. They just gotta wait to see what's coming their way for tomorrow.
Well, while they're waiting, we'll be getting everything ready over here because we're 75% of the way done with day 2 of our competition. But that means we still need one more team to make their way through in the bracket, solidify that top 4 spot, and one more team we will be saying goodbye to today. The last match of the day, I feel like it's gonna be really, really exciting. We have Tribe versus Wolves to close out our entire competition. This might be the only one that goes the full distance.
It's tough to truly gauge, right? I mean, Tribe looked good for a multitude of different reasons, not only just yesterday, but also throughout the entirety of the previous stage here for SPS. But Wolves yesterday had to have just been some of the best Call of Duty I've seen that team play in quite some time. It's going to be an absolute barn burner. Could be the closest 3-0 that we've gotten throughout the entirety of the day, though.
Oh, he's saying it's a 3-0.
Could be. Don't put words in my mouth.
We'll see what happens. Before that, though, we're going to send you to a short break, so make sure you get yourselves ready to go, because when we return, our 4th and final quarterfinal match between Tribes and Wolves. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, live from DreamHack Atlanta, where we are moments away from closing out day 2 of our competition here for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We've seen some standout performances, to say the least, from a bunch of our squads, as well as some really entertaining moments here at the booth. We're getting a little bit of some catch-up action, if you will. Our teams that are getting knocked out, having their logos X'd out. LG at the very beginning of the day, taking out Kagendra. 3-0s across the board, 1 more left to go. As the bracket is getting filled out, Shift, you're back up here on the desk with us.
Hi.
Now. How are you feeling about this last match?
I feel good. Generally, not even about the match. This match is actually going to be kind of a banger, flat out. I think that Tribe going up against this Wolves team, there's a little bit of weight given to the Wolves squad coming out 3-0 from their Swiss stage. They're also, after having played up against Q9, we kind of determined that they are indeed the best team in China after coming off their CDFI championship. But Tribe had a really slow start, but caught a bit of momentum by the end of the day. It just comes down to, did that carry into today?
Yeah, I think that, they, again, with all that weight that Tribe have been almost snowballing with towards the end of just yesterday, has a really big momentous sweep for them, considering the fact that they finally got their retribution versus Mayhem. That was a statement to be had for themselves, not only just for this tournament staying alive, continuing on to today, but also as a brand for a whole.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really enjoyable way to close out day 2 of our competition. Match number 4, like the boys are saying, it is between Wolves and Tribe. It's going to be exciting, so hopefully everyone at home is ready, sitting down. You've got yourself settled to close out our competition. If you're here live with us at the event as well, we've got some chairs. Come watch to see how this one goes. It's going to be really important. Honestly, if you're the players, maybe come do a little bit of scouting in the process as well. It's here. You can't miss it. I don't think it's going to be the 3-0. I was telling you in the green room, and I was telling Proper, I was telling you it was going to be another 3-0 for this one. I think this is the one we avoid the 3-0.
There's a lot of frame up we could put into this. So I'm just going to tease you and say, if it were to be a 3-0, let me put it this way, actually. Do I tease it too soon? If Tribe want to win this match, it has to be a 3-0. That's all I'm going to say. And we'll talk more about it when the maps come out. I've got a little insider info. But I will say that this is going to be a really tall ask, I think, based on what Wolves showed us yesterday versus what Tribe showed us yesterday, let alone how coming into this event, their map pools generally would play up against one another. There had to be a lot of finesse in the veto process for Tribe to have edge in this particular series based on what we've seen so far. It's really all I'm going to tease.
But that given, like I told you towards the end, if it's going to be a 3-0, it's going to be a very close and competitive 3-0. Should it go a further distance and there's going to be 2 search and destroys being played, you have to favor that Wolves team. Their search and destroy is gross.
Do you also have insider info?
I have a lot of information.
Where is he getting his insider info? I want insider info.
It's not up my sleeve.
I'm going to have to figure out where that source is. And I will figure out where that source is.
Don't happen.
Our players are getting themselves ready here for match number 4 before we can get them introed and hyped up. But of course, this entire event would not be possible. So we need to give a huge thank you to our presenting partner, Samsung, for providing devices with top-tier performance, crystal clear displays, and lightning-fast response times. The Samsung Galaxy S23 series has the absolute best-in-class devices for mobile gaming with exceptional battery life and incredible power. These devices are raising the bar for mobile gaming with unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, available only on Samsung Galaxy. With epic power comes epic gaming. Level up your game with the Galaxy S23 series to play just like the pros you see here today. Just had to take a moment to thank our presenting partner because this event is just so cool. You did a great job being the hand model. And you got the whole background set up with the logo and everything?
I was made for this.
Wow.
You think I wore the vest to cast?
No.
This makes a lot more sense now.
Makes me a better hand model wearing a vest.
I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
All right, now that we got through that, we can get back to getting ready for match number 4. I think we're just waiting on our players here, so let's start talking about it. Wolves versus Tribe. What can we expect out of this matchup?
I mean, realistically, when you're looking at these 2 names, as far as brands are concerned, your immediate consideration goes back to Raleigh last year. This was a grudge match going back and forth between the 2. All of that said, I think this is going to be a very fun one, specifically for Tribe, considering the entire roster changes they were able to have for themselves. Yeah. It's a completely different look than what Wolves are probably intending.
And I'm glad that you brought that up, because I was about to say that Tribe's identity from Stage 4 has completely shifted.
Yes.
You know, they were a great hardpoint team, surprisingly so, when we were in Poland and were watching them play throughout the entirety of their group stage, and that even echoed a little bit in towards Seattle. They obviously did not have the showing they would have liked, but I think that Estug and Rehan being added to this roster have definitely elevated them, and may have just taken a little bit for all the kinks to get worked out yesterday before they really started to vibe. Because I will say, between Estug, Rehan, and Rabalo, those three played lights out yesterday.
All right, well, we'll have to see what they can do for their teams, because match number 4 is about to get underway, which means it's time to welcome our teams to the stage. F-Dot, let's do this.
And for our final quarterfinal, one of the toughest competitors here, the number 2 team coming all the way from China, they're here to cement and start a legacy. Dressed in the black and yellow and baring their teeth, it's Wolves! One more time, folks. Give it up for Wolves. Take your seats. And their opponents. With a new look for this year, this team had big shoes to fill. But these boots was made for walking, and they ran through day number 1. One of the fan favorites and one of the biggest names in mobile. Say hello to Tribe Gaming! The red and black are back. Give it up for Tribe. North America, you may take your seats. Good luck. Good luck. Y'all both need it. Let's roll.
Our final hype team intro for the day. Now our teams are up on stage, getting themselves ready and set up to go. So it's time for us to start talking about this matchup. We'll start with Wolves. Give me your thoughts.
I mean, this team, again, as we were already kind of talking about yesterday between me and Shift, is that this, albeit the number 2 coming in towards this tournament, this is the number 1 team from China. Given that they were already qualified, looking at what they were able to do across the entirety of the region and at CDFI as their champion, I think it was pretty much solidified with the way that they kind of dealt a swift hand to Q9 yesterday.
Yeah, that's the bigger point that I was going to go into, was the fact that we talked about how China only beat China yesterday, and Wolves did a lot of that. Yes. And that's, I think, the overarching point that really kind of allows us to solidly say that, yes, this is indeed the best team from China, even though they come in as the number 2 seed. The thing about the team yesterday, though, is even though their hard point statistically came out okay, they had to clutch up majorly versus Kagendra, and they dropped a absolute stinker versus Q9. But they keep getting bailed out by their Surge. That was the biggest storyline at CDFI. That was the big storyline for them at Masters, and it continued to be the case yesterday. The only final point that I had after this team qualified 3-0 was I was not convinced that their respawn was going to be able to hang versus Western teams. They only had to play Kings yesterday, and they got blessed to be able to play Summit yesterday against them. So that's going to be, I think, the big question mark here is, will their respawn match up against this Tribe team?
Well, we got an opportunity to chat with Wolves before the competition and sit down to hear their feelings about competing here and what they thought their chances were at taking the whole thing home.
这一次西方队伍惧怕东方队伍的原因，是因为在去年的比赛当中，我们就是战胜了不败神话的 Trap 战队吧。所以说这一次他们估计会就是主要研究我们战队，所以说他们就比较惧怕我们。
我认为我们队伍的仔是队伍里我们最强的那个人。 因为我们很多的战术打法其实都是因为他的枪法都是特别硬的，然后就去特别定制的，所以我认为在综合实力上面，仔是比较强的。
这一次北美队伍的话，我们是想交手的是 LG 跟 Trap 吧，因为 LG 在这一年几乎就是大满贯吧，然后 Trap 的话就是这一次是重组嘛，我们也想就是碰一下实力，所以说我最想碰到的就是这两支队。
我觉得我最想跟 LG 交手吧，因为去年毕竟也输过他们嘛，我觉得今年我们一定能打回来的。
Listen, at this rate, every single team that wants to be the top team in the world is calling out LG Wolves once again, saying that that's who they want to be in order to take the entire title home.
All I'm going to say is I'm not surprised, again, when you have as much LAN experience as Wolves, enough competition to be able to essentially just fund the entire country at that point. Wolves want to take down the #1 team. They want to run it against LG and just prove to the point that not only are the #1 team from their region, but the world.
On the flip side of that, they have to go up against the juggernauts in Tribe Shift. Let's talk about them.
Yeah, we already kind of flirted with the idea of it. This is a rebuilt Tribe team, and it's actually really interesting that this is the matchup we get for a single elimination bracket, because a lot of stress is going to be thrown to S-Thug and Rehan, considering how good Sai looked, especially after that little interview, kind of hearing that he's going to be the star. Those two need to step up in a major way. And again, looking at how they played through yesterday, there were a lot of major concerns in the road for Tribe. Coming out and not necessarily looking as convincing versus Powerhouse. They played a tight series versus Luminosity, but fell short. And then the loss to TLE was where I was really like, bro, what is going on with this Tribe team? They should have no issue with it. They were eventually able to go and kind of team kill Mayhem, and they had to survive versus Volt in what was a very emotional game for that Japanese squad. So I don't necessarily look at this matchup and say the Tribe is favored. I think a lot of people who watched from the last couple of days would probably agree with that, but they are cooking with some heat after the finish yesterday, and that has to be there, like we said earlier.
It almost starts to feel that Tribe, the more that they play together with this new composition of their roster, the better that they truly become. Is that actually going to be the case? Because this is truly going to be their biggest test, minus facing Team Mayhem yesterday.
And we've talked about, or at least we mentioned it at the very beginning of the show, if Tribe is able to make their way through, then there is a possibility where we see NA face off against each other.
I think that it's a very realistic case. I mean, should Tribe somehow come out on top of this series, I think that you realistically have them making their way all the way to face Luminosity in the finals. It would almost be poetic to a certain extent, but again, there's so many different question marks. There's so many different anomalies that could end up playing into an effect with a lot of different circumstances. It always just comes down to the maps.
That's really bold to say, because not only is this Wolves team looking really solid through and through every single mode, but Q9 just beat the brakes off Powerhouse. I think that to figure that we're going to get an LG and Tribe rematch at this point, based on how the teams have looked, would be egregious to say right now without seeing how this match goes first.
Twice that
It's
if.
a big if, brother.
If they 3-0 Wolves, again, there's a lot of ifs, there's a lot of question marks. That's why I don't do predictions.
There's always a lot of ifs, don't worry about it.
Okay.
But we did get a chance to catch up with Tribe before this weekend to see how they felt about keeping the trend going and the wins under that Tribe banner.
Hi, I'm Solo. I play for Tribe Gaming. I'm the IGL/team captain. Well, for me, I've always tried to keep it as simple as possible. Like, no matter what team I'm on, no matter who I'm playing with, the idea is to win, and that doesn't change no matter what. But definitely, I feel the pressure. Like, for instance, I just don't want to be the weakest link in terms of the dynasty of Tribe. So definitely feeling that pressure, but I don't know. Just got to win at the end of the day.
The pressure, it's a lot, you know, like compared to the previous teams Tribe had, like they were like a bunch of good players, talented players, top players, you know, but like this year it's a different lineup, you know, so it's a lot of pressure on us, like new players that play for Tribe, you know, so we gotta like put up a show, you know, make it good and like go for the 3rd trophy. Oh, we've been doing a lot of research. We've been doing our own thing. Once we get on that stage, it's gonna be a different lineup, it's gonna be different play styles, it's gonna be different metas for Tribe Gaming. We've been working back in the lab, doing a lot of good things, and it's gonna pay off well.
Like, I have a few friends in these other regions, and I talk to them about what their players are kind of thinking and what they're kind of wondering. And I've heard from a lot of them that they are just completely disregarding us right now. And that has just been amazing to hear for me, because I'm like, okay, we'll show these guys.
heard them mention it. There is a little bit of added pressure knowing that they might be a different roster, but there is a dynasty associated with Tribe, and they want to keep it within that home base.
Yeah, I was talking to Dot backstage when I was taking my little bit of a break listening to Gil and Alan Cass, and that's where the entire phrase, they have big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
These boots need to be made for walking.
Yeah, very much so the case. And I think the thing about it is there's not really a guaranteed pathway in this particular matchup based on how they face head-to-head. Going through what we saw in Seattle, as well as previous to that, more so during the group stage, they were just out of nowhere the best hardpoint team in NA. It was just like, how has that happened? They even beat Luminosity when they played in the group stage on both hardpoint maps. That was missing at Seattle, and it has not fully been there here yet on the weekend. So, again, I put a lot of stress on what exactly Thug and Rehan could do as the new guys in, facing up against a very electric sub-duo on Wolves that really carried them through a lot of clutch moments yesterday. And this is another interesting point. I kind of flirted with the idea. The map pool is super, super surprising. You have Arsenal taken out by Wolves, and then Takeoff taken out by Tribe. They look really good on Takeoff normally, but yesterday they did get a little bit embarrassed, and that must be living in their head. So they get their pick of Hacienda, but they have not played much Apocalypse whatsoever. That is a huge question mark for the map 4. Outside of that, Meltdown is Tribe's most played search, but it has not been convincing. And you do not want to go play Wolves on Tunisia. And then the final standoff for the control is great news for Wolves. They look pretty solid in it. They definitely don't want raid. So that's essentially what we assumed it was going to be. This is a great map pool for Wolves. They got rid of Tribe's Arsenal, they got rid of Tribe's Slums, and they got rid of their worst control in raid. I've got Wolves taking this thing if it goes anything beyond 3 maps.
I agree with you. We already kind of poised that idea. It all kind of starts off with this Hacienda, and the only consideration that I do have for Tribe, just to play devil's advocate, is that they were able to at least outlast Luminosity on this map mode combination yesterday within the Swiss stage.
Sure.
All of that said, there's still some more considerations. We still have a lot of question marks about what does this new Tribe ceiling truly look like.
And that's what we're about to find out. That's literally why we are here. We want the best of the best in the entire world making their way through to that top 4. So this is going to be an electric match, to be sure. The versus screen comes through, which means it is time for the 4th and final match of the day to determine our 4th and final team in our World Championship for Call of Duty Mobile. Let's see who takes this one home.
It's going to be a good one. And again, I think this has to be for Tribe. You have to come out immediately. This is your bread and butter. This is their favorite hardpoint map. Wolves let it through because they didn't like Arsenal, so you have to provide electricity from the word go, which is right now. Tribe Gaming, Wolves Esports, final quarterfinal before we get to our top 4. Let's get it on.
Tough to really gauge about just the favorite side of the map. There's so much that could go wrong down here in P1. So many different kills could give you an advantage. Tribe able to find at least themselves a clean kill feed, but still, test of time is going to be decent. A lot of time still to be playing for before we have to take the rotation towards new.
Still that battle for the high ground, echoing across the hallways. Smoke comes through in the middle. Xing will use that as a chance to jump on in, contest over to the jump spot for Tribe. Not going to result in too much of anything. Wolves off to a pretty solid start. Now it comes down to the motion across the map. Bottom left, looking for that garage hard point that opens in the next 28 seconds. Wolves already in a good spot to at least fight back over through topside staircase, but Tribe find the kills, and that gives enough time for them to get in, get a little bit of exit time, and still have some members on rotation.
Thug has actually started to lurk his way all the way through the mansion, trying to get in behind inside of Lambo, but I mean, Wolves' setup on this rotation is a good one, but they didn't have more than just a single player inside of the Lambo for the new hill, so somehow Tribe have worked their way through the mansion and have players trying to set up for new.
Peg down low, able to catch a couple of members of Tribe off guard. Trade does come through, Pinstripe goes the kill feed. Hardpoint opens up. Tribe currently on the inside, but Wolves close to possibly contesting. Rabal low, able to find himself a double, and now he's got the nastiest heady in least in the game, but the Lambo explodes, pushes him off of it, and now Wolves have a bit of a lifeline to try to pinch this hardpoint from behind. Xing able to get one. Teammates from the front having a little bit more trouble getting over towards the hill, and Tribe use that chaos as a chance to reestablish control.
Double pincher in effect. One player ended up spawning out. That was Zai, dealt with swiftly over by the staircase. Just when you thought that Wolves were looking pretty darn good for the rotation over towards P2, which could be considered a money hill, it gets immediately broken up by Tribe. It's a lead, a small one at that, but now you're starting to get closer towards these operators, and P3 might just be seen towards the end when we start to see them being popped.
Yeah, exit time's gonna be good here for Tribe. One last finesse play from Wolves, not gonna amount to too much. But the exit kills over the middle of the map do look good for the team in blue. Only player to get through will be S-Thug. Good start for him. Like we mentioned, he needs to have a good one. He's on 9 kills and already has the ability to pop his operator if he needs to on rotation here. And S-Thug top office says business hours are closed. And now the Sparrow being earned, not going to be pulled here as he gets surprised by Wolves' proximal spawn. They get into fences first.
S-Thug has been that player now going over towards P2 as well as P3 is always trying to be the tip of the spear for Tribe, or the tip of the axe as it may end up being, to try to get themselves the rotation over towards Snoop, but there's a lot of focus across this north lane for Wolves.
Yeah, Tribe able to shut down the Claw though. That leads to an opportunity to neutralize the hard point. Space trying to find some work in areas to get this Purifier going. Just trying to see if he can freeze some toes. There we go. Finds Peg just over the top of the brick wall. Not going to find Neon at range, though. War Machine also being assisted. And, a trade between the Gravity Vortex gun. 50-50 goes the hard point. Rion with the Annihilator. Looking to get this thing to sing a song. But Peg shuts him down, and back and forth we go. Game of tug of war. Just a small difference between the two. But the Purifier will at least gain a little bit of extra space as we will finish off this last couple of seconds favoring Wolves.
Yep, sure will. That's going to keep this game just about even before we rotate all the way down over by the water side once again for the final hill in the rotation. And once you know it again, it's player number 4 putting himself down there. It's S-Thug, but immediately snuffed out. Trying to get players through the rotation, just sprinting through the middle of the map. Wolves trying to get themselves their numbers so that way they can win the rotation. Looking pretty good for it.
Peg was in a little bit of trouble though, so Tribe not going to be in the hard point first, but do have the opportunity to get themselves set up. No operators being popped as of yet. Here's the X Factor. Sai in the corner. Only able to take down one. Tribe also shutting down the Sparrow. A couple of clean kills come through, and it's Rapallo again. How big has he been for this team? He's on 18 kills. Solo says, sounds like a good time to pop the equalizer, and only gets one of the 2 in front of him. Wolves now immediately try to get themselves back in. Peg, Zai working together, and they will be enough because why not? Have been all weekend long and continue to be the case as Zai goes into another kill.
So very tight, 15 seconds. Honestly, you can fight over it because it'll give you immediate top halls control, which could set yourself up for P1. These close P2 spawns coming through from Tribe to try to get at least the last few seconds over inside of P4 might just be the end-all be-all of the first set, and it will be the case. 87-80 will be the score going in towards the second set, and Wolves are absolutely slaying the hell out. 17 kills for Zai, got 16 for Jing, 14 for Peg. Your usual suspects just showing up here for Wolves.
Yeah, S-Thug trying to catch timing over towards Spiral Staircase, only catches one. Space following up, though, does control the high ground for Tribe. So very quickly, they find themselves on towards Fountain. Peg trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but taken away very quickly. 90 plays 86. Tribe looking to take their lead for the first time in a while now. But still in their way, Wolves keeping things mixy. And these SMGs for Wolves just don't seem to die. They get a kill, pop over, find themselves a little bit of safety, and that safe haven provides an opportunity for more. And with that, Wolves still want a chance here to keep this thing pretty much 50-50 all the way through Fountain.
You look at it, the least of all the kills. Rapallo was up to 24. Hunter Killer Drone will be invested, has the operator should he want to use it. Claw now invested here for Zai up towards the top side of the staircase. These are massive kills on the rotation over towards New. 10 seconds is all that remains over by P1. Just a 7-point disadvantage that Tribe find themselves on. But still, it's the kills that are found at the utmost right times, like Zai's 3-piece there, that should help out the rotation over towards New.
Plus the left-right combo makes this rotation for Tribe extra laborious. Now around the back, Hunter Killer Drone trying to sniff out the spawns. Rapallo, War Machine out, gets shut down by the Preg Missile, also called in. Tribe still spawn in, but they do lose a pretty key operator. Sparrow used to try to break. War Machine there to answer. Trades go back and forth between the two. Now it's on to the last 2 members of Tribe, trying to break this thing from the back, and that will work out. Good kills again from the SMG line. Wolves quick to try to find a way to rebuttal to this, and the Purifier will be spent, but Peg only getting one will not be enough to swing the color of the hard point. Still, the battle rages on. Smoke making things a bit disastrous as Space brings the Purifier in, looking for someone to spray down, and finally Tribe will establish control.
The Wolves were still spawning close there. Both teams were, in fact. So if you are Tribe, specifically Space, you felt that you needed to invest that Purifier just to be able to swing the back 20 seconds. It's a big one to have for yourself, but you still have close spawns coming through from Wolves. 10 seconds left here on P2, and the rotation also needs to be required. Wolves have the easier opportunity. Tribe investing their last bit of numbers to try to get in towards this old hill to be able to get themselves this 10-point lead, but it's looking like Wolves are going to have to set up once again here at 3.
But no operators to help this setup. On the other side, Tribe have already popped the equalizer, trying to use this as a way to break. Rihan also at the ready in case he wants to pop his op to try to get this thing into favor of Tribe more convincingly. Backside fence being cleared out. Solo just spamming everything down, looking left, right, up, down, inside out. Able to find at least 2 kills, but The trade does come out. Wolves from the front have to try to find a way to break this. Rehan trying to keep them at bay with the Annihilator. Slid on, but doesn't matter. Rehan hits the first. Now a chance to either establish control or take this into the spawn of Wolves, which has been flipped over to the backside at fences, but it looks like for Wolves, they're going to be late on this break attempt, and Tribe are going to be getting a lot of the time because of it.
And keep in mind, this is supposed to be a recontest of all things for Wolves. They were here first, but the operators that were being invested for Tribe is going to be the spearhead, the catalyst, if you will, for the majority of time here at P3. 15 seconds left, and Wolves might just send a couple more members just to try to battle for the last 10 seconds, getting inside the hard point, which is perfectly fine. Now it's Tribe with a 30-point lead, and they have players rotating over towards New.
War Machine at the ready. Rabalo's got streaks also building. 34 kills for Rabalo. 31, pardon me, for S-Thug. Two key players really having it their way right now. Zai up top. Found himself a Grodd. He's going to use this to lock down rotation. Here comes the hit for Tribe. War Machine shut down in the corner. Peg able to follow up on this. Opportunity for Wolves to get some numbers, but S-Thug, key double for him. He's still alive in the hard point. S-Thug for more. Oh boy, now he's got the Sparrow out. Getting to work with it. 162-126. Tribe all over the hard point and growing their lead.
Now they have the reads for the spawns coming through from the Lambo side. One player does spawn out. It's going to be Zai there for the pinch. Has at least one player spotting in towards the boathouse. Last player alive was S-Thug inside the hard point. The Hunter-Killer drone will at least take down one more. But you feel like the damage was done through the second set of hard points for Tribe. Not only have they flipped the lead, they have made it about 40 points.
Wolves have to find a way to claw themselves back into this game. This scrap time could be massive to try to assist in that effort. 3 operators at the ready. How much do we see spent as we rotate over to Fountain? That's the true question as Tribe continue to make things punishing. And not really any seconds were earned there at the end of the scrap time for Wolves. It was contested for almost the entirety of it, and the final 5 actually go the way of Tribe. So just about a 50-point game. Wolves will be hitting from the office side. Tribe on the opposite through Art. Back and forth battles all over the high ground. Neon trying to change things up, and he's got S-Thug who goes to the drop shot. Oh, it's filthy. And Tribe Gaming have the numbers in the hard point.
Big old tango up top in the hallways. This is a big difference maker. Equalizer pulled out by Solo, shut down. Just getting as many resources out before we rotate over towards P2, but Wolves need the time. This could be the desperation moment that Tribe can catch them lacking.
Lead is significant. Tribe in a position to try to close this map out. Wolves looking to claw their way back in. Having a hard time dealing with Solo in the hard point, though, and I mean, I'm telling you, every second he gets is a massive one. Zai finds himself on 4, big triple for him. Has the operator at the ready. Looking to spam down more, but Rehan will take him out of the hard point. Peg forced to still contest. Again, every second's a bad second that Tribe earns if you're a Wolves fan. Over towards rotation. Keep your eye on the minimap. Team in blue needing to find a way to get themselves set up, and they are trying to play for driveway side, but there are members of Tribe in the way, and they're causing a lot of havoc.
Got for Jing, though, actually opting in to take the office route to try to pinch this in from behind, knowing that there's going to be players on this south lane. Wolves need to find this, and they need to be a benefactor for a break quickly.
Sparrow comes out trying to assist on the break. Rehan, Annihilator gets earned, but doesn't have a chance to even consider pulling it out. Sparrow will assist in the break. Now the claw to reinforce the hold. Do you get a read on how Tribe are trying to hit this? Oh my goodness, Rabalo spawns in alongside number 2 in space, and no one anticipated that. S-Thug pulls the Sparrow out, and that changes things dramatically. S-Thug from one side, the rest of Tribe from the other. They cannot win here, but again, they're able to put this thing at least at 240 if they can find every final second.
And it's looking pretty good for it too. Rabalo spawning in, being the benefactor from that spawn occurrence. Pulls out the War Machine, layering in more damage. It's causing Wolves distress that they have to pull out operators of their own just to try to answer back for this time. We're fighting for all of 5 seconds, plus you have to get the rotation over towards New as well. Wolves will have it once again. But Tribe are trying to battle for the old time. It's going to leave them a little lacking as far as the rotation towards New.
That could be a costly decision. Remember that final hit from Tribe. If Wolves are able to hold things down, they've got operator advantage. The Gravity Vortex gun spent first. S-Thug sucked into it. No problems there as the vacuum continues to find kills. Space hit in the face with a Hunter-Killer drone. 190, 228. Tribe not really putting together any semblance of a setup here for a break attempt. Everyone's getting picked one by one. Wolves are starting to make this happen, and players are earning streaks on top of it. This is how a breakdown can happen.
30 seconds still left to fight over. Tribe can close it out if they can find the break, but there's no point of interest to be able to work their way in. One player does spawn out. Ravallo needs to find value in this spawn once again, but still kills. Going back and forth, Predator Missile also being invested by Neon. They are keeping them at bay.
Tribe is losing complete composure. Everyone's trying to solo chow this. No break comes through, and we have the possibility of Wolves getting a lead swap. S-Thug taking himself out of the picture. Final attempts here for Tribe, and it's all in pieces. What has gone wrong for Tribe? The major lead starts to all of a sudden battle against them. We rotate to New. 7 seconds till the hard point opens. Ravallo's going to be there first, but he gets gunned by Jing, and now Wolves will have numbers and a chance to fight.
Spawns for the boathouse. 2 players strong. Ravallo and Space are going to be setting up for the pinch. At least some trades to speak of. Tribe have found themselves in, and Solo pulls out the equalizer.
Lifeline from Solo. The equalizer gives him a double. What can be used for Wolves to try to break this? They're hitting from 2 sides at once. Kills start to come through. Solo, the last one standing. Solo able to find another 2 kills. Is that enough time and space for Tribe to get back into this? Wolves are the better numbers. Taken down by the Purifier is S-Thug. It's all about, can these operators find value? War Machine trying to blow them out of the map. Tribe are all spawning on one side. They're not going to be able to get here in time as the Purifier locks things down. And that is what we call in the industry an absolute breakdown by Tribe. Wolves steal away their bread and butter hardpoint.
They had themselves somewhere near about a 50-point lead going in towards that set of hardpoints. Alan, that is despicable, to say the least. That way that Tribe were setting themselves up for that P2 looked great off of the spawn. That happened there from Ravallo. But then they try to hit for what, 5 seconds on P2? Instead of rotating through Office and Pillars to get themselves inside of P3, through all of the kills that Wolves were able to find across the entirety of P3, which, by the way, all times that we were at P3, they were the initial ones there. They got themselves the operators. It came down to the last-ditch effort from the team captain of Solo with the equalizer there at the end. And it was just an operator advantage that Wolves were able to pull out there and keep them at bay there at P4.
And I will say, not only is the decision for Tribe to hit that scrap time super costly, but at the same rate, you gotta hit the regain button. You can't just keep going in 2v5 and expecting that things are going to go your way. And then I think the final thing, and maybe the more impressive part, we weren't really sure what Wolves are going to be able to give to us in the hard point. We knew that they're going to be a great search and destroy team, but their ability to manipulate spawns here, perfect. I mean, they're anchoring the left side of the map. They know for a fact that Tribe have to be hitting them from both sides, and then at that point, the operators of a War Machine and a Purifier aren't going to get beat. And Q9, I'm sure, just got injected with a huge life force, stealing that map away from Tribe.
You can see the breath of fresh air, just immediately leaning back in the chair, just getting the job done there at the end. 50 kills for S-Thug for the L was the tip of the spear more often than not for these rotations, but just simply was not enough for the combined 104 kills between Jing and Zai. Typically, it's both Peg and Zai that are the ones that are popping off in the hard point, but why not, Jing? Have yourself a game, young man. Also had about 1:40 of OBJ time. Everybody sharing the legwork, like you said there from Wolves, man. That was probably the best in probably most composed hardpoint we have ever seen them play.
Absolutely the case. And that's just massive for the series swinging even more favorably towards Wolves.
Yes.
I mean, again, it is a bit bizarre. Like, to get talking through the hardpoint vetoes, Tribe had to make a decision. Do we take out Takeoff or do we take out Summit? Those were the 2 maps that Wolves really ran through China on. So you had to pick your poison. And somehow Summit still doesn't get picked. So it is a bit bizarre, and it kind of feels like, I think, when Tribe are looking at the map set saying, we kind of got away with one here. All we got to do is win our opening hardpoint, and we've got extra lifelines built into the series. Problem now is they didn't win their hardpoint, and the things start to look very dire in terms of how do you find a way to steal 3 maps somewhere in the mix here against a Wolves team that's very complete across the rest of this map set.
Yes, they sure do, because we were setting ourselves up for that map number 2. It's going to go down on Meltdown. This is a map mode combination that we did see yesterday for this Wolves roster, where they completely blew Kagendra out of the water. 7-2 was that final scoreline in recency. Not to mention, I mean, let's just call it buck here. It is S&D. This is Wolves' wheelhouse.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And that was the one thing we for sure knew coming into all this, was that the Chinese teams were going to be a major threat in search and destroy. They value it a lot higher just in their format and play style than what we see out west normally. And then that said, you know, there's a mixed bag of results here for Tribe. I'm just kind of going through the canals of my brain here, like thinking back to Tribe in particular on this map, and it's either hot or cold. And it's not just by instance of them playing it. Sometimes they have a super hot first half and a super cold second half. So It's not a convincing map for Tribe in any form. It's their most played, sure, but there's nothing out there that has me going and saying, this is how Tribe for sure win this map, especially against a Wolves team that has looked really solid on it as well.
Well, take it as what happened yesterday even. This was the map number 2 when they were facing off against Luminosity in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and LG's always had their number on this map.
Absolutely,
yeah.
But it was still tied 3-3 at the half, but then once sides had swapped, Tribe were nowhere to be found. It's again almost feels very similar to what we just witnessed there on the Hacienda map number 1. They had themselves at least an even game, a little bit of a lead, and they couldn't close things out, let alone find some semblance of consistency to be able to win that map.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the John Madden comment. They have to play 2 good halves of Search and Destroy here. Boom. Have to have it. Fist bumps are out. Map surely loading. Wolves, huge advantage in the mode. But does Tribe find something over all of the reps they've had on this map to merit the selection, the pick, and a chance to even up this series? Because I'll tell you flat out, if this thing ends up getting to 5 and you have to play up against Wolves on Tunisia,
yeah,
whew,
good luck.
Call the doctor.
There's a very quick offensive attempt coming through from Wolves over towards A. Might as well feel everything out, but a nice nade from Neon for first blood and King for the second. Numbers advantage very quickly for Wolves.
And this is the problem. This is where Wolves really, kind of cashes their checks. Is as soon as there's opening first blood, Zai is going to be already in your face. He is so aggressive. He is like the Chinese shark of EU, if you want to call it that. Stretch, I know.
That's fair, though.
Yeah. Tag with the plant. Wait, that's Doug. Will find the kill. Unfortunate, he wasn't able to find the timing to stop that from being planted because now, even in the 2v2, clock favors Wolves. Space, awkward battle, and says, all right, you go down to the tunnel. I'm going to go help my teammate over here. Oh, and Neon able to find the kill. Just down to 1. That's Doug. Re-wrapping back. Not a lot of time to make this happen. Grau in hand, 1v2. Gonna have Neon right on the corner, and that will be where he meets his maker. Wolves, quick offense for the first.
Point blank. Snipe coming through for Neon, who's just absolutely been electric this entire week. Realistically, his entire career. Finds 3 within that previous round. The sniper is nothing to bat an eyelash at. Tribe do need to be aware of these opening nades that Wolves are going to have for them in this opening offense. Second take here for Wolves. Kind of slowing down the pace. Not all 5 players rushing in towards A.
Yeah, Tribe's trying to beat them with that same aggression, though. Hipfire not going to land. Solo to the pistol. Lots of damage, but no kills. S-Thug right there to pick up with the damage dealt, though. Now the focus goes back over towards mid-map. Peg has snuck his way through, and even though we're in a 2v4, Peg may find time to catch a handful for free. Just decides to get the 1 and get out. Recovery still required, though, here for Wolves as the bomb was dropped over towards A.
And look at the coverage just around A as a whole. You also have an understanding from S-Thug that somebody should be around the flank. Peg is just expecting someone to drop down the ladder. Are they going to pass each other like 2 ships in the night?
Really, there shouldn't be a reason that S-Thug has to move. His only responsibility is to watch this cross. Peg trying to find things in the backside of the Tribe spawn. Nothing yet. He's going to try to re-approach this from mid. Oh, but King sees 1. Nice little adjustment. Snaps out of Rabal for the headshot. 2v2. Tribe is completely isolated. Here comes Peg. S-Thug has to hit this if he decides to commit. Meanwhile, other side of the map in the 1v1. It's a sniper battle. Who's hit first? Pistol out for King, and at the same moment, Peg does cross with that Thug and still finds the kill. Wolves 2-0 up.
Very interesting to be able to find yourself in a 2v2, and the answer is, well, let's just completely separate from each other and just find ourselves clearing different sides of the map rather than trying to conjoin over at A. It works out for Wolves. They have a 2-0 lead. Now, going back to their first round strategy, this time 4 players strong inside of A while 1 watches the mid scoop.
Same hit from both teams. This time Tribe kind of paying back a little bit of respect, but that told, S-Thug still drops. Wolves full control of A. And I will say this, thinking back to Season 4, this is how LG beat him too. Hit him with aggression, and if there's no answer defensively, just keep doing it until they figure it out. And with Neon collecting another elimination and the bomb being planted, it's looking good for Wolves again in their post plan.
Realistically, all going to have to either come through mid or through the front of the defensive side of A. You don't have the numbers to try to do it. What throwables do you possibly have in your arsenal to try to work your way back in?
Rehan looking for jump peaks. He's been tagged. King also gets a read on the player mid-map. That's good information for the post-plant defenders inside the site. In particular, it's Peg. Meets it head-on. More play from Rabalo. Jig now looking for a bit of a cross-up, and easy kills come through. And this is just Rinse, wash, repeat for Wolves. Tribe have to give us an answer right here, right now in round 4, or this search may be out of hand.
Crazy call for a strategy. I mean, if you can't figure out our aggression, what are you going to do? Just continue to be aggressive.
Yep.
Why not? It's been working out. Where are these nades going if you are Tribe off the rip to try to stop this?
I've been trying to get stuff down over towards A, but it just has not landed. Smoke out towards mid. Different hit for Jing. Trying to get deep, and uh-oh. In trouble is Raballo. Down to half HP, trying to finesse his life, but there's nowhere to go. There's no help anywhere either. I mean, Tribe, they're all statues. They're planted in cement. No one's moving over to rotate to assist in any form, and now the B site's wide open. You've got players in your spawn. If you can't tell by the candor of my voice, it's just embarrassing. Wolves are making an absolute feast out of this Tribe defense.
I mean, Wolves just completely catching Tribe lacking the mental game of the S&D, thinking that they're going to go over towards A. They just completely bulldoze them over through the middle of the map, take the player down on the B heady. Numbers favoring that for Wolves. Nobody was surprised, looking for round number 4 in a row.
And I'm lost on options in terms of what do you do to crack the code here. At the moment, it's just down to can you make an individual play. Solo gets some real estate, but it's not for sale. Now down to S-Thug. He's stuck. Up the creek without a paddle, without a boat, without floaties. Nothing. Nothing's keeping him afloat. 4-0 up our Wolves. And, oh boy, this is getting real ugly real quick for Tribe.
Cement shoes almost coming through for Tribe as far as this water joke is concerned. It almost has to come down to it that, look, you might as well 5-player stack something defensively, and if they're not at that bomb site, just try to flip out the map, because these nades at the beginning aren't stopping anything. Wolves are, again, switching their effect, not going over towards A, not hitting mid or B very quickly. They're waiting for the information and the nades to come through before they decide where they want to go.
Bit of patience here for Wolves overall. Tribe, I'm sure, is going to be happy to see all 5 members last for more than 15 seconds in the round. Can they use that as an opportunity to get themselves on the board here, though? Lots of doubt, I'm sure, starting to creep into the defensive minds of Tribe, having not seen anything at all yet. You got Raballo, who snuck a little bit forward over towards A-side reactor. He's going to make sure no one enters. Space is the one trusted to watch this cross, but he gets smoked out. So now you look over to Solo and Raballo. Can they rotate in to even contest this plant, or are Tribe just going to play full retake? Nades over the top will work. Okay, good discipline from Space to get the first blood.
Seems that the full-on retake might just be the case. I mean, look, if you are Space, you are watching this with the sniper rifle, you know you should have at least one player trapped, but the 1v1 down low goes in the way of Peg. And just where one domino falls, the soon after is another. Raballo falls, 3v4.
Dude, if Peg is feeling confident to slide shell into one-dimensional angles like that and still come out on top.
Dirty.
Yeah. So Space still playing Sniper's Nest. Just trying to see if anyone crosses over towards middle, but it doesn't make much of a difference. You've got a double stack of post-plant offensive players inside Reactor and the generator building. Jing can get forward, just play a 1-for-1 angle. Peg on the flank. I mean, no, it's just all turning up aces for Wolves.
This is the fall-in-your-face moment if you are Tribe, trying to play this reactionary to what Wolves are constantly throwing at you. They're trying to make proactive decisions, but Wolves can play just as patient and try to flush you out of these different angles and win the gunfights, as you just saw from Peg.
Last round of this half, Wolves going back to the old tried and true. Get your trophies down, get your nades out, run on in towards A, and no one for Tribe could do anything about it. Plant should surely come in quickly, waiting for a couple of defensive delayed nades to make sure that the planter stays safe. So Tribe using a lot of utility, but not finding much with it. They're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Counter-offensive nades being tossed over towards middle. And keep your eye on number 4 in yellow. King is deep in towards mid at the moment. Does he check this corner? No, not quite. So a bit of hesitancy here from Wolves have actually kind of given a lifeline back over to Tribe now 5v4.
And they completely cleared the entirety of the site. However, being able to clear away that B lane meant that Rihan can hold that angle, take down Neon. The 3v5 in a post-plant situation, but that you have to try to retake the site if you are Tribe.
Crossfire for Wolves at the front doors at mid. It goes 2 for 1, make it 4 for 1. Are you kidding me? All it is an SMG crossfire. Tribe trying to hit it with numbers, and it comes up absolutely ineffective. 1v1. Rihan taking on Shing. And it's just Rihan's got no intel at all. Not a lot of time. And Jing is just going to sit here and say, defuse if you want to. I've got the sound cues at my favor, although Rihan wins the gunfight. That's the round that Tribe take? Okay.
That round shouldn't even been in a 1v1 in the first place. Even in a post-plant situation, you had a 2-player advantage.
It's 5v3.
And your decision was to one-dimensionally work your way through a narrow choke point into an SMG crossfire.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? At least you got yourself on the board. Still trailing by 4. Sides will swap. Now it's Tribe's turn for an offense, quickly rushing towards B.
And I will say, just to kind of breed a little bit of confidence for the NA side of things in this conversation, we've said that Tribe sometimes plays one half of the map terribly, the other half great.
Oh, good point.
Not looking good here, though.
Okay.
First 3 kills quickly tallied by Wolves on this adjustment over towards the B defense, and the follow-up is perfect. It's just, you could tell there's just the coordinative level between these two teams is, there's a big gap between the two.
There's an Atlanta-sized Walmart in between these two teams at the moment as far as this meltdown, search and destroy is concerned. Wolves will put themselves up on map point, and if there's one thing you have to always try to take away from this Wolves roster, we saw this yesterday in their Swiss matches. We've seen this periodically through the past calendar year. Their retake potential is insane. They have no qualms giving you the bomb site for free and maneuvering through the map off of the slightest bit of information.
Is that what a cow does? Maneuver? Anyway,
sure. Through all the hay bales.
Wolves, this is the we're better than you strategy. We're just gonna run. Zai and Peg will trade each other out, so that'll be now a 4v4, but the map vastly in the hands of the Wolves defense. Tribe are pinned up and bunkered down in front of the B site. They will commit Raballo to get the plant. Wolves will allow this to happen, but there will be a lot of second guessing in terms of will this defense try to wrap around the back. Responsible for that is Space. Everyone else focused on mid or the front. King will make first contact. Sees the player still standing on top of the bomb site. Can't quite hit the snipes as of yet, and that will be enough for Zai to say, okay, I know where I need to go. Let me get there. Trying to find Raballo over the heady. Nasty shot from King. Good help as well from Zai. Here comes the full collapse. Any kills for Tribe to be found anywhere? I mean, at this point, they're just getting completely broken down. Last player left is going to be number 4 in S-Thug, and he can only do so much. It is a literal beatdown, 7-1. Wolves will take the map and be primed to knock out Tribe with one fell swoop if they can do it on control.
Looking pretty good for it. I'd be pretty damn confident if I am Wolves at this point in time, considering that you quite literally ripped the rugs out from underneath Tribe in that Hacienda map number 1. And to say that it was not only just a meltdown for map number 2, it's a full-on breakdown as far as the series is concerned from Tribe. They were nowhere to be found, and I need to truly exclaim that. Through so many different rounds, all throughout map number 2, Wolves were throwing the same thing. Rush towards A, it wasn't stopped. Nades were not adjusted to try to counteract that A push from happening. And by the time that you almost felt like Wolves got bored with it, they started maneuvering their way through the middle of the map and down over towards B. They only lost a single round on their offensive half.
It's hard to find the words for it. I mean, it is a stark difference. And the understanding around Wolves Search and Destroy we knew was going to be good.
Yeah.
But I will say, like, in terms of options for Tribe, this was probably the best Search and Destroy map they could have put in the mix, considering that Slums was taken out from under them in the veto process. But this was the worry that we had in Seattle. This was the worry that we kind of had when Tribe was playing up against LG at the end of the group stage in Season 4. Their Search and Destroy was just not holding a candle to the teams that had done the work, done the research, and kind of diversified their map pool in a big way. So the weaknesses of Tribe really coming through. And now somehow, some way, you and I have to try to find a way to talk about a Tribe reverse sweep to beat a little bit of hopium in towards the NA side. But after the breakdown of map 1 and then an absolute slaughter here in the second, I just don't know how, even if you get to 5, you can take down Wolves on a map like Tunisia with that kind of gameplay.
Even before I retap my tank of hopium, which I'm currently hiding underneath this wonderful desk.
Doubt it.
You don't know me. You already have Wolves, who are the #1 control team coming out of China.
Yep.
They're going over towards standoff, which
it's not raid, so that's good.
Yeah, but it's still standoff. And when you go back and you look at the total numbers in between all of the maps that have been played so far, even in a 9-point difference for that Hacienda map number 1, Wolves are a bunch of slayers.
Yeah.
And I think that's terrifying when you think about standoff, because standoff in COD Mobile, when it comes down to a control map, is overtime for a handful of spawn traps.
Very much so the case. It is one of those things, like, I again, after day 1, going into day 1, is talking a lot about how Wolves is a very one-dimensional team. They only played Summit and Takeoff coming into this event on Hardpoint. Firing range, Tunisia was by far their best Search and Destroys. And then in Crossroads, or not, pardon me, not in Crossroads, but on Control, you know that they're going to veto Raid because they hate it. So you're going to have to, prep yourself up for one or the other, depending on pick your poison type situations. And it doesn't seem to make much of a difference. No. I don't think Tribe set themselves up for a tremendous amount of success in the map pool, but at the same rate, I just don't know how you pick between those two controls if you're Tribe, figuring that is a map pool, or a map 3 rather, that you have to win if you want to have a chance in the series.
I will say this much, taking a look at the player cams and at least turning around, taking a look at all Tribe on the stage, there's some smiles coming through. Okay, so vibes are clearly there. They're not truly down mentally. And I think that's a very important step in the right direction to start the reverse sweep, just as I completely tap on my Hopian tank that we were talking about earlier.
Still some gas left in that?
Just, it's a little bit, but it's starting to run on E very, very quickly. So I think that if you are Tribe, you do have to come out and you cannot relent off the gas whatsoever. Once you start to find a handful of eliminations, you cannot afford to overextend. You have to maintain map control to keep Wolves in the spawn trap.
Just for reference sake, Tribe are in combination of Season 4 3-0 on this map mode combo, but 2 of their wins were versus Dice and Devious in the group stage. The other was a 3-0 versus Mayhem yesterday. So that's where we have to try to find some confidence here from Tribe, and it doesn't start well. Already you've got Wolves players inside Grandma's trying to set up a bit of a spawn trap. Solo provides an exit over towards the backside of the A-bomb site, so maybe a chance for him to at least put some pressure onto Wolves and maybe find a way to get onto B early, but Nyan will shut him down. Zai follows right back up, and no Tribe member will touch a zone.
Had at least a player over towards the statue tank and got themselves closer towards a hotel, but just as soon as you have any semblance of a map control offensively for Tribe, Wolves just step forward, shut it down. Tribe, however, able to work their way from their spawn, have a couple players past Deli trying to get back hotel once more.
It's costing so much lives.
Yep.
14 playing 23, 30 seconds on the clock. They have to find success now, and the SMGs for Wolves will shut down any play through gas. And look at the spread defensively on the minimap. You've got players at mid and cafe. You've got a double stack over towards tractor, players in gas station. There's nowhere for Tribe to go that's not a choke point right now. And you can see exactly what happens when you try to, be the Persians in the Battle of Thermopylae reference that I was about to pull for the Battle of 300. You don't want to go into a choke point.
Deep reference.
Yeah, very deep. Very historically facted. Yeah.
All right. And again, just maneuvering their way through all these different choke points. It realistically just feels like a total blender, doesn't it? The way that Wolves have just set themselves up continuously. Able to at least get past the tractor over towards the B zone, but at what cost? You got the first segment. All of that for a drop of blood, 1v14 winnable?
Well,
no.
Not quite.
Okay.
And that's about as convincing as you'd expect. And here's the thing about it when it comes down to standoff. You start off on defense, you're going to build yourself a huge advantage in the operator costs if you do rounds like that.
Yeah.
If you're on your next offense, which Peg's already earned his. You would imagine with his 10 kills that Neon's not too far behind, and then Zai would be right after that. So you've got a lot of opportunity here if you're Wolves to get early operator usage, a chance to have an advantage over one of the two zones. And Tribe have just completely neglected the right side of the map here defensively. They're so focused on the A break-off that now Wolves have not one, not two, but 3 members deep over towards B. The only And, well, it's not where you want to be trying to reaggress from. Rabalo shut down, and Wolves will get the first stick of progress on the B site.
That is not exactly what you want to see whatsoever if you are Tribe, expecting for the push to come over towards A through the middle of the map, over by Delhi. Nuh-uh, not going to be happening. They try to push over towards the tractor. They're able to get that first segment over at B. But Control is just a fickle monster that always comes down to the opening breakoffs. And once you know it, Wolves, both defense and offensive like, have one set opening breakoff. Peg there for the equalizer, just completely putting them in the dirt. 21 plays up against 13.
And the clock has stopped the entire time that these kills keep coming through. So it just makes matters worse here for Tribe's defense. They have called in a couple of operators, but you can kind of tell by Estug, he's not 100% sure where the hit's even coming from here for Wolves. I mean, that's just a bunch of Sparrow shots that get thrown into the abyss. While Wolves are, almost going to be able to lock down the A zone. Just a fraction of a segment away, but regain comes through. Rabalo making a little bit more punishment happen with the War Machine out, and a bit of regain here from Tribe defensively.
All right, War Machine now invested for Rabalo, trying to keep them at bay. Look, 9v14 with just under 50 seconds left. This round could be convertible. Able to at least find one on the Xing. The push is being stuck over by the tractor. One player has slipped the net inside of L. It's going to be pegged. Finds a kill, gets away with his life, but the trades are going to be good.
Time becoming a bit of an issue now all of a sudden for Wolves. 30 seconds on the clock. 10 playing up against 7, but the biggest enemy may be the clock overall. Xing able to sneak through the statue tank side. Zai trying to join him, but shut down. Isolation should come through here for Tribe. Second tick of progress, also not going to be fully locked as of yet. There it is. Xing, 1v1 on the opposite side here at Bakery. And it looks like Tribe are not fully committed to fully clearing him out. If you give Wolves an extra 60 seconds here, that may be all they need to just play this as a TDM, and the Purifier gets shut down in the same breath. 3v2 situation. Minute 27 on the clock with that capture at B. Shut down on Rabalo, who tried to find the exit of Xing. Now down to 1. It's all on to Rehan. Slow start, just 4 kills. But can he be a hero and try to keep Tribe in the game? Third tick of progress being worked on, and he gets red. Wolves will take the offense with the eliminations and be 1 round away from 3-0 Tribe.
I mean, you feel like that if you are taking a look at it from Tribe's perspective, the Purifier does need to be invested just to be able to at least convert that round, considering that you're still down in lives. But the quickness that it did get shut down is a little concerning coming into this one. 2 operators into the back pockets for Tribe. Nothing on the board. The Annihilator's already popped for Zai, just starting things off as hot as he came in towards this series. It is a damn near flawless opening once again for Wolves.
And now you've got lanes locked down. You can start to move forward into this potential spot trap, especially with the Annihilator out. Oh my God! Headshot through the hay bales. Space will eventually shut it down, but I wouldn't even call it a silver lining. Xing with the Gravity Vortex gun also trying to get forward. He also gets put back to respawn, but it's a 6 life advantage and only 50 seconds for Tribe to work on a spawn with.
It's not looking likely. 17 points up against 25 operators, not even around the corner. Already being invested by Solo, trying to work his way closer towards some of these objectives. You do have some semblance of control around Hotel inside the courtyard, trying to keep these players at bay. I mean, Space is trying to wait for the push that's coming through over by Square, but they are at least stopping the clock progression at A.
Yeah, and the equalizers will make sure there is no immediate follow-up here for Wolves. 3 life gap. Second tick lock, third on the way. Wolves likely to concede this and set themselves up around the B zone. Maybe one chance to kind of take a peek, see if you can find some kills and recontest it, but instead, with Tribe trying to find an exit, Wolves will hold their ground. 17 plays 15. Minute 40 on the clock. Tribe trying to find a transition to B, but the long flank from Wolves will kind of keep them in place a little while longer. Good kills come through, and that breeds at least the opportunity for Tribe to get through mid-map.
Minute 26, very doable with lives just being about even. Walking through the blender, they're over by Statue, going 1 for 1 is Zai, who's having himself a hell of a control, up to 19 eliminations, 21 for Peg. You can almost hear a pin drop. Gotta try to work your way closer towards this B control zone if you are Tribe, but most importantly, you have to clear all of Bakery.
Where's the bait and switch right there? It's just the Solo Chow comes in. Xing says, thank you very much. S-Thug does turn things at least marginally back towards Tribe's favor. Able to use the Sparrow to some success, but a pushback again comes through. 7 plays 6. Rabalo, desperate in nature, gets the War Machine over towards the B zone. No defenders are on it though. So it does actually thread the needle, finds Xing. That's inside the doorway, actually. You may not know it, but it was an impressive shot over the top. 5 plays 4. Here comes the potential hit for Tribe. Still kind of meandering outside the zone, and off respawn, Wolves are just picking them apart in no man's land. You gotta commit. Find a way to get onto the zone. 30 seconds on the clock. 2v3 was S-Thug gets 1, but King able to put things a touch more out of reach. Now just down to S-Thug. He will be shut down, and Wolves will clean things up. 3-0 the control, 3-0 the series. They make it top 4.
Unbelievable scenes. It almost felt like this was guaranteed to go to 4 maps. I thought we were gonna see at least the Apocalypse, Alan, but you kind of lack. You get a little complacent on a Hacienda hardpoint. You find yourself being 3-0'd here by Wolves.
Yeah.
Even throughout the entirety of that control, you felt like that there was at least 2 different rounds that were winnable for Tribe, respectfully, in that last attempt on offense. When you were starting to pull out different operators, you were calling out wonderfully that there was some very impressive kills being found by the War Machine, by a couple nades, absolutely. But at the point where Tribe had themselves operators, a distinct advantage for map positioning, it kind of goes back to how that Hacienda hardpoint did end, where you know, Wolves were actually earning their operators as soon after as Tribe was popping them, so it became resource management 101, and they just had to pop theirs to be able to call game.
It's very surprising. And here's the thing, and this is going to be a lesson learned, I think, to everybody on both sides, whether win or loss, make it top 8 or not. When you deal with a single elimination bracket, you better come prepared.
Yeah.
Flat out. There's just no other way about it. You don't have that extra lifeline to try to finesse the map pool after you kind of see what you're doing versus what your opponents are doing. You have to do the homework. And I don't know about the calls overall in this map pool. Not that I think it would have made much of a difference if there was a pretty clear gap between these two squads, but yeah. It just felt like Wolves were ready to go, prepared. I think they probably anticipated a lot of this map set. I mean, hell, they had to have either selected Hacienda or Apocalypse, which are not two common picks for them. So they definitely had something up their sleeves, and they used it perfectly here to shut down Tribe.
Looking at these replays here from that map number 3, it felt like it was inevitable looking at the standoff. But again, that is just the discrepancy that you have when you're taking a look at the abundance of map sets that Wolf have at their disposal comparatively to Tribe, who still have a lot of question marks ever since the change that they had from Seattle. Wolves came more prepared than Tribe, to your point there, Alan.
And I feel like Wolves made a massive statement with this, though, because we saw the interview with Tribe. They knew they had a lot to live up to. You guys are saying that they, you know, considering Seattle, everything that happened in Seattle, this was another decisive 3-0. Wolves are like, even if Tribe wants to come back, they want to try and renew the dynasty right now. It's our time.
Yep.
We're going to own this entire stage. You can see reflected in the stats up here. I mean, come on.
Peg and Zai are a problem. They were, and I will say, like, again, after yesterday's matches, I know Wolves came out of their groups 3-0, but I was not particularly impressed in any form with how they played their hardpoint in particular. Like, they had their map selection versus Kings able to play Summit, and they still had to put together some heroics to beat them there. They had to pull off a 250-249 comeback against Kagendra, who flat out threw the game. And then they got beat down by Q9 on Apocalypse. So it's just, you know, one of those things that the individual skill helped Wolves get through the hard points. And I think we've got potential MVP candidates here between Peg, Xing, and Zai. Just the three of them at moments throughout the entirety of the weekend, they've been unbelievable.
And I'm glad you said that too, because Zai was one that was called out in the interview before we even started the match as a potential MVP candidate to begin with.
Big time.
We see that now, why that was even an option, but it's not just Zai. Like you're saying, there's multiple options. Wolves are going to be a team that they're going to be keeping their eyes on here throughout the rest of tomorrow. But match number 4 being done means that is our 4th and final team into tomorrow, and one more team knocked out, which means one more interview with FDOT ready to go. FDOT, how are they feeling?
All right, fantastic stuff so far. And the end to our second day, the first day of the big bracket. FDOT here on the floor in front of the bomb wall. We've got our friend over here, King from Wolves, and our buddy Zion, who's been doing a lot of work here with our international squads from the East. So, King, North America might be a little surprised to see their Tribe Gaming 3-0'd. You guys were dominant. Are you, or do you think your fans surprised?
对于 Tribe 他们来说，这一次被3-0，可能他们还有一点惊讶。那对于你们来说，你们有感到任何的惊喜吗？
因为其实这次的3-0在我们的意料之内嘛，因为毕竟我们去年成绩就是4强，我们今年回来打这个世锦赛就是剑指冠军的。
We actually saw this coming. We are super confident because we have been working super hard for the whole year, and this time coming back around, we are going to win the championship.
I mean, it certainly looks like it. The play has paid off. Is there something specific about their game that has made them so dominant?
完全看得出来你们的努力现在我们都有目共睹。你们的战术上面有什么样特别的方案让你们如此的强大吗？
我们并没有什么特别的战术，就是我们全部选手加上教练，我们心一齐就能打败任何队伍。
We don't actually have any special strategies or game. We are just playing all together, all our players and our coaches. And when we're all together, we're powerful, we're unstoppable.
And King, one last question. If, or rather when you win, what will be the most meaningful part of that win?
最后一个问题，当你赢了一切的时候，对于你来说，意义最重的地方是在于什么呢？
我认为赢下这场比赛没有什么特别的意义嘛，因为这都是在我们的意料之内。
There is nothing that is super meaningful to us because this was all expected.
You gotta love it. Cool, calm, and collected. Well, as we've done, you knocked him out there, knock him out here.
I am here for that level of confidence. That was just, I mean, Diamonds under pressure? Like, dang.
It's probably a good thing that Dot was holding the mic. Otherwise, I felt like that King was probably going to drop it on the floor.
Expensive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. But it will look cool.
It's really hard to put into words what happened today, flat out. I think overall, the biggest thing about it is the West slept on the East this year. I think there was a lot of this, LG's going to be a super team. Sure. They're not going to sweat anybody. LATAM still has Inco. They were going to be like the big hope for LATAM to elevate above third. None of that's really come true to this point. The only hope really now rests with LG, the only Western team left around, and flat out, the West got handled by the East all tournament long, and that did not stop today.
3-0s.
All day.
All day. That's how dominant the top four were. We'll take a look back at the brackets. You can visually see what happened if you're just joining us, at least see those results for how today went. It doesn't tell the full story, but your top four heading into tomorrow are Luminosity Gaming, Godlike, Q9, and Wolves Esports. Is this the top four you foresaw?
Nobody had this.
No.
No one had this.
And if you did, honestly, at me on Twitter and show me the date that you created that file, because there is just simply no way that you even had Godlike, let alone inside your top 8, making it out of Swiss, let alone for Q9 versus Wolves, that we're going to have that not once but twice on the entire weekend. Nobody had this coming.
This is going to be a really fun day tomorrow, too. I think that bottom matchup between Q9 and Wolves is a story as old as time now at this point.
Yeah, it is.
They've played each other a ton, and we're going to have a million storylines to run through in terms of Wolves have historically dominated that matchup, but you got to keep in mind that they beat them on the Swiss stage, but that's after Q9 had established themselves as being China's best from when they played at Masters. So there's a bit of drama there. As much as the Eastern teams have focused on the West, you can't keep it outside of China for that semifinal. And then I think for LG, I don't have this fear fully, but you can't overlook Godlike and prepare for one of the two Chinese teams for an anticipated grand finals, because that Godlike team was polished today. I know they beat up on SPG, but if you were to put any of those teams we saw today against them on the other side, they would have had similar results, I think. They looked really, really good.
Yeah, I think every single one of these teams needs to be going home, back to the hotel for now, or wherever they are, and hardcore voting. They need to know every single in and out of the teams they're going up against, have every little bit of information they could use to their advantage, because if they don't, we saw how the smallest things, whether it is your map picks and bans, not taking a team seriously enough, how quickly that can lead to your downfall.
Look, there was a small asterisk yesterday while you were playing through Swiss. You never really knew who your next opponent was going to be, that you could maybe have a small glimpse of not being prepared.
Sure.
That was thrown out the window coming into towards today. You knew who your opponent was going to be. You only had one series to prep for. There was no excuses. It gets furthermore less excusable that if you show up tomorrow in top 4 for a $1 million prize pool at COD Mobile World Champs 2023, and you are not prepared, what are you doing here?
Final thoughts.
I think that all 4 teams have a chance to win a championship tomorrow.
Final thoughts, Proper.
I agree. I agree with Alan, which is very rare to happen, but I absolutely agree. He is spitting fire today.
I'm not going to disagree with any of that. It's been a phenomenal day of competition, but day 2 of our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship has come to a close, and our top 4 teams have been decided. Tomorrow will be the epic conclusion of this competition, where we get to crown ourselves a global champion. It is going to be so much fun, so exciting. You are not going to want to miss a single second of it, so make sure you are tuning in back here tomorrow to see what happens. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the US Air Force for making this whole thing possible. And of course, thank you to everyone both here and at home for joining us to watch the competition. It is going to be fantastic. We'll see you tomorrow.